quarterfinal action Friday, TSN.
It's time to get cup crazy on this edition of TSN Sports Desk. The Oilers hope to avoid an avalanche in Colorado. The underdog Senators were running with the Devils in New Jersey, while the Sabres were looking to buffalo their way past the Flyers. And the Stars went shark hunting deep in the heart of Texas. 18 seconds later, Alexander Daigle feeding Chris Gratton, and he wires one under the crossbar. Just like that, it is tied up at 2. But the celebration will not last. Gratton nailing Donald Odette along the boards, but he gets up, goes to the net, and puts home the rebound. That is your winner. Buffalo stunning Philly. 3-2 is the final. The Sabres draw first blood. The Flyers were 0 for 6 on the power play in this one. Hasek making 22 saves. Savoda has compressed nerves in his neck. He was numb. He had numbness in one hand, but he is able to move all extremities. He is in stable condition and will be kept overnight for further tests. And according to Bobby Clark, will be out for a long time. Afterwards, Lindy Ruff talked about his team rallying after those 2 quick Philly goals.
Well, it's been one of our characteristics down the stretch here. You know, we've come back in a lot of hockey games. So, the Vancouver game we came back, and but we've had the capability lately of coming back. Even in New Jersey, we were down and came back. Ottawa, we were down and tied a game. We showed that we can score some goals to late in games to win them or tie them at least.
Sure, anytime you get 2 goals scored in 30 seconds or whatever it is, it's going to shake you up a little bit. Obviously, we thought we were in pretty good shape there, up 2-0, and next thing you know, it's a tie game. But it shows a lot of character on our part that we were able to come back and squeeze it out.
It sure did. Game 1 between the Bruins and Caps now. Boston back in the postseason, the most improved team in the NHL. Plenty of chances at both ends. Dave Ellett with a one-timer and a nice save by Olaf Kolzig. At the other end, Peter Bondra winds up, fires, and gets it right off the iron. Eventually, the Caps get on the board first. Brian Bellows gets into the middle and scores to make it 1-0 Washington after 1. Then more from them in the second. Pavonka with a sweet little pass here to Gonchar, and even a better shot. What a snipe. They're up 2-0 now, but the Bruins get one back. A couple of former Caps teaming up, Allison and Kristich. Kristich pass goes off a skate and in. Caps lead is down to 1. Then a scary moment as Bondra is taken down awkwardly. It looked worse than it was. Sprained ankle. He did come back. Bruins looking to tie it. Anson Carter tries to stick handle in. Bellows almost put it into his own net, but Olaf had that one, and he had 27 in all. The Caps had an empty netter to take game 1. 3-1 over Boston, and they love that phone booth, including the regular season. The Caps are 11-0-1 in their last 12 games on home ice, and they've outscored opponents 38-16. That's a little home cooking for you, and it's working for them in the playoffs. To win the Stanley Cup, you have to be good, you have to be lucky, and you have to be healthy, at least healthy enough to lace on the skates and hold a stick. The defending Stanley Cup champs entered these playoffs with some significant injuries. None bigger than their leading goal scorer, Brendan Shanahan, out with a back injury. Scotty Bowman also missing Draper, Doug Brown, and Brent Gilchrist. Would it hurt them? Well, not when the other team's giving them 5-on-3s. Takes just 7 seconds to convert. Yzerman to Lidstrom to the back of the net past Happy Brulin. 1-0 Detroit. Still in the first. Martin Lapointe throws it at the net, and Joey Kocur puts the rebound in off his skate. He didn't kick it in. This counts. It's good. 2-0. There's plenty more where that came from. Kozlov is stopped, but Sergei Fedorov right in front gets the rebound. 3-1 Detroit after 1. There was no letting up in the second either. They're up 4-1. Lapointe wins the draw, and look who gets another one. Joey Kocur is second in the game. That was it for old Nikolai. He was not ready to go. In comes Jimmy Waite, who has very little playoff experience, and it showed as he badly misplays this puck. Yzerman puts it off the post, but Kirk Maltby's right there to make it 6-1 after 2. And with the game on cruise control, yeah, they let up a little bit. Cliff Ronning gets one right there to make it 6-2 Wings. They added one more, but Detroit still wins game 1 in a walk. There's the final, 6-3. Larry Murphy, Lapointe, and Yzerman each had 2 assists. More bad news for Phoenix. Teppo Newman left the game in the second period due to a strained groin, but the hero was Joey Kocur, recording his first 2-goal game in more than 6 years in game 1 of the playoffs, and he was quite thrilled about that.
It was exciting. We got a big win. It was fun to get 2 goals, but I know tomorrow you're going to be talking to somebody else, and I'll be able to go back into the back room.
You know, it's game 1. There's a lot of hockey to play. This the team we're playing that is a very talented team that you can't take for granted in any aspect. And I think they showed that in the third period that they're not going to quit. So we got to be aware of that, and we got to be prepared to play Friday.
To the Sharks and the Stars, Mike Modano and the Stars want to redeem themselves from their first-round loss last year. Just over 2 minutes in, they set the tone. It's Joe Nieuwendyk on the break. It's Joe Nieuwendyk beating Mike Vernon. It's 1-0 Stars. Then just 37 seconds later, Modano's shot is stopped by Vernon, but there is Juha Lean for the rebound. Just like that, it's 2-zip Dallas. But the Sharks do come back. They come back on the power play. Owen Nolan waiting and then firing short side on Ed Belfour. Sharks trail it 2-1, and that is when Mr. Marchment, yes, Brian Marchment, comes into this game and provides us with this clean hit on Joe Nieuwendyk as he runs him into the end boards, but Joe is clutching his knee. That is not good. He has had knee problems his entire career. He would leave the game. More on him in a moment, but the Stars do rally. They come storming out for the second. Modano, good chance. Vernon is there, but there is Darian Hatcher. The trailer is good. It's a 3-1 Stars lead. Third period, the Sharks trying to get another one past Ed Belfour. Joe Murphy to Bernie Nichols to the trailing Andre Zuzan, but Belfour makes the stop. He made 21 stops to give the Stars the win. Modano's empty netter would make it a 4-1 final. Mike Modano, a goal and 2 assists for the Stars. Jari Lehtinen had 2 assists as well. And Joe Nieuwendyk, the situation there is that he has a sprained knee. He had an MRI. We'll know results of that on Thursday. X-rays were negative. That is good. But still, some concern for the Stars.
His X-rays were negative. He's taking an MRI right now. And we'll know first thing in the morning on the MRI. Right now, he has a sprained knee. And best case scenario, day to day. Worst case scenario, 3 weeks. But it could have been a lot worse than it is right now. It was a legit hit. I mean, it was a legitimate hit. It was a hard play on a player. Joe was in a vulnerable position, and no different than any of our defensemen would take a player out physically. It was a legitimate hit. Just happens to come up the same number all the time.
I'm not out there to knock Nieuwendyk out of the game tonight. I just...
Coming up on the desk, Pittsburgh has a message from Montreal, but the Canadiens were willing to do whatever it took to keep the upset fever alive. The Blues are as happy as hell to be playing the Kings in the playoffs. Will the NHL's long arm of the law reach out and suspend Bill Guerin? The NBA gets a second season underway, and the Jazz want a second chance at winning a title, but the Rockets were standing in their way. Our back-to-back victories in the cards for the Expos, while Dave Steve is anxious to show his stuff against the Jays. Hey, we got ourselves a rockin' show full of surprises, so keep your head up. The desk is next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. Playoffs. Both the National Hockey League and NBA postseasons are underway, and that makes this a great time of the year. We're glad you tuned in. I'm Darren DeTitian.
And I'm David Pratt. Well, Dutch, like the man said, predictions are for gypsies. Even if you could have foreseen the way the NHL playoffs have started, who would have believed you?
Yeah, now the question is, would they continue? With an injury list that rivals the Detroit Red Wings, but not nearly the same depth, the Montreal Canadiens limped into the playoffs. Having said that, this is the spring, and these are the Habs, and while they may not be a legitimate threat to win the Cup, they are still the Canadiens. Saku Koivu could not play due to his broken hand. Andy Moog, he shut out the pens 2 times this season. He gets the start. First period, Habs power play. Vinny Danfus is stopped. Martin Raczynski, he whacks home the rebound. 1-0 Canadien. The second period, Darius Kasparaitis rides Jonas Höglander into the boards. He gets a deuce, pens down 2 men. Kasparaitis doesn't like it, but that's interference. Just as the first Pens penalty expires, Brad Warenka out of the box, shorthanded goal. We got ourselves a tied hockey game. Still in the second. Peter Popovich fakes the shot, then lets it go. He scores. 2-1 Habs. Popovich is pumped. Barrasso was crying about interference, but it's Barrasso who's throwing the shots at Danfus as the puck flies by. Late in the second, Pens pressing. Moog scrambling. Alexei Morozov. Moog stones him with the blocker. Third period, Pens continue to press. Jaromir Jagr throws it to the net. It's tipped in. Stu Barnes gets credit. The Habs argue, but the goal stands. It's 2-2. In overtime, Martin Straka in all alone. He's stopped by Moog, but watch Patrice Brisebois. He knocks the net off its moorings. Rob Schick calls for a penalty shot. Alexei Morozov, he takes it, walks in, beats Moog, but he can't beat the Iron. He gets nothing but post. Seconds after that, with extra men on the ice, a scuffle starts. Just over a minute to go in the first overtime. Benoit Brunet with the big shot. He scores. Brunet picks a top corner. Koivu and the other Habs not dressed. They're celebrating. The Black Aces are on their feet. Can you believe it? Montreal does it again in OT, in the playoffs. Vinny Danfus assisted on the first 2 Canadian goals. Andy Moog finished with 33 saves for his first playoff win against Pittsburgh in 9 starts. The penalty shot, just the second ever called in overtime of a playoff game. And afterwards, Benoit Brunet, he talked about his goal.
I got a great pass from Bradley on the wing, and I had some room, and I just teed the puck up. I didn't really look what I was shooting. I just wanted to hit the net, and it went in, and it was a big goal for me, you know. Barrasso's a really tough goalie to beat, and you don't have time to pick your spot with a goalie like that.
I think our guys competed hard and played hard, and we had a lot of guys, you know, we got, in some cases, guys with a lot of experience. In some cases, we got guys going through this for the first time, and in general, I think they played a good game, all the guys.
With the injuries that we have, we feel that that's what we need to do right now, play well defensively, but also we need to score some big goals. And Wuzinski of the first one, and Popovic on our when we were on the ice too scored. So we did the job the first game.
In the last week of the regular season, the St. Louis Blues and the LA Kings played each other in Los Angeles. The Blues scored 4 quick goals, and they wanted to bury the Kings 7-3. Could that have been some kind of omen of things to come in the playoffs? Nah, not even the writers for the X-Files could produce a script that bizarre, right? Well, the truth is out there, and it's in goal. Grant Fuhr, 127 playoff games and 4 Stanley Cups. The other end, Stéphane Fossé, just 6 playoff games and 1 cup in Colorado as a backup. Early on, St. Louis moves in. It's Courtnall to Demitra. First shot on net. He beats Fossé 1-0 for the Blues. And St. Louis keeps it coming. But LaPerriere hooks Pierre Turgeon. As a result, the Blues on the power play here. Brett Hull gets it over to Courtnall. Quick release, and that made it 2-0 for St. Louis. But just 18 seconds later, watch this. Gary Galley feeds Craig Johnson. He busts through and snaps it past Fuhr. 2-1 for the Blues. Late in the first period, with Fossé out of position, Todd Gill shoots. Jim Campbell just tips it wide. Then Courtnall puts on a show, and what a show he put on. In the second period, Blues with another man advantage. Courtnall to Turgeon upstairs, where Norman keeps his mother. 3-1 Blues, and then the white towels started coming out. They were having a good time in St. Louis. Midway point of the second, Blues poured on. Courtnall to Demitra to Campbell. 5-hole on Fossé. They were making it look easy. Larry Robinson tries to stop the bleeding in his first playoff game as a head coach. But another St. Louis power play. Courtnall sets up Campbell. Gives to Courtnall. 4 assists and 5 points and counting. Jamie Storr takes over. This is his first playoff game. We move on to the third now. More production for St. Louis. Rayon spots Hull, and it's party time at the Kiel Center. 7-1 for the Blues. But Courtnall is not finished here. Demitra scores his second. Courtnall counts his 5th assist. Let's do the math here. The goal and the assist, that's 6 points. Expectations already running high as the Blues crown the Kings the final 8. Count them. 8-3. Jeff Courtnall's 6 points are the most in a playoff game since Mary Lemieux had 6 back in 1992. And after the game, Courtnall said he was just fortunate the way things worked out.
I was just lucky, I think, a lot on the power play. We scored some big goals. It just seemed, you know, the puck was going in for us every time, you know, I made a play or, you know, we got a chance. It just went in early. It's a big win. First game's always tough at home. I think, you know, we didn't start that well, but I think we came on as the game went on, stuck to our game plan. I think a lot of guys were nervous, and it's tough, but that's a big win for us.
What a start for the Blues. You know, it is a microcosm of the Dallas Stars season. So successful, but yet at a price. On Wednesday, Joe Nieuwendyk was run into the boards. He immediately clutched his knee and will now miss the next 3 weeks with a torn right knee ligament. The incident happened late in the first period of their opening game with the San Jose Sharks. Nieuwendyk was run into the boards, ironically enough, by Brian Marchment in what was a clean check. Nieuwendyk was in obvious pain. He was taken off the ice into hospital. This is nothing new for the Stars, who have had to cope with key injuries throughout the season.
What it means for us is that we have to play different now. That's the biggest change. It's not a change of this player's out, that player's out. It's that we have to play, we have to go back and play the way we did in games 41 to 60. We have to play different, and we're going to have to do it without much notice, like tomorrow.
We will have more on the NHL playoffs coming up a little later on in the show, including an
TSN Pacific Prime.
All eyes are on this playoff edition of The Desk. We're going to bring all the action to you, and we're going all out to do it. Would the Avalanche cave in and lose another one to the Oilers? The Sens are poised to play giant killers against Jersey. Can Dallas cope without yet another star in their lineup? Well, the Coyotes were howling after their win over the Red Wings. They might be a world away from the playoffs, but Team Canada is out to defend its championship. Now, how much of a difference would Carlos Delgado make to the Blue Jays lineup? Say it ain't so, Mo. Lou hunts his former team at the Big O. The Bulls were ready to begin defense of their NBA championship as they battled the Nets. No buts about it. We're pumped up about this edition of Sports Desk, so grab a seat. It's coming up next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to The Desk. In a 7-game series, there's a little room for error, but not much. We begin with the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm Darren Detition. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm David Pratt.
David, there was guarded optimism for Edmonton fans heading into Game 2 of the Oilers-Colorado series, as Joe was returning.
Yeah, the Edmonton Oilers had a chance to do the unthinkable on Friday night, take the first 2 games from the Avalanche in Colorado. The Avalanche had other plans thanks to the return of Joe Sakic after his 1-game suspension. Sakic, 70 points in 51 career playoff games. Yeah, you know he's back. First period, Peter Forsberg behind the net. He feeds Kamensky, and just like that, it's 1-0 for Colorado. It was going to be a long, long night. A little bit later on, check out Forsberg. He dances into the Avs end here. Nice little move. Slides it by Cujo. That made it 2-0. And the route was on. Hey, the coach, yeah, you know it. I could use a drink, you know it. Game, little chippy at times. Sakic gets the stick up on Marchand. That got him too. Oilers having a tough time beating Waugh on this night. He makes a nice save on Hamrlik to start the period, but the Oilers finally do solve him a little bit later on in the power play. Mironov will get it over to Guerin. Watch the slap shot. That made it 2-1. But before they can finish the celebration and blink, the Avs strike right back. Shorthanded, Forsberg to Sakic in all alone. Is that sweet? He beats Cujo. It's 3-1. Patrick, you know he's happy about it. Yeah, then Forsberg works his magic again. He finds Sakic. He beats Joseph. It's 4-1. Cujo's night, it's over. You're out of there. He's replaced by Bob Essenza. Early in the third, the Avs seal it. Kamensky converts the giveaway. Long night for Ron Lowe and his troops is finally over. Colorado wins it. Peter Forsberg has 4 goals and 3 assists in his first 2 games of this series. Colorado improves to 18-1-6 when Forsberg scores, and we'll have complete post-reaction a little bit later on in the show.
In game number 1, the Ottawa Senators pulled off the improbable as they beat the New Jersey Devils in overtime. Now, I know they split their season series, and perhaps we were underestimating Ottawa somewhat, but having said that, didn't you get the feeling that the Devils' talent would eventually overcome? After game 1, Jacques Lemaire said the Devils played awful. Instead of giving the Senators any credit, the Sens must have gotten wind of that comment. 3.5 minutes in, Alexei Yashin will feed Chris Murray, He roofs it on Martin Brodeur. It's 1-0 Ottawa. But the Devils respond, working with a 4-on-3 advantage. Brendan Morrison to Dougie Gilmour to Dave Andreychuk. We've seen that a few times. We got ourselves a 1-1 game. The Devils keep coming, but Rhodes isn't open for business. Second period, Doug Bodger with the shot. Rhodes makes the save. Randy McKay rattles the iron. Andreychuk's there for the rebound. Rhodes is going the wrong way. He throws the leg out and gets a piece of it. That's a great save. Doug Gilmour has been on every Devils point in the playoffs, and the Sens make sure they give him the rough ride. But these are the playoffs. He's going to tough it out. He follows the play in. Scott Niedermayer will find him with 1:02 left in the second period. It's 2-1 Jersey. Third period, the Senators throwing everything at the Devils. Igor Kravchuk with some fancy stick work around the net. He sends it out in front. Martin Brodeur is down, but he makes the save. The Devils had an empty netter to seal the 3-1 victory, but the Sens don't go quietly as the buzzer goes. So do some knuckles. The Devils head to Ottawa with a split. Dougie Gilmour has points on all 4 Devils goals in the first 2 games. He has been on fire. Martin Brodeur made 27 saves for the win. He improves to 9-2-4 this season following a loss. Afterwards, Doug Gilmour was talking about his series so far and how everybody has to contribute.
When the playoffs started, you count on everybody, and we said it before, the guys that are counted upon to score and set up plays have to go out and do that.
I was watching Dougie playing in the second period, and I felt that he's in the zone where he wanted the puck. He came back to our zone, get the puck. He was taking the puck off our guys' sticks because he wanted to be the guy, and he was the guy tonight. And Dave Andreychuk had a solid effort. You know, sometimes Dave always puts the effort for the team, and sometimes when we lose, it's overlooked. But he's always there for the team, and it showed tonight.
The Dallas Stars went into Game 2 of their series with San Jose without Joe Nieuwendyk. As you know, Nieuwendyk tore up his knee in Game 1 and is gone for at least the next 2 weeks. It put all the pressure on Mike Modano, who was expected to pick up the offense. Brian Marchment, you know, public enemy #1 for his Game 1 check on Nieuwendyk. 1:25 in. Dallas on a power play. Lettinen backhands the rebound by Vernon. That made it 1-0 for the Stars. And then it's time for a little payback here. Bob Bassett just cranks Marchment. And later on, Mike Modano, he tries to rub out Marchment. Still in the first now. The Sharks scramble in their own end. Darian Hatcher scores on the big blast. You know, it takes a word man to sing a word song. So they say it in Calgary. 2-0 Dallas. In the second, Ragnarsson meets Modano. Now, he gets his stick up. Modano feels it, and the Stars just keep falling. Kent Hitchcock, he has seen this movie before. Modano leaves with a mild concussion, but it is not that serious. Later in the second, even though it looked serious, it wasn't that serious. Later in the second, Dallas presses. Dave Reed gets it to Verbeek. That's his first. 3-0 for the Stars. And the fans, yeah, they're going wild at Reunion Arena. In the third, Nolan crushes Ed Belford, trying to shake him up right there. Ludwig comes right to the rescue. Nolan pays the price for that. The final 5-2 for the Stars. The Dallas Stars went 4 for 14 on the power play. That was the difference. Ed Belford faced just 20 shots, stopping 19 for the win. And after the game, head coach Ken Hitchcock talked about the injury to Modano.
Modano had a slight concussion. He's fine. He was taken out of the third period for precautionary reasons only. He's ridden the bike and he's cleared to play on Sunday. And we have no other injuries to report other than Nieuwendyk and Adams.
On we go now to the Coyotes in the wings. Nikolai Habibulin shelled for 6 goals in game #1. The first period, 2-1 Coyotes scrambled in front. Habibulin robs Darren McCarty. The second period scored 3-1. Wings power play. Larry Murphy gives it away to JR. Roenick makes no mistake. It's 4-1 Coyotes. Minutes later, another Wings power play. Dmitry Mironov gives it away to JR. That's a sweet move. 5-1 Coyotes. The Wings answer. Matthew Dandino redirects a pass upstairs. The one-timer. That makes it 5-2 Phoenix. The Coyotes answer that. Keith Tkachuk whacks in the rebound. That makes it 6-2. The Wings respond to that. Sergei Fedorov, as he falls to the ice, 4 goals in 1:46. 6-3 Coyotes after 2 as the traditional octopus makes its appearance. Third period, more scoring. Dallas Drake to Rick Tocchet. Nice touch. Phoenix puts 7 goals on the board. Coyotes go on to win game number 2, 7-4. Detroit defensemen were turning the puck over in this game. Left, right, and center. The Wings did outshoot the Coyotes 38-28. Jeremy Roenick had 2 goals and 2 assists for Phoenix. This was the Wings' first home loss in their last 11 games.
Okay, Dutch, let's get on to the Sabres and the Flyers. Philly has got to find a way to beat Hasek. 5 minutes into the first, Dan McGillis moves in. Hasek with 1 stop. Lindros gets the rebound as he's falling. That made it 1-0. That's how you do it. Philadelphia playing physical on this one. John LeClair drills Verrata. Sean Burke coming up big on the 2-on-1. Stones Holzinger. A little bit later on, LeClair goes after Verrata, yada, yada, yada again. Hey, he was down for a while, but he did stay in the game. Was not hurt. Second period, Hasek cannot clear the puck. Chris Gratton makes him pay. Stick side, second of the playoffs, and that made it 2-0. 2.5 minutes into the third period, Matthew Barnaby just walks out. Grosek pops in the rebound, 2-1, and suddenly the Sabres were back in this thing. Buffalo keeps coming. This team just does not quit. Dixon Ward down a wing, rips it off the post. What a great shot, 2-all. Sabres trying to contain Lindros in this one. Zhitnik knocks him into the bench and then tries to keep him. No, you're not going to do that. Less than 4 minutes left. Flyers on the power play. Lindros feeds LeClair. No mistake. 3-2. And then things get just, a little chippy. Desjardins gets the hit, but Grosek butt ends him in the bench right there. Right in the chops. Grosek gets 4 minutes for that. Rob Ray's not too happy about it. Barnaby loses it. He's tossed. DeReza loses it too. Here's some choice words as the Sabres lose their cool and then lose the game. 3-2 is the final. The Flyers were just 1-11 on the power play. That's all they needed. Sean Burke made 25 saves for the win. Dutch?
On we go now to the Bruins and the Capitals. This was a good game as well. Peter Bondra with a tender ankle. Back in the Caps lineup on Friday, first period. Caps on the power play. Adam Oates to Phil Housley. To Esa Tikkanen. He puts it by Byron Dafoe. Second of the playoffs, it's 1-0. Later, Mark Tenorti's going after Ted Donato. He wants a piece of him. In jumps Kenny Baumgartner. Who says they don't fight in the playoffs? They start trading him. It was a pretty good tilt as they're checking the knuckles. 1-0 Caps after 1. We go to the second. Caps in tight. Kelly Miller all alone in front of Dafoe, but watch the stick save. Miller can't lift it up. Dafoe gets to paddle on it. Later, Bruins looking to get on the board. Steve Hines all alone in the slot. Are you kidding me? Kolzig robs him. Third period, Caps up 2-1. Boston in on the 2-on-1. P.J. Axelson, low shot by Kolzig. We're tied at 2. Late in the third, Bruins in the power play. There's a scramble in front of Ole the goalie. Darren Van Imp scoots in from the point, flips home the loose puck. Bruins up 3-2. Under a minute left in the game. Kolzig on the bench. Extra man. Sergei Gonchar with the point shot. He scores. 36 seconds left. We're going to OT. In fact, we went to double overtime. 54 seconds in. Jason Allison to Van Imp. He beats Kolzig. Bruins win it 4-3. The series is now tied up at 1 apiece. This was the 6th straight playoff overtime loss for the Caps, and 3 of them have come on April the 24th. That's some pretty weird stuff. Jason Allison had a goal and 2 assists for Boston. Okay, we have to take a short break, but still to come on the desk, the Jays welcome.
Ahead on TSN Sports Desk. The Oilers were looking for a break in Game 3 with the Avalanche, but not that kind of a break. While the Senators are a big hit in Game 3 with the Devils. Did Pat and the Bruins get burned in their game with the Capitals? The Coyotes were comeback crazy in Phoenix. It was Demolition Derby Day at the NASCAR event at Talladega, while Villeneuve was ready to maneuver his way onto the podium at the San Marino Grand Prix. The Blue Jays and White Sox battled with the elements in the Windy City. It was nothing but net a gain for Jordan against New Jersey. Laurie Kane was more than able on this week's stop on the LPGA Tour. Hey, we've got so much coming up, it's scary. So come just a little bit closer for a better look. Sports Desk is next.
If you're a serious hockey fan and your team is no longer around, then pick an underdog, jump aboard the postseason bandwagon because you don't want to miss all the fun. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Gino Retta.
And I'm David Pratt.
David, the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs are now in full swing, and we're beginning to see some rather unusual trends developing in postseason play.
Yeah, to say the least, you know. After the first 4 days of this year's NHL playoffs, the home team had won just 10 of the first 16 games played. In other words, so much for home ice advantage. Nevertheless, Saturday night, the Edmonton Oilers were looking for anything to help them deal with Peter Forsberg and the Colorado Avalanche. Yanni Niinema back after missing Game 2 with a concussion. After a big Game 2, Peter Forsberg getting lots of attention from the Oilers. But Forsberg keeps coming. Already 1-0 for the Avs. His pass gets deflected to Claude Lemieux. It's a power play goal, and just like that, it's 2-0. Let's get out of the second period now. The Oilers get one back. Rem Murray feeds Mironov. Here comes the big shot. That made it 2-1. Just 3 minutes later, Colorado on the power play. Ozolinsh feeds Adam Deadmarsh the one-timer, and it's 3-1. The Oilers, they couldn't buy a break. Zelepukin on the breakaway, and he breaks his stick. Can you believe that? But they keep coming. Power play. Hamrlik's shot is tipped by Doug Weight, and that cut the lead to 3-2 after 2. But just 2 minutes into the third, Lemieux tips in the pass from Ozolinsh. But hold on. Is he in the crease? They go upstairs to review it. No question. I mean, no question his foot is in, but they call it a goal, and that made it 4-2. The Oilers, no quit here. They come back. Bill Guerin down the wing, blasts it through the 5-hole. That made it 4-3. Then just over a minute later, the Oilers dump it in. Should be an icing call, but there is no call here. The Avalanche are caught looking. Herkett gets the loose puck, feeds it to Buckberger. He fires it, and that made it 4-4. Hey, everybody, guess what? We're going to overtime. Less than 5 minutes to go in the first OT. 4-on-4. Joe Sakic down the wing. You've seen this movie before. Short side, Colorado wins it 5-4. Wow, what a game. Ozolinsh had 4 assists for the Avalanche. The Oilers lost all 3 regular season home games to Colorado this season, and now won in the playoffs. And after the game, Joe Sakic said even with a 2-goal lead, they knew the game was not over.
2-goal leads are really not very big, and they got a lot of speed, and they got a great hockey team, and every game's going to get tougher from here.
It's tough the way we lost it. Made a big mistake at their blue line and turned around in our net, and it's disappointing. We come back, we fought back hard. We have to quit getting 2-goal leads because it's an uphill battle from then on, but it's just a bad mistake and ended up in our net.
So I went to a number of playoff pools earlier this week, and I didn't see a lot of Ottawa Senators get chosen. That makes sense. Ottawa finished 8th in the East. They're up against the top-seeded Devils. So what are the chances? Well, you know what? Their chances are looking better every day. Series tied at 1 as they shifted to the Corel Center in Ottawa for Game 3. Stan Netzkash back after some minor knee surgery for Game 3. Sens get the early opportunity. Daniel Alfredsson thinks he scored. He's even celebrating, but Brodeur robbed him. Later, Devils on a bad change. Sergei Zoltak rips it off the iron. Doug Gilmour, a marked man after the first 2 games. Jenny Laukkanen just nails him. Damian Rhodes gets tested early and often. Devils shorthanded. Brian Rolston breaks in. Rhodes comes through with the big stop. Still scoreless after 1. But 36 seconds into the second, Steve Thomas shoots it. Rebound comes out to Bobby Carpenter, who converts. No chance for Rhodes on that, and it's 1-0 for the Devils. The Sens come back. Zoltak, another great opportunity. Beats Brodeur, but puts it off the iron. They keep on coming. On the power play, Laukkanen scores. Nice goal. Top shelf, 1-1 tie. The crowd is loving it. Third period, Alexei Yashin just gets drilled by Scott Stevens. Never saw him coming, but he would be heard from a little later. Sergei Zoltak gets another chance. Fires it. Brodeur gets a piece of it, goes wide. This one is going to overtime. A minute into the overtime period, Dave Andrechuk breaks in. Andrechuk beats Rhodes, but finds the iron. Seconds later, the Sens come back. Magnus Arvidsson sent alone. Lyle Oderline brings him down. Penalty shot? No, but a penalty, yes. Oderline gets 2 for holding. Sens go on the power play. A minute 19 later, Laukkanen feeds Alexei Yashin, who is the hero, as he beats Brodeur for the overtime winning goal. 2-1, your final score. Huge victory for the Sens. A huge performance by Damian Rhodes, who made 30 stops. The Sens now lead the series 2-1. And afterwards, Alexei Yashin says, you know what, everything just came together perfectly for his game winner in OT.
I got a good pass from Yanni Laukkanen, and it was right on the tape, so I shoot the puck
at the net, and finally it's went in. It's probably the greatest moment in my life so far.
There was a few like in the third period that I didn't see. I lost my stick, and Niedermeyer shot it. It happened to hit me. It just happened to be in the middle of the net. And things are going good right now. And, you know, I'm going to keep doing the same things to keep it going.
Teron Wilson and the Capitals in Boston without their 52-goal scorer, Peter Bondra, who's out with an ankle injury. Closing moments of the first period. Caps on the power play. Joe Juneau with the shot. Defoe can't control the rebound. Sergei Gonchar does, and it's 1-0 Washington. Second period, the Capitals break out on the 4-on-2. Dale Hunter drops it for Sergei Gonchar. Top of the slot. 5-hole, 2-0 for the Caps. Gonchar's fourth of the playoffs. But back come the Bruins. Sergei Samsonov plays a little give and go with Mike Sullivan. Leaving for Kyle McLaren. Wide open. Tucks it in. 2-1 Capitals after 2. Third period, Bruins on the power play. Ray Bourque puts it on net. Dmitry Kristich beautifully redirects it. Past Defoe, 2-all. To overtime for the second straight game. Bruins are buzzing. Kolzig with the save. Anson Carter, open net, can't convert. Bruins keep on pressing. Rob DeMaio working from behind the net. Goes in front. P.J. Axelson scores. Game's over. Bruins win an OT. Not really, because the official goes upstairs. Pat Burns can't believe it. I can't tell you what he says. Paul Dvorsky says no goal. Look at this. This is why. Taylor's toe is in the crease. That's brutal. As Burns will tell you, and as the fans in Boston will tell you. The second overtime period for the second straight game. Adam Oates from behind the net spots Joey Juneau all alone in front. He converts. Two former Bruins win the game for the Caps in a rather controversial final. 3-2. The Caps were outshot 54-27. Olaf Kolzig made 52 saves for the huge victory. So if you're a Bruins fan, it's a brutal call. If you're a fan of the Caps, hey, you'll take it.
Fortunately, they have that video review, and if I was going to make a change to it, I mean, if someone's in the crease who's not involved in the play, as far as I'm concerned, the goal should count. But you have to follow the rules, and we got a fortunate break, a couple of breaks actually in overtime. They had some power plays, and our goaltender and some of the penalty killers did an outstanding job.
Obviously, it's a big break. I mean, it is a rule, and it happens to everybody, but more so the way we played. I mean, they really took it to us, and to come out with a win is, you know, really lucky.
The Winnipeg Whiteout has moved to the Valley of the Sun. Game 3 of the Wings Coyotes. Total of 20 goals so far in this series, and Detroit adds that number in a hurry. Yzerman hits Fedorov 30 seconds into the game, and it's 1-0 Detroit. Just 31 seconds after that, the Wings strike again. Brendan Shanahan will poke at the loose puck here, and just like that, it's 2-0 for the Wings. But in the third, the momentum changes, and it changes in a hurry. Tepodowski puts one off Chris Osgood. Rick Tocchet picks up the rebound. Phoenix down by just one. And with that, the Coyotes start to howl. Watch this as Jeremy Roenick through the middle. He lets fly from the blue line. And Osgood cannot handle this shot. He has to watch as it goes into the net. It's all tied 2-2. So let the howling begin. And there was lots of it late in the game. Tepodowski off the faceoff through some traffic. Roenick gets his stick on this shot. Once they stop with the cheering, we'll get onto it here. Off the faceoff here. Watch as Roenick gets his stick on it. Phoenix takes the lead with that as the Wings feel like an anvil has been dropped on their heads. Coyotes 3-2 over Detroit. What a party in Phoenix. You gotta love it. Tepodowski had 3 assists for Phoenix. Jeremy Roenick's first goal Sunday was his 40th career playoff goal. On to the Stars and on to the Sharks. And some good news here. Mike Modano back in the lineup for Dallas. All you need to know about these fans is, well, they live in California. More on that later. Stars strike first on the power play. Zubov rips the point shot past Mike Vernon. That's his first of the playoffs. 1-0 for the Stars. This was with the turn of Eddie Belfort to San Jose. Trust me, you can never, ever go home. But Belfort responded. Joe Murphy, the one-timer here. Belfort will shut the door. Then Mike Vernon, he's also equal to the task. Modano walks right in, and Vernon is there. The Sharks even up the score. Watch this as Modano is cruising. John McClain takes him out. And then on the same play, Murphy to McClain. The first shot is stopped, but he puts in the rebound, and that made it 1-1. The Stars then start to come apart. Bob Bassett, he just goons it up with Brian Marchman. On the power play, Patrick Marleau will find Nolan. The one-timer here, he just rifles it. That made it 2-1 for the Sharks. And remember, kids, this is California. Joe Montana on hand for the game, and he did bring his magic. 3-1 here. Mike Rathje with the weak one-timer. Somehow, this will beat Belfour, and that made it 4-1. Dallas totally loses it here. Sean Burke pushed over Ed Belfour. He goes right after him. Belfour was tossed from this one as the Sharks go on to win it. 4-1 is the final. John McClain had a goal and 2 assists to lead the Sharks. The
Playoffs. See it. Live it. TSN.
We're glad you could drop in for this edition of TSN Sports Desk, and for that, we salute you. The Penguins trying to avoid a Canadiens lead in their series, while the Kings were looking for a big hit as they returned to Hollywood. It was Philly showing signs of frustration in Game 3, while the Sabres were marching to a different tune. With the Cavs stumble to a series win over the Pacers, it's nice to be McDice, unless you live in San Antonio. Rocket Roger was firing on all cylinders in New York, while Carlos Perez was hoping for no Big Mac attack in St. Louis. It wasn't a great race for some at the Bosch Spark Plug Grand Prix. And then, our plays of the week will have you jumping for joy, so don't throw a tantrum. You're in good hands. Sort of. The Desk is next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to The Desk. The National Hockey League playoffs continue, and that's exactly where we begin. We're glad you tuned in. I'm Darren Detisha.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Dutch, only 3 Canadian teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year, but so far they're waving the Maple Leaf proudly.
Indeed they have. You know, as much as a return to Montreal conjures up images of the past, the cold hard reality for the Montreal Canadiens remained the same. Their goal scorers had to start scoring. Mark Recchi, Shane Corson, and Brian Savage had yet to tally in the series, and in 2 games, only had 13 shots between them. Jaromir Jagr hasn't scored in this series either, but he does have 4 assists. First period, 5 minutes in, Jagr down the wing. He rips one by Andy Moog, his first of the playoffs, and for that we get the mile-high salute, 1-0 Pens. More bad news for the Habs. Patrice Brisebois tries to hit Robert Long. He goes head first into the boards. He was down for a while, but Brisebois was able to get up with some help. He did return to the game. Now, finally, late in the period, Montreal gets it going. Vinny Danfus to Brian Savage to Martin Raczynski all alone in front. He rifles it upstairs on Barrasso. The game is tied at 1. Even though it was a penalty-filled first period, neither team could convert with a man advantage, and that may prove to be the difference. Second period, Habs in the power play. Could they get it done? Danfus to Corson in front. He shoots and scores his first of the playoffs. Montreal up 2-1. Let's flash back to Game 1 in Pittsburgh. Alexei Morozov with a penalty shot on Moog. He goes to the backhander, denied. Back to Game 3, second period, Morozov tries the exact same move on Moog, and again, Morozov denied. The Canadiens getting stronger with each period played, and in the third, a beautiful goal. Recchi to Corson, who finishes it off. His second of the game, 3-1 Montreal. They lead the series 2-1. Mark Recchi and Vincent Danfus each had 2 assists for the Canadiens. Shane Corson also played an outstanding hockey game. Pittsburgh 0 for 6 on the power play, and the Penguins were held to just 20 shots on net after the game. Vinny Danfus said Montreal's aggressiveness was the key.
We hit their defense, hit the guys that were there to hit. We didn't pass the hit when we had a chance, and the big guys did the job. Turner, Scott Thornton, Corson, all those big rough forwards played real well.
Nothing we can do about this game now. I mean, it's over and done with. You know, we're down 2 on the series. We know the situation we're in, and you know, we've got to get focused and ready for Game 4. I mean, right now that's the critical one, and you know, we've got to make some adjustments. Obviously, when you don't win, it's not good enough, and you've got to find a way to win a hockey game.
We quit with the body checking. That's what probably cost us the hockey game, you know, because we give away some good chances to them and they score.
With 5 underdogs leading their respective series, this year's playoffs have been anything but predictable. But one series that has held true to form is the battle in the West between the Blues and the Kings. St. Louis has looked impressive with a pair of wins at home, while the Kings were looking for their first win of the series in what would be their first home playoff game in 5 years. Larry Robinson going back to Jamie Storr for Game 3 after 25 saves in Game 2. First period, the Kings take the body. Luc Robitaille runs Terry Yake into the boards. Just a sign of things to come on the power play. Duchesne to Brett Hull in the slot, but Jamie Storr comes up with the big save, and the Kings would continue to take the body. Glenn Murray runs over Chris Pronger. Now some more hitting. Ian LaPerriere hits Pronger behind the net. The Kings keep it in. It's Steve McKenna with the pass over to Ray Ferraro. LaPerriere just gets a piece of it, and it's 1-0 for the Kings. Another weird one late in the period. Kings on the power play. Fuhrer with the bad clearing attempt. Robitaille fires it at the net. Yannick Perreault deflects it. It goes in, and LaPerriere says nice one. It's 2-0 after 1. Second period, as a result of a rough play, LaPerriere has to get his nose fixed. How'd you like to have that happen to you? Third period, it's 3-0. Jeff Courtnall nails Jamie Storr beside the net, and his head hits the crossbar. O'Donnell goes after Courtnall, and O'Donnell winds up with a 5-minute major for fighting. A 5-minute power play for St. Louis. What a brutal call. The Blues already scored once on this power play. Then Jim Campbell feeds Brett Hull. Another power play goal cuts the lead to 3-2. Same power play. Al MacInnis with the shot. This one's going to get tipped in front by Pierre Turgeon, and the Blues tie it on 3 power play goals. Larry Robinson stunned that this game is tied. Still on the same power play off the faceoff. It's Duchesne with the shot from the point. Terry Yake jumps on the rebound, and incredibly, the Blues lead 4-3. Storr played well, but he was victimized. 4-3 was the final. The 4 power play goals equal an NHL playoff record, with most power play goals by one team in one period. Pronger and MacInnis, meanwhile, each had 1 assist.
What a horrendous call against the Kings. You know, they are big, they are physical, but the Philadelphia Flyers are also in trouble. Through the first 2 games of this series with the Sabres, it has become obvious they are having a very hard time dealing with Buffalo's team speed. Now, Peter Swoboda back in the Flyers lineup after that scary incident in game number 1, but the Sabres got Mike Pekka back from his knee injury. Sabres get started early on. The puck takes a kind Sabre bounce right to Miroslav Shaitan. He scores. It's 1-0 Buffalo. This one was nasty at times. Luke Richardson gives Dixon Ward the lumber. The Flyers, though, can't beat Hasek. Roddy Brind'Amour, the open net, he can't lift it upstairs. Lindros and Leclerc then both in the box. Just as they get out of the penalty box, Matthew Barnaby goes to work. Barnaby with a sweet pass to Michael Grosek, who goes shelf. It's 2-0 Sabres. More from Dominic Hasek. Eric Desjardins, he walks right in, but he can't beat the Dominator. 3-0 Sabres. They keep coming. Short-handed. Wayne Primo, who's had a good series, he's stopped. Daryl Shannon's there. He bangs in the rebound. It's 4-0 Buffalo. Still short-handed. Dixon Ward with the steal. He feeds Brian Holzinger. And look at the lumber. He catches all of it, wires it home. 4 goals and 9 shots for the Sabres in the second. That makes it 5-0. The Sabres and their fans going cup crazy as they absolutely embarrass Philadelphia 6-1. Jason Woolley and Dixon Ward each had 2 assists apiece. Now the Sabres scored 4 goals on special teams. 2 short-handed, 2 on the power play. Right now, Buffalo is playing very, very well, both offensively and defensively.
They're a big overall team, probably the biggest team in the league, I think. And so part of our job is, because everyone knows how good Dom is, and if he's going to see the puck, he's going to stop it. You know, we have to clear the lanes, let him see things, and it's not always that easy, but that's what we try to do.
We didn't play well off the bat. You know, the first period we got away with only being down by 1. And all night long, we, you know, it was a struggle out there. But it's game 3, and we knew it wasn't going to be easy. But at the same time, we got to face adversity a whole lot better than what we did tonight.
The National Hockey League playoffs return to TSN on Tuesday as the Phoenix Coyotes play host to the Detroit Red Wings, as the defending Stanley Cup champs are in danger of going down 3-1 in their best-of-7 series. Now, contrary to the atmosphere in Phoenix, I don't think the Red Wings are ready to wave the white flag as of yet. Still to come on the desk, it's NBA playoff.
on the desk how sweet it is for Daniel Alfredsson and the Sens. The Oilers are still looking for a way to stop Forsberg. Could the Red Wings handle the Heat in Phoenix? The Capitals were sticking it to the Bruins again. Would the Sharks be seeing stars against Dallas? It was a black day for Craig Hartsburg in Chicago, while Canadian teams say, read my lips. No taxes. Charles Oakley and the Knicks were going all out against the Heat, while the Yankees were reaching back for that little extra against the Blue Jays. The big unit was still looking for his first win against the Royals. Been on your feet all day and need a break? Let Sports Desk help relax you. Take a load off. No buts about it. We got all the hits. The desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. You know, the great thing about the NHL playoffs is that the improbable often happens. We're glad you tuned in. I'm Darren DeTitian.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Darren, the Ottawa Senators had to wait until the final week of the regular season to clinch a playoff spot. Now they're ready to shock the hockey world.
And that is exactly where we start. David versus Goliath, a modern-day Cinderella. The cliches are being liberally applied to the Ottawa Senators, and they are deserving of every one. A decided underdog going into their series with New Jersey, the Senators, much to their credit, have simply been the better of the two teams. Damian Rhodes leads all goaltenders in the playoffs with a 1.28 goals against average, and he's tested early and often in this one, shorthanded. Dennis Peterson breaks in, he scores. It's 1-0 Jersey. The Devils keep it coming. Lyle Odeline with a point shot. Bobby Carpenter tries to bury the rebound, but he rattles it off the post. Moments later, Bobby Holik left all alone in front. He gets a couple of whacks at it, but look at Rhodes. He was sensational. And late in the period, Scott Stevens with a horrible pass up the middle. Picked up by Alfredsson. He beats Martin Brodeur stick side. We're tied at 1, and Stevens is left to ponder that costly pass. The second period, the Sens come out flying. Sean McEachran controlling the puck with one hand on the stick. He feeds Alfredsson for his second of the game, 2-1 Ottawa. Then the Devils try and stir things up. Christoph Oliva hammers Jani Laukkanen into the boards. What a hit. Laukkanen was okay. All it did was fire up the Sens. Later in the power play, mad scramble. Jason York steps into one. His first career playoff goal. It is 3-1 Ottawa. Then it's Alfredsson again. Down the wing. He goes 5-hole on Brodeur. Alfredsson with a hat trick. 4-1 Ottawa in control. At least we thought. Then Scott Stevens skates over center. He shoots it at the net. Somehow it gets by Rhodes. The lead's cut to 4-2. With the score 4-3, time winding down. Dougie Gilmour in the slot, denied by Rhodes. The Sens hang on to win a wild 1. 4-3 is the final. They now lead the series 3-1 and can wrap it up in Jersey. Alfredsson's hat trick was the first by a Senator at the Corral Center this season. Afterwards, he said, now it really gets tough.
To win the fourth one, as I said, it's the toughest one, so we got a lot of work to do, but I mean, we're giving ourselves a chance here, and we just got to go out and play the same way.
This team is playing with a lot of confidence. They're playing probably their best hockey that they played all year.
You know, we're spending time in the penalty box, and I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. You know, we're gonna have to really be focused and, you know, do something different about this, because you know, it's keep hurting us.
They say that Game 4 is always the biggest game in any 7-game series, and if the Edmonton Oilers were going to get back into their series with the Avs, they would need to get off to a better start. The Oilers have fallen behind in all 3 games to this point and were only able to complete the comeback in Game 1. Edmonton would also need a big game from Curtis Joseph. He's looked very ordinary, giving up 11 goals in 3 games. In the other net, it was Patrick Waugh going after career playoff victory number 99. Oiler fans getting the finishing touches for Game 4. This one gets off to a real physical start. Kelly Buchberger with his head down. Peter Forsberg comes up with the big hit right at center ice. I bet you Don Cherry loves that. Patrick Waugh gets started in the first. Scott Fraser in close, but Waugh gets the blocker down. But the Oil would draw first blood. Doug Waite, the great cross-ice pass over to Ryan Smith. A power play goal. 1-0 for the Oil. But 17 seconds later, Claude Lemieux's shot goes wide, but his centering pass finds Peter Forsberg. It's his 5th goal of the playoffs. Ron Lowe not too happy, 1-1 after 1 second period. The goalies take over. Curtis Joseph with a big rebound. Kamensky the move. Cujo the save, but Waugh had an answer. Bill Guerin slips by the D. Waugh sticks out the pad. We're still tied after 2. These guys having a good time. Obviously, they're not too bright. The Oilers keep the pressure coming. Guerin from point-blank range. Smith cannot get to the loose puck, but the tie is finally broken in the 3rd period. It's Forsberg to Claude Lemieux down the right wing. He fires one to the far post. It's his 73rd career playoff goal. That's a guy we love to hate, but he gets it done. 2-1. The Oilers don't quit, though. Rem Murray with the wraparound, then the scramble in front, but the Oilers would come up short. The Avs add an empty netter. The Oil go back to Colorado down 3-1. The Avs win this one 3-1. Forsberg had 2 goals and 1 assist. That gives him 11 points to lead all playoff scorers. Patrick Waugh, meanwhile, had 26 saves for his 99th career playoff victory. After the game, we had a chance to talk to Doug Weight, and he was obviously disappointed with the outcome.
I don't think they had many chances on turnovers, and they get one both games, and they win it, and it sucks. And I don't know what to tell you. I mean, obviously, I'm pissed off. I'm down. I'm upset about it, but we're not dead. I mean, hey, like I say, when you're in every game, anything can happen, and we got a lot of hard-working guys here, so we're going to keep working.
The whole team worked really hard tonight, and I think that we got the goal. I think, the other Lions had a couple of great chances too. They could have got a couple of goals, and I think it was really a team effort tonight, and Patrick was really on too.
Game 4, the Wings and the Coyotes. Chris Draper returning from a knee injury. Phoenix strikes first. Power play. Rick Tocchet sneaks one past Osgood. Weak goal. That's his 5th of the series. It's 1-0. The Coyotes keep coming. Short-handed. Keith Tkachuk on the breakaway. Osgood with an enormous save. Still in the 1st period. Another short-handed chance. This time Norman McIver's robbed by Osgood. 2nd period, Brendan Shanahan with a shot. Igor Larionov, he's all over the rebound. That ties the game up at 1. 3 minutes later, great work by the Wings behind the net. Fedorov feeds Slava Kozlov. It's 2-1. Bad news for the Coyotes. Nikolai Habibulin leaves with a groin pull. He will be reevaluated on Wednesday. Dying seconds of the period. Jamie McCowan pops in a rebound just before the buzzer. 3-1 after 2. 3rd period. Detroit continues to roll. Nicholas Lidstrom with a blast from the wing. 4-1 Red Wings. Tempers then flare near the end of the game. The Coyotes a little frustrated as they drop this one 4-2. The defending champs are very much alive. Brendan Shanahan with a couple of helpers. Chris Osgood with 32 saves. The Wings, even the series, heading home at 2 games apiece.
All right, to the Stars and Sharks. Eddie Belfour looking to recover after a disastrous Game 3. 1st period, it's Marcus Ragnarsson. His point shot is stopped. Murray Craven misses on the doorstep. Joe Murphy is also stopped. There would be a lot of saves in this one. Sharks come out fired up. Dave Lowry rocks Daryl Sador up against the glass, but the Sharks can't beat Belfour. Patrick Marleau coming in down the left wing. He cuts in front. Belfour's there to make the save as Jeff Friesen crashes into the open net. We're scoreless after 1. 2nd period, it's Marleau again with the steal. Nice behind-the-back pass to Owen Nolan, but once again, Belfour is there. Belfour obviously not popular, and he is blanking the Sharks. Vernon, meanwhile, not tested until late in regulation. Under 10 seconds left in this one. Verbeek centers to Dave Reed. He can't bang it in. Neither can Benoit Hogue. So guess what? We are going to overtime. The goal judge wanting to be put to work in this game. 6.5 minutes in, the Stars can't clear the puck. Bernie Nichols from behind the net. He would feed it out in front to Andre Zuzin. Who? Andre Zuzin. He lets it go from the slot. That beats Eddie Belfour. The Sharks even the series is at 2 as the fans go crazy. 1-0 was your final. As for Zuzin, that was his 1st career playoff point. Mike Vernon, meanwhile, comes up with his 6th career playoff shutout.
On we go now to the Capitals and the Bruins. Chris Simon returns after missing 57 games with a shoulder injury. Simon in the thick of things. Kyle McLaren spins him down. Later on, Grant Ledyard drills Simon. Still in the 1st, 4-on-4 situation. The Bruins turn it over. Joey Juneau feeds Adam Oates. He picks up his 1st of the playoffs. It's 1-0 Washington. We go to the 2nd period. Dave Ellett pins Todd Krieger. Ellett gets the gate and ensuing Caps power play. The puck comes to Oates at the side of the net. It goes through Defoe. For the fourth time in 4 games, Washington leads it 2-0. Boston tries to bounce back. The mad scramble. Anson Carter denied by Ole the goalie in the third. Bruins pressing. Sergei Samsonov can't hit the target. Later on, Brendan Witt gets double-teamed. And I do mean drilled midway through the third. Boston gets caught in a line change. Ken Klee, that's a backbreaker. 3-zip Caps as Kolzig makes 38 saves for his first career playoff shutout. The Bruins are shut out in the playoffs for the first time since 1992. The Caps now lead it 3-1. It doesn't get much better than this. The National Hockey League playoffs return to TSN on Wednesday as the Philadelphia Flyers try to find themselves. Dominated in game number 3, Philly trails 2-1. Immediately following that contest, we will take you to Los Angeles as the Kings are in danger of being swept by St. Louis.
The Chicago Blackhawks made Craig...
Live it. TSN.
The hits just keep coming on this edition of The Desk as Jágr and the Pens finally break free against the Habs. The Blues trying to get a grip on a sweep of the Kings. Lindros tries to let his fist do the talking, but Barnaby turns from slugger to sniper for the Sabres. The Oilers look to Cujo for answers in Denver, while Akeem and the Rockets try to play a tune on the Jazz. Jordan is Jordan as the Bulls look to silence the Nets. Henkin is horrible as the Jays get a crown from the Royals, and they're at the post for post positions in Saturday's Kentucky Derby. For some soothing highlights, the show that really knocks you off your seat, and we're ready to take requests. TSN Sports Desk is coming up next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to The Desk. 1 week ago, the Stanley Cup playoffs began, and if we have learned anything, it's expect the unexpected. I'm Darren Detition. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver, and you're right, Dutch. It was a pivotal game 4 on 3 different fronts Wednesday night. You had the Habs trying to take a stranglehold against the Penguins in Montreal, right?
Yeah, desperation generally breeds good hockey, and with their series lying in the balance, the Pittsburgh Penguins were a desperate club. Down 2-1 and in Montreal, Kevin Constantine's team knew the time was now. They had to win game number 4 or face a quick trip out of the playoffs. Now, the Pens come out gunning just over 3 minutes in. Yuri Slager with the shot through traffic. It's tipped by Robbie Brown. It's 1-0 Pens. It's a power play goal. Minute and a half later, Vinny Danfus holding on to Jágr. He gets 2. Pens in the power play. Hatcher with the blast. It's 2-zip. If Kevin Hatcher was a ball player, he'd be out for the season. The Habs get one back, but then Brian Savage is drilled by Brad Wawrinka. Savage leaves us with a concussion. The Pens come back. Another power play. Jágr and Francis, we're going to give and go. It's 3-1. Less than 30 seconds left in the period. Pittsburgh shorthanded. Eddie Olczyk on the breakaway. 5-hole on Moog. It's 4-1 Pens after 1. 3 minutes into the second, Montreal power play. Quintal cops it up. Martin Strack is off. He goes shelf. That's a great shot. Another shorthanded goal. It's 5-1. That's all for Moog. In comes Jose Theodore. Penguins dominating everywhere. Darius Kasparaitis absolutely levels Jonas Högland. Less than 2 minutes into the third, Turner Stevenson feeds Mark Biro. That makes it 5-2. The Habs continue to press. Tom Barrasso draws the penalty on course, and the Penguins, they may be playing dead, but they're alive in this series with a 6-3 victory. Ron Francis had 3 assists for the Penguins. The Pens scored 5 special team goals, 3 on the power play, 2 shorthanded, and Vinny Danfus said it was over early.
Right in the first period, they scored, I think, 3 power play, 1 shorthanded, and made the difference. Special team won the game for us in the third game, first game, the Molson Center, and tonight it was the opposite.
Special teams were obviously a key tonight for us, and you know, they have been all year. We've been struggling so far in the series, but tonight the power play was there to generate some goals, and you know, anytime you can get production from your penalty unit, that's a big bonus for us, and you know, help win us a hockey game.
Well, the LA Kings played a pretty solid 57 minutes against the Blues on Monday night. Too bad about those other 3 minutes in the third, right? You've seen the highlights by now. 4 goals over a span of 3 minutes and 7 seconds on a 5-minute major power play. Blues won it 4-3, and they had the brooms out on Wednesday looking for the sweep, and Jamie Storr suffering from post-concussion syndrome, so Facet gets the start. He was shredded in Game 1, and he was tested early in this one. Steve Duchesne with a nice move, but Facet the save. And then on the play, Jeff Cornwell gets a little payback here from Rob Blake after that wicked blow on Storr. Second period, Kings work it out to Luc Robitaille, point blank, but Grant Fuhr has been very solid in this series. Then the Blues send it down the ice. Facet comes way out to play it, misses the puck. There's Duchesne, can't recover for the gimme. Close call. Third period, 1-0 Blues. And here's the killer here. Conroy over the line, takes a shot from a weak angle and gets one to go off the knob and in. That hurts. 2-0 St. Louis, but the Kings battle back. Aki Berg tees it up. The rebound to Joseph Stumpel gets his first of the series, 2-1. Then Kings pressing. The point shot redirected by Glenn Murray. The puck goes in. The light goes on. The ref says no. The ref said I blew the whistle before it crossed the line, which it did. Larry Robinson's thinking, I have seen it all now in this series, and he'll be seeing it all on TV from here on out because the Blues win it. The Kings are done. Grant Fuhr makes 34 saves as the St. Louis Blues win Game 4 and sweep the series in 4 straight. But you know what? Even in defeat, Larry Robinson wasn't going to point the finger at the referee. He was classy.
Officiating is a hell of a tough job, and I'm not going to say it's an easy job. And you know, you can pick them apart every game and say they should have done this and should have called that. And so I'm not going to start now.
Both games are disappointing. I mean, I really believe that goal was in. So, you know, you work this hard, and you got to work for every inch you get. And it's too bad they can't ask for another second opinion because from where we were and from the replay, that goal was in. And it's 2-2. We'd still be playing right now.
The Buffalo Sabres boast the best goalie in the National Hockey League. We all know that. But after Dominik Hasek, they don't have what you would call a marquee player. But as a team, they are formidable indeed. Through the first 3 games of their series with the Flyers, Lindy Ruff has rolled out 4 lines and 6 defensemen. Roger Nielsen has been forced to go with some 8 forwards and 5 defensemen. His team just can't keep up. John LeClaire and Eric Lindros, they don't want to be embarrassed in back-to-back games. First period, Alexei Zhitnik goes after the Big E, but Lindros not phased. The Flyers try to get an early jump. Mike Sillinger, he's got a great chance, but Hasek denies him. Meanwhile, Sean Burt gets the nod. That's Bobby Clark's decision. And the Sabres threat. Mike Pekka gets it out front. The Dixon Ward. It's 1-0 Buffalo. Still in the first. Buffalo power play. Brian Holzinger to Miroslav Shetan. He beats Burke. The fans go wild at Marine Midland. It's 2-0 Buffalo. Second period. Matthew Barnaby gets hauled down by Svoboda, but Barnaby gets up and deposits his first. It's 3-0 Sabres, and Ronnie Hextall remains on the bench. Then the Flyers defense disappears. Holzinger, he walks in, pots the Sabres' third power play marker. They are absolutely smoking. It's 4-0 Buffalo all game. The fans were on Lindros, and the Big E tries to take things into his own hands. Mike Wilson on the receiving end. The fans continue to give Lindros a hard time as Philly appears to be headed for the Lynx. 4-1 is the final. Dominik Hasek, 44 saves as the Flyers outshot the Sabres 45-20. The Flyers were 0 for 6 in the power play. They're now 2 for 28 in the series. The Sabres are 6 for 22. Now Philadelphia didn't show up, including their goaltending.
It's frustrating. You know, the guys played well. We had some chances, and then they capitalize on the couple chances they have, so it's frustrating.
The desperation's got to push through and make us and force us actually to go as hard as we can. We got to bring everything to the table next game. Otherwise, it's going to be a long summer where you got to have no one to blame but ourselves and look in the mirror at you know, we have one more chance here to get things going, and then you build off that.
Of course, it's great to see, you know, my teammates score so many goals and play such a great game, at least for the first 30 minutes. You know, it takes the pressure from me, you know, and once we were up 4 goals,
it's almost the fun to play, you know, like you don't, it's, you know, even if we give up 1 or 2 goals, nothing can happen.
And coming up, the mailman was ready to deliver for the Jacks.
Keeping the dream alive leads to 7 nights of genuine sudden death. The Stanley Cup playoffs. See it, live it, TSN.
Ahead on the desk, the Avs try to bury the Oilers for good, while the Devils are looking for an afterlife against the Sens. Fedorov tries to put the Wings in flight against the Coyotes, while things are getting nasty between the Sharks and the Stars. The T-Wolves are hungry for a sonic boom against Seattle, while the Heat and the Knicks are fighting again. Guzman is out of control as the Jays face the Royals, while Griffey is dialing long D against the Yankees. The Ruffies cut Reggie some slack as they give him a new deal, having a bad hair day or having a bad face day. Hey, wake up, or we'll tell your teacher. The desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. The National Hockey League playoffs continue. So where else can we begin? I'm Darren Detishin. We're glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Dave, the scenario was quite simple for the Edmonton Oilers, and that was win. Nothing else but win.
Yeah, that's right. You know, things had gotten so bad for the Edmonton Oilers lately, falling down 3-1. Some were even suggesting benching Curtis Joseph. True, he had not exactly stood on his head to this point in the series, but you go was brought to you, right, Dutch? You know that. And Cujo was quite capable of bringing the Oilers back to Edmonton for a Game 6 in this series. But first, he had to get past Game 5. He had to steal one, which he has not done yet in this series, but he was ready for this one. First period, Kaminski gets the shot off. Cujo the save. Rebound to Ozelinch. Cujo the save. But later in the period, Avalanche on a delayed penalty, and the Oilers seem to pause here. Fitzgerald to Steph Yell, look out, it's a breakaway. He moves right in and scores. 1-0 Avalanche after 1. And second period, Cujo was getting some help here. Uwe Krupp's point shot goes off of both posts and out. It stayed 1-0 through 2. So it was simple for the Oilers. They needed 2 in the third at least, or it was over. Early in the third, they get a power play. Ryan Smith is going to be stopped by Patrick Roy, but the big rebound is blasted home by Bill Guerin. We're tied at 1. Then later in the period, some great work behind the net by Zelapukin and Greer. Greer throws it in front and somehow gets it to go. There's the 2 goals. Oilers lead by 1, and Cujo remains solid. Krupp's shot is stopped. The rebound, Deadmarsh can't find it. Then left about a minute left. Colorado was all over them. They clear the puck, but Roy was headed to the bench, doesn't play it, thinking that's going to be icing. No, sir. Great work by Greer, who beats Krupp off the puck and then tucks it home for a great empty netter, and that seals the deal. Edmonton will play another day back at home on Saturday night after a 3-1 win in Denver. As for Cujo, makes 30 saves, looking pretty steady for the Oilers. Patrick Roy also made 30 stops, but he was denied the 100th playoff win of his career. As mentioned, Game 6 is Saturday in Edmonton, and that's because these guys played like they had nothing to lose.
You get backed in a corner a little bit, and you know, you come out swinging, and I think we did that. And you know, it may have been the 5th game for them, but it was the 7th game for us.
I knew they were going to play well today and not giving us anything. I mean, they had to go back in Edmonton anyhow. Then they probably wanted to go with us.
I think everyone's just a little bit more intense out there, and it may be bearing down a little bit. It's do or die every game out here. So you're just going out there and you're just giving it all, and you don't want to let your teammates down. So every shift, you're just playing as hard as you can.
The Coliseum's going to be rocking. Now, motivation can come in many forms, but perhaps the best is fear itself. Fighting for their playoff lives, the New Jersey Devils returned home. Their 48 victories and 107 regular season points, a distant memory. Determined to extend this series, they had to prove themselves on the ice because this was bigger than a hockey game. This was elimination. Damian Rhodes can backstop the Senators to their first modern-day playoff series victory. Right away, Sean Van Allen sets the tone. He cranks Brendan Morrison, but the Devils get the man advantage. Morrison feeds Dougie Gilmour off the pipe later in the first. Sends press back to the prospect. Spots Chris Phillips. He hits the iron. Then Van Allen wreaks more havoc. Dave Andreychuk, he retaliates. He gets the gate. Ensuing Senators power play. Martin Brodeur with a great play. He outlets it off the glass. Brian Rolston turns on the Jets. He goes to the backhander, a shorthanded goal. It's 1-0 Jersey. Second period. Sens look to pull even. Magnus Arvidsson sent it all alone. Brodeur gets a piece of it. Then on a Devils man advantage, Lyle Odeline with a shot. It goes off Phillips and in. It's 2-zip Jersey. Then late in the second, Bruce Gardner denied by the poke check. Midway through the third, Ottawa keeps pressing. Igor Kravchuk finally beats Brodeur. That's his first. That makes it 2-1 for the Devils. But just over a minute later, Dougie Gilmour left all alone. That's a killer for the Senators. New Jersey lives to fight another day as the Devils forced Game 6 with a 3-1 victory. Martin Brodeur made 22 saves. He also had an assist on Wolston's goal. Game 6 goes Saturday night in Ottawa for the Devils. The difference was jumping out to that 2-0 lead.
When you get goals, the attitude change, and you could see it on the bench. The guys, they go on the ice, they feel good, they feel better. They feel to play and have fun.
I tried not to stay tight, nervous, but again, just focused to the point that we knew what we had to do.
The game's over with now. We're going to learn from this game, and we're going to regroup ourselves. And you know, we still got the lead, so I mean, we got to keep our head, our confidence with us, and we'll go to the next game and try and win it then.
Elsewhere, they had the Octopi ready to go in Detroit. Game 5 between the Coyotes and the Red Wings. And with Nikolai Habibulin out with that groin injury, Jimmy Waite gets the starts for Phoenix. And in the first, Waite was tested early. Fedorov to Kozlov for a quick one-timer. But Waite gets him with the big save. Unfortunately for him, his team lets him down here with a bad clearing attempt. Kozlov is eventually going to tee this one up. Holmstrom got a piece on the way through, and it's 1-0 Detroit. Tocchet tied it at 1, but Detroit comes right back. Kozlov again has that Coyotes D all turned around, and Slava snaps it top shelf far side 2-1 after 1. And just 1 minute into the second, 1 minute in, Phoenix is in trouble again. Fedorov cuts in front, makes a nice little move, and scores. 3-1 Wings. Then things get a little testy here as Darren McCarty drives Norm McIver head first into the boards. No call, even though over on that Coyotes bench, Jim Schoenfeld had a call or two, and he had a thing to say about that. This series has been nasty. A lot of bad blood in this one. Roenick drills McCarty for a little payback there. Then Brendan Shanahan, look at this hit on Tverdovsky. That's a good clean hit right there. But up on the scoreboard where it counted, it was 3-1 final. After falling behind, Detroit has regained the lead in this series, and they are in the driver's seat. Holmstrom and Kozlov each have a goal and an assist. Phoenix was outshot 27-18. Wings lead the series 3-2, but Chris Draper says they are not going to get caught taking Phoenix lightly.
They're a dangerous hockey club when they can wheel through the neutral zone, build up some speed. You know, guys like Roenick, Tkachuk, you know, a playmaker like Craig Janney, you know, those guys thrive on time, and that's something that we want to take away from them. And, you know, the last couple games we've been able to do that.
Home is where the heart is for both the San Jose Sharks and the Dallas Stars. So far, it works like this. If you're at home, you win. Dallas was hoping the trend would continue. The Stars, Craig Ludwig, putting Sean Burr on his wallet and welcome to Texas. Burr then tries to retaliate by cutting Brian Skrudlin in half. It didn't work. Dallas would hit pay dirt with 10 minutes remaining in the period. The loose puck ends up in front. Mike Modano scores. It's 1-0 for the Stars, but the second period paints a different picture. San Jose with a man advantage. Some nice passing. John McLean to Bernie Nichols, back to McLean. We're all tied up. Then only 8 seconds later, Ron Sutter with a great steal. He lets it go just like that. It's 2-1 Sharks, but the Stars fight back. Tied at 2 in the third. Daryl Sador hits Mike Modano, cutting through the slot. But Mike Vernon wants him to go upstairs to check if Jamie Langenbrunner was in the crease. Was he or wasn't he? It does not matter. Kerry Fraser lets the goal stand. The Sharks bench is furious. That proved to be the winner as Dallas takes a bite out of San Jose. 3-2 the final. Mike Modano's first period goal snapped Mike Vernon's shutout streak of 142 minutes. Jamie Langenbrunner had 2 assists for the Stars. Game 6 will go Saturday night in San Jose. Afterwards, Mike Vernon was extremely upset with a game-winning goal.
They'll slap his wrist maybe and say that maybe it was a bad call or maybe next time or whatever. But as a result, the Sharks are down now. In a playoff game it was very important. We haven't won in this building, and we're 2-2 going into the third period. That's probably the best game we've had in here since the playoffs. And you know, carpet was pulled right from underneath our feet.
Up next on the desk, Porter and the T-Wolves are on target against the...
For Saturday with Graham Leggett, only on TSN.
On the desk, the Habs are road warriors against the Penguins. Push comes to shove as the Sabres try to ground the Flyers. Allison and the Bruins go for gold against goalie to goalie. The Oilers are still alive and playing ping pong in Edmonton, while the Senators hope some home cooking gets them past the Devils. The Rockets and the Jazz go head-to-head in Game 4. Tyson Holyfield, it wasn't, but the NBA still hands out suspensions. Andrews and the Expos dial long distance against the Diamondbacks. It's an uphill battle for the Mariners against the Tigers, while Donko Jones is in the swing of things at the LPGA Title Holders Championship. Indian Charlie leads the field in Saturday's Run for the Roses. Hey, we've got all the highlights covered. Sports Desk is guaranteed to blow you away, and it's coming up next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. Heated is the best way to describe the playoffs as two more teams are facing elimination. I'm Darren Detition. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver. And Dutch, those Montreal Canadiens and the Pittsburgh Penguins, they've been trading them back and forth. Game 5 back in Pittsburgh on Friday night, right?
And that is exactly where we will begin. Almost even in their ability, there is very little to choose from between the Montreal Canadiens and the Pittsburgh Penguins. Reduced to a best-of-3 with 2 victories apiece, this has become a battle of wills. And one had to wonder about the Habs with Stefan Quintal and Brian Savage out due to injury. Would it tip the scales in favor of the Pens? Well, Montreal counters with Saku Koivu. He's back in the lineup. First period, Koivu. How's the hand? Wires a bullet. Tommy Barrasso makes the save. Later, the Habs at it again. Vladimir Malikov to Mark Recchi. Barrasso looking good. Darius Kasparaitis up to his old tricks on Turner Stevenson at the other end. Alex Hicks centers to Robert Long, but Andy Moog equal to the task. Then Hicks is sent in all alone. Big save, Moog. It's scoreless after one period. The injury bug continues for Montreal. Scott Thornton gets butt-ended in the face. He's taken off the ice. Seconds later, Kevin Hatcher rubs Benoit Brunet into the boards. He's shaken up. He'd go to the dressing room. But the Habs won't be intimidated. Vinny Damphousse centers the puck. Patrice Brisebois fires home the rebound. Montreal's up 1-0. Scott Thornton back in the game, but he's got the shiner. Montreal keeps coming. Mark Recchi leaves it for Shane Corson. His shot finds the twine. It's 2-zip Canadians. First minute of the third period, Koivu wheeling in the Pens' end. The perfect pass to Recchi. He scores. It's 3-zip. Now the Penguins make it 3-1. Less than 7 minutes to go. Ron Francis back to Yager. He fires a missile by Andy Moog. It's 3-2 Habs. Moog was shaken up on the play, but he stays in the game. The Pens, they keep pressing. Less than 2 minutes to go. Igor Ulanov headmans it. Vinny Damphousse in all alone. Damphousse, sweet move. He scores. The Habs bench erupts. They add an empty netter. They go on to win it 5-2. Saku Koivu, 1 assist in his return. What a gritty game for the Montreal Canadiens. Now, the last time Pittsburgh lost a Game 5 at home, to fall behind 3-2, they rallied to win not only the series, but the Stanley Cup. That was in 1991. Afterwards, the Habs were pretty relieved after what was a scary third period.
Yeah, it was a pretty exciting finish. It's not the way we wanted it, but you know, we sat back and they came on strong, and you know, it was another great game and so far a great series.
Obviously, we're going to be down, a little depressed tonight after the game, but starting tomorrow, we got to start getting positive again. They have to win 4 to win a series. We're not giving up. It's going to take a while to get over this one, but we have all night to do that. And starting tomorrow, our whole focus is on Game 6 and winning that one.
When it gets to the Stanley Cup playoffs, everything is magnified, and that's a good thing because you've needed a high-powered microscope to find Eric Lindros lately. The so-called big fella didn't even register a shot in Game 4 as the Sabres took a 3-1 series lead and went looking to wrap this thing up in Philly on Friday night. But even with that hole to climb out of, the Flyer fans were talking the talk. Matthew Barnaby was a pest right off the bat. He takes Lindros and the elbow that comes with it for an early power play. Sabres have scored timely goals with a man advantage, and they do it again. Jason Woolley's shot squeezes through pads of Sean Burke, and it's 1-0 Sabres. Was it going to be another long night for Roger Nielsen? Not if they stuck to his plan, which was get to Hasek, throw him off his game, somehow run into him, and they did, like Sean Podine right there, rattling his cage a bit, and maybe it worked. Alexander Daigle is going to find Mike Sillinger playing very well for these Flyers. And there you go. He goes high, makes it a 1-1. But the Sabres apply more pressure. Dave Babbage with a tough giveaway. Michael Grosek in alone. Great move, but Sean Burke with a better save while the Flyers keep the pressure on Hasek. Leclerc gives him a bit of a bump back to the net. Sabres scored again on the power play to lead 2-1, but Flyers with the man advantage here, and it's Babbage from the point. Another high shot, 2-2. We're late in the third now. And look out, because here comes Barnaby with a breakaway from center ice, but I don't think that one worked out the way he wanted. He barely got a shot away. It goes to OT. In overtime, Gratton gets the stick up in the face of Barnaby. He gets the gate. Another Buffalo power play, and guess what? Grosek in front, hits the post, gets the rebound, and that is it. The Sabres win it in overtime, 3-2. Another flop for Eric Lindros in Philly, and Bobby Clark has got to sit and ponder for another very long summer. 8 of Buffalo's last 13 goals in this series came on the power play. And how about Michael Grosek? His 7th career playoff goal, all of them against the Flyers. And afterwards, Donald Audette was among the happy Buffalo Sabres, happy to be moving on and happy to beat this team.
We've been battling against them for three series, and it's the first time we beat them. So it's a good feeling in this hockey room. You know, it was a great victory and a great series.
I think the players realized after the first 2 months that, boy, it'd be a sad picture at the end of the year with a goaltender that's the league MVP if you're not in the playoff scene. And we tried to make that point day in, day out, and we grew and came together.
The main difference was the power plays. We had the chances, but we couldn't get the puck in the net. They were able to score on their power plays, and you know, 3 last game, 3 tonight. I mean, you can't allow those kind of you can't allow goals like that. You know, 6 power play goals in 2 games and expect to win. But I thought, you know, outside of the penalty killing, we probably played as well as we could play tonight.
It is almost a yearly rite of spring. The Washington Capitals enter the playoffs with high expectations, only to watch their hopes disappear in the first round. In '95, they led 3-1 and lost. In '93, they were up 2-0 and lost. In '92, they led 3-1 and lost. In '87, they led 3-1, and yeah, they lost. Up a very fortunate 3-1 on the Boston Bruins, the Capitals were in a position to close them out, but the overriding question remained, could they get it done? Olaf Kolzig has been near unbeatable in this series, stopping 154 of 160 shots. Game gets off to a chippy start. Check out Chris Simon. He takes a hack at Jason Allison. Pat Burns is absolutely livid. No penalty for Simon. Referee Rob Schick missed a play. Allison with some words for the Caps bench. He was all right. Byron Defoe keeping the Bruins in the game early on. Kelly Miller cuts across the crease. Defoe cuts him off. Nice save. Later, Joey Juneau rips his shot. Defoe can't get a handle on it. It bounces off his head. He finally sprawls and covers up. Second period, Allison and Sergei Samsonov go to work. Allison carries it in, makes a pretty move. Over to Samsonov. He beats Kolzig. That makes it 1-0 Boston. 5.5 minutes later, the two hook up again on the power play. Samsonov this time returns the favor. He feeds Allison, who puts it by Kolzig. It's 2-0. Ronnie Wilson not impressed with the turn of events. The Bruins then strike again late in the period. Rob DeMaio, with Mark Tamorty on him, gets the wraparound to go. It's 3-0 Bees. The Bruins add another in the third. The Caps reliving a nightmare? Perhaps. The Bruins shut them out 4-0. They're going back to Beantown. Defoe, 26 saves for his first career playoff shutout. The Bruins pick up their first road playoff shutout since 1976. The difference, Byron Defoe, he was a rock.
My job is just to give our team a chance to win every night. I mean, I get enough press throughout the season. I can handle taking a break as long as we win these hockey games. And you know, our back was against the wall tonight, and we responded. But by no means are we happy or satisfied. We've got still a long road ahead of us.
It was a big game, and you know, Sergei played awesome too tonight, and we clicked together. And Dimitri, like, you know, did a bunch of little things that, you know, go unnoticed that helped us get both those goals. And you know, it was, you know, the team played great too.
Well, you can't beat the NHL playoffs, and they return to TSN on Saturday as the Dallas Stars are in San Jose. The Stars lead the series 3-2, but have yet to win on the road. This has been an outstanding battle. All the action begins at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That's 6 o'clock Pacific Time.
In the meantime, the World Hockey Championships began on Friday in Zurich, and Canada started well. Keith Prima, who's wearing the C for Canada, had a goal along with Ray Whitney, Eric Daze, Gord Murphy, and Brian McCabe in a 5-1 win over Austria. Next up for the good guys is Slovakia on Sunday, and as always, TSN will bring you coverage from the World Championships.
Ahead on this tasty edition of TSN Sports Desk. Could the Senators drop the Devils in Game 6? In Cujo they trust as the Oilers try to stay alive. Modano and the Stars hope they don't let the Sharks off the hook. Real quiet speaks real loud at the Kentucky Derby. Carl and the Sonics looking for a little help against the T-Wolves. Hi there. Laurie Kane is fighting for the lead at the Title Holders Championship. The Rockets grade is straight A's against Oakland. Guerrero is dialing long distance for the Expos, while Junior is growling against the Tigers. So you want to be a mascot, eh? No, it's not all fun and games. You may not get treated all that well, but we won't leave you hanging. Sports Desk is next.
The Senators are putting on the show of these playoffs so far, and the Oilers are doing everything they can to preserve the moniker as the Cardiac Kids. A couple of great stories to lead off our show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda.
And I'm David Pratt. You know, Gino, the stage was set. Was it ever? Ottawa was in a position to pull off another major upset by eliminating the Devils and winning their first playoff series in the modern era of that franchise.
Yeah, you know, David, the Senators finished 8th in the East, 24 points behind the Devils, who finished first. Martin Brodeur had the best goals against average in the entire league. Rhodes was way back, almost a half goal a game worse. Add it all up, and it means absolutely nothing. You can talk all you want about who has a better team on paper, but they don't play these games on paper. Rhodes has been stellar. He has allowed just 10 goals in the series, posting a .934 save percentage. Look sharp early. Dave Andrechuk to Peter Sikora. Rhodes makes a save. Rebounded. Doug Gilmour saves that as well. That of the Corel Center crowd rocking and Gilmour shaking his head. Later, sends on the power play. Daniel Alfredson to Alexei Yashin. He moves out in front, beats Martin Brodeur. 1-0 Sens after one, and Jacques Lemaire has that uneasy pass me the Pepto type feeling. Second period, Sens are buzzing the Devils' end. Scott Niedermayer gets the double whammy. Denny Lambert and Stan Netzkash send them flying, but the Devils get on the board. Kevin Dean's point shot bounces through the traffic, beats Rhodes. A C&I goal, game tied at 1. A few minutes later, the Sens jump back on top. Yanni Laakkonen's point shot somehow gets through and beats Rhodes. Beats Brodeur, rather. Brodeur's fuming. Let's take another look, see what he's upset about. Sean McEachran knocks into Brodeur's stick and knocks it out of his hands. Brodeur complains to Kelly Fraser, but to no avail. 2-1 Sens after 2. Lemaire and the Devils a period away from elimination. The Devils going all out in the third. Patrick Elias, shot stopped. Gilmour, shot turned away as well. And instead of sitting on the lead, the Sens keep on pushing. Alfredson in tight. He is stopped. Yashin is stopped as well. Finally, with 49 seconds left to go in regulation, and Martin Brodeur on the bench, the Sens break out 2-on-1. Sean Van Allen wisely gets to Igor Kravchuk, scores into the empty net, and it is party time in Ottawa. Alexei Yashin and the Senators are going to the next round. What a huge victory, a huge series. 3-1 your final score. With that, New Jersey is done. Ottawa is going on. So, where do the Sens go from here? If the Penguins win their series with the Habs, Ottawa faces Pittsburgh. If not, then the Senators face the winner in the Capitals-Bruins series in the next round of the playoffs. Our Mark Bunting was at the Corel Center and has more in this report.
The students beat the mentors at their own game. The older, more experienced Devils were supposed to teach the younger, eager Senators a lesson, but Ottawa decided it was ready now to graduate to the next level. Defeating a heavy favorite makes this victory even more gratifying.
Yeah, I liked it when you guys were saying we should lose, and hopefully you'll talk about next series too that we should lose. And you know, and Jacques Lemaire talked about how we should lose too, and that really pumped us up too. He didn't give us much respect.
It was a great team effort. We were down to 5D there for a period and a half, short bench, and the forwards did a great job by getting the puck in deep. I mean, it was an easy third period for us. We played in their end most of the night, and if we were in our end, we got it out quickly.
And I'll give Ottawa credit. They, from 1 through 20 as a team, they played as good as they could play. There's no question. You know, I don't think they can play much better hockey, and our club probably played 60% of our capacity, so it's tough to win like that. And
they played well. I'm not going to say they're a better team, but obviously they won, so that makes them a better team at this point.
Entering the series, Damien Rhodes was deemed vastly inferior to Martin Brodeur because of a lack of playoff experience and a perceived flakiness. After 6 mostly stellar games, Rhodes has forged a brand new reputation for himself.
He really, really wanted it, and he wanted it for himself, he wanted it for the team, he wanted it for the fans, he wanted it. And anytime you have an individual that wanted it, you know, so bad like Damien did, I'm just real happy for him. He deserves all the credit he got.
It's so hard to believe. I remember telling my wife before the series started, you know, I don't think she was expecting much out of us in the first round, and we've played New Jersey tough all year, and hey, you just never know. I'm just going to go out there and see what happens.
As for the Devils, they cruised down the stretch, and it cost them in the playoffs.
I felt that what went wrong is we didn't prepare towards the end of the season. We didn't prepare for the playoff as well, you know, by working hard and try to win games and try to have it a solid team.
Another area where the Senators excelled was in their penalty killing. The Devils had the second-best power play during the regular season, but the Senators wound up killing off 20 of 23. Ottawa is on a roll right now, and it's going to give anybody trouble in the second round, no matter who they play. Mark Bunting, TSN, in Ottawa.
The last time the Oilers were down 3-1 in a series was 1990. That year, the Oilers not only came back to beat the Jets, they went on to win the Stanley Cup. Thursday, the Edmonton Oilers took the first step back. Saturday night, they needed to take yet another. And the Oiler fans putting their faith in Joseph. Colorado trying to get to him early. Warren Reichel getting up real close and personal there. The Oilers get on board first, though. Just over 3 minutes in, Doug Weight drops for Barahowski, and that made it 1-0 for Edmonton early. And the Oilers keep pressing. Tony Herkus stopped by Roy. Miller makes a great play to get the rebound out of there. Oiler fans wearing some quality headgear in this one. Who is that guy? Early in the second, Cujo makes the stop on Ozelinch. Kamensky pops it in right there. But hold on. Time out. They go upstairs. Kamensky skate. Watch for it here. Just on the edge of the crease. No goal. No goal. Peter Forsberg just a little frustrated. He takes it out on Frank Lucille. Ouch, that's got a smart. Near the end of the second, Cujo gets cut way out of position. Ozelinch will try to center it out there, but Hammerlick makes a great play. Still 1-0 after 2 periods. Let's get on to the third. Cujo comes up with a big stop on Ozelinch right there. Then midway through the third, on the Oilers' power play, Doug Weight. Great little pass to Boris Marinov. He goes top shelf. That made it 2-0. Then Cujo gets to work, keeps it going. He stops Keith Jones right here again. And again, and again. Wow. At the end of the game, watch this. Ron Lowe not very happy with Mark Crawford because he was trying to start something, putting some goons on the ice, that sort of stuff. The Oilers hang in there. They win it. The final is 2-0, despite all the antics that wrapped up the game. You better believe the Oilers were still pretty happy. It was Cujo's 5th career playoff shutout, and Doug Weight picked up 2 assists for those who have him in their pool, and we'll have a complete report a little bit later on in the show.
And you know, David, this time last year, the Oilers were wrapping up a first-round upset over the Dallas Stars. The Stars were up 3-2 before getting knocked out. Saturday night, the Stars were up 3-2 over the Sharks. And you got to believe they were thinking, get this baby wrapped up before falling victim to old habits. Ed Belfour received a match penalty in Game 3, but no disciplinary action taken against him, so the fans have a different opinion as to who's up 3-2. First period, Sharks on a power play. Murray Craven, great between-the-legs pass, goes off Joe Murphy's skate and in. They go upstairs. It stands. One of the Sharks. Sharks get another break. Reverse angle. Mike Ricci pokes down Mike Modano. No call. Mike Ricci keeps on moving. Moves it on Belfour. Great goal. 2-0 Sharks in the second. Stars respond. Brian Skrudland, great clean face-off. Richard Matvichuk point shot beats Mike Vernon 2-1. Minutes later, another Shark power play. Watch Mike Modano. Takes it up ice. Great pass to Mike Keane. A shorthanded goal. Stars tied at 2 after 2. Darian Hatcher chasing down an icing. Nailed by Owen Nolan. No call. The icing is waved off. Late third period, the Stars press for the go-ahead goal scramble. Mike Vernon is down. It sneaks through but hits the post. Then it's Sergei Zubov. The big blast on the point. Vernon with the glove save. We're headed to overtime. Mike Keenan, in the first 5 games of the series, not a single goal. Already has a tying goal in this game. Early in OT, Mike Keenan on the rush. Dishes to Daryl Sador. A beauty give and go. Keenan waits, scores. Mike Keane and the Dallas Stars defeat the Sharks 3-2. Your final score. With that, it is over. The Sharks are done. The Dallas Stars will advance to the second round for the first time since 1994. And according to Sharks coach Daryl Sutter, the Sharks' downfall was the early part of this series.
You're down 2-0 to the team that had the best record in the league, and you got to win 4 of the next 5, and that's going to be damn tough. And you know there's going to be mistakes and errors along the way in those 5 games if you get to go to 5, and you know, we just weren't able to sustain it at all.
There's a tremendous feeling of relief in our dressing room, and I know one thing will be awful tough to play against for the balance of the playoffs.
Just a reminder that TSN is the place to be for NHL playoff action Sunday afternoon. It's Game 6 between the Wings and Coyotes. But if any chance to be looking to end the series, leading 3-2. Game time is noon Pacific. That's 3 o'clock Eastern.
All right, David, time for a break. When we come back, Real Quiet was looking to make some real big noise at the Kentucky Derby. Would it be?
See it, live it, TSN.
Ahead on this bone-jarring edition of Sports Desk, the Canadiens put the Penguins in a tight spot in Game 6. The Coyotes reduced to a whimper by the Wings in Phoenix. Oates and the Caps try to chop down the Bruins in Boston. Hide the women and children. The Oilers and Avs get ready for Game 7. The Jazz ready to rock the rim against the Rockets, while you-know-who puts the sting on the Hornets. Could Laurie Kane grab the title at the Title Holders Championship? Hermanson delivers for the Expos against the D-backs. We're running through the walls for you, looking for all the thrills and the spills from the day in sports. Things are just ducky on this edition of Sports Desk.
The Senators had already advanced, and another Canadian team was in position to do the same Sunday as round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs continued. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Rod Smith.
And I'm David Pratt. You know, Rod, the last time the Montreal Canadiens actually won a playoff series was 1993, 5 long years ago, when they beat the LA Kings in the Stanley Cup final.
Yes, David, and that season, the Habs, really, they made their own breaks and took advantage of a few upsets along the way to go the distance. Sunday night at the Molson Center, the Canadiens had a chance to end the drought, leading Pittsburgh 3-2, heading into game number 6. Here we go. Brian Savage back in the Habs lineup after a concussion in Game 4. Scary moment for the Habs in the first. Saku Koivu aggravates that broken hand of his and leaves briefly, but he does stay in the game. Jaromir Jagr can't get much going. Good chance in front, but puts it on the side of the net. Can't put it in. Penn's power play. Kevin Hatcher, nice move. Andy Moog with the nice stop, and it's scoreless after 1. Midway through the second, Shane Corson feeding Koivu the shot, and Mark Recchi pops in the rebound. Our first goal of the game. It is a biggie. 1-0 Habs, and they keep coming. Koivu, the wraparound chance. By the time he gets the shot away, it goes to the side of the net. Jonas Höglund, though, thinks he'll give it a try and has more success, beating Tom Barrasso right there to make it 2-0. And that counts even though you see Turner Stevenson is in the crease. And they used to say no goal and that sort of thing, but 2-0 Montreal. Third period, Jagr, head down. Stevenson lowers the boom. A little slow to get up is Jagr. Habs power play. Vladimir Malakhov the shot. The rebound to Koivu. 3-0 Montreal. They can smell it. Penguins can't buy a goal. It's been story much through the series there. Jaromir Jagr can't maintain control, and Andy Moog holds the fort for the shutout. And a 3-0 final for the Canadiens. Handshakes all around. They are moving on to round 2, advancing
in a playoff series for the first time since 1993, the year they last won the Stanley Cup. And Moog stopped 21 shots, recording his 4th career playoff shutout, his first since 1992. But even Moog says, hey, it wasn't just me that beat the Penguins.
We deserve this one for full marks, guys. We really earned it. The first, 40 minutes we established a lead. We really took them out of their play. We continued to be physical the entire night, and that really disrupted their flow.
It was great. The whole series, he played extremely well and made some big saves for us tonight. And throughout the series, he came through big time. And, he's very excited. He's like a young kid over there.
I really think our team believed we had a good chance. So they scored the key first goal halfway through each of the last 2 games, when in fact in either of those games we could have taken the 1-0 lead and it could have changed.
When they had the lead, we never had a chance to tie the game because they were so big and they played very good defense, and they were just better physically. I think they were better than us.
Michael Whalen will be back a little bit later on in the show and have a full report for us. You can change the name, the city, and the players, but a curse, well, that's a tough thing to lose. Winnipeg Jets or Phoenix Coyotes, in the last 11 years, the franchise had made it to the playoffs 6 times and lost in the first round 6 times. Sunday, Detroit was trying to make it 7 in a row. The Coyotes pinning their hopes once again on Jimmy Waite. In the first period, Coyotes up 1-0. The Wings strike right back on a power play. Steve Yzerman, side of the net, puts a laser beam upstairs, all tied up at 1. It was a great goal. Waite gave him very little to shoot at. To the second we go here. Craig Janney behind the net. He is just leveled by Shanahan. Say good night. He was shaken up, but he was okay. Then the Coyotes shake up the Wings. Barron carries it in for Tkachuk. He fires it past Osgood, and the Coyotes take the lead. And clearly, these fans here have been out in the sun a little too long. Wings bounce right back on the power play. It's Yzerman to Shanahan. He wires it by Waite, and we're tied up again. A little bit later on, the Wings on the power play again. Fedorov, he'll find Shanahan again. Beats Waite. It's 3-2 for Detroit. Now, all right, you got to check this out. This crease in the end board, it proves to be fatal for Phoenix. Wings on the power play. Fedorov fires it in. It takes a weird bounce. And suddenly it's 4-2 Wings. You got to see it on the replay. Crazy little bounce, goes right off of Waite's skate. Believe it, Jim. The curse lives. The Wings go on to win it 5-2. They knock out the Coyotes in 6 games. The Coyotes have not won a playoff series since 1987. Shanahan had 2 goals and 1 assist. After the game, he said getting by Phoenix was simply a matter of time and patience.
You try and stay calm and say to just convince yourself that as long as you're getting the chances, you're doing the right thing. It's when you're not getting in the zone or when you're playing on the perimeter that there's a problem. But I thought in the last 2 games we had some really good chances and we were ready to bust open.
There's no excuse in this dressing room. We're disappointed. We are absolutely disappointed in the season this year. You lose out in the first round with the caliber players we have. Maybe it is time to make a change. Who knows? But it's a frustrating situation.
Next opponent is going to be a great team, whether it's Colorado or St. Louis. Going to be a tough series for us, so we get a couple of days off, and we want to go home and relax for a couple of days and not have to play Game 7. We're able to do that.
Well, in Boston, the Bruins were trying to force a Game 7 in their series with Washington. The Caps, notorious for blowing 3-1 series leads, probably felt a bit of heat when the Bruins shut them out in Game 5. They had no interest in putting their fans through another Game 7 experience, so off we go. No love lost between these foes, Mark Tenorti and Joe Thornton. Sergei Gonchar, the shot from the point, Richard Zednik redirects it by Byron Dafoe, and it is 1-0 for the Caps. Peter Bondra back in the Washington lineup, aggravates his right foot on this strange play, but he would be back. And when he does come back, they try to give him a greeting. Dave Ellett again, say hello to the boards. Go to the second period now. Sergei Samsonov goes around the net, comes in front, beautifully done for the tying goal. 1-1, Boston on the board. Minutes later, though, Michael Pavanka in front for the ex-Bruin, Adam Oates, who gives the Caps the 1-goal lead again. Third period, Chris Simon Yes, he gets the penalty for that. Bruins go to the power play. Anson Carter on the loose puck, and the quick shot beats only the goalie to tie it up again, 2-2. Caps getting frustrated. Oates slashing Anson Carter in the stomach there. No call. Late third, Bruins power play. Jason Allison to P.J. Axelson. Fires the shot, but it goes right into the pads of Kolzig. So we go to overtime. Darren Van Imp. The shot from the point. Ted Donato has got a chance to force Game 7 there, but it goes off the post instead. And then Brian Bellows, an innocent-looking shot, ends it in OT. Washington doesn't have to worry about blowing the 3-1 series lead. They win it in 6-4 games to 2. The Caps moving on to the second round, even though Boston outshot them 49-33. And the Caps won all 3 games at the Fleet Center. Brian Bellows, the overtime winner. Not too bad for a guy they picked up late in the season who spent most of his season playing hockey in Europe.
I've learned one thing, and being negative only hurts the guys around you and hurts yourself. If we just think positive, build the guy up next to you, he's going to play that much better.
It's a team with a lot of experience, a team that has some winners, and you know, that's what it's all about, really. Guys that are going to show the way, guys that are going to play hard, and a great goalie.
I could honestly say this series, you know, we should still be playing hockey, and that's just the bottom line.
It would have been a little easier to take if we didn't play well, maybe, but we played so well. You know, I never been on the team.
Hey, we're well-oiled for this edition of Sports Desk as Bill Guerin tries to lead on offense against the Avs, and Curtis Joseph remains the last line of defense in a mile-high city. The Lakers getting pumped for Game 1 in the West, but the Sonics are looking to deflate the Shack Attack. Pedro Martinez is back in Montreal, but unfortunately only as a spectator as the Expos take on the Reds, while Henkin hopes to shed his early season woes against the Ace. The Cavalier is at the top of the class of 98 draft prospects. The Ticats get their top pick to sign on the line, and our plays of the week are breaking new ground and fences. A TSN Sports Desk ready to lower the boom.
Well, one series in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs went to a 7th game, the Oilers and the Avalanche, and I think there's a pretty good bet. That's where we're going to start. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Tolt in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Yeah, Dave, Game 7, but I've got to admit, I thought the Oilers were going to be done like dinner in 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did, Mike, and not a lot of people gave the Oilers a chance. But you know what? Going into Game 5, with the Oilers down 3-1, there was talk that Curtis Joseph had yet to regain his playoff form of a year ago and steal a game for the Oilers. Well, he was solid that night with a 3-1 win. He was outstanding in Game 6, posting a 2-0 shutout. So the bad news for Colorado heading into the all-important Game 7 was Cujo seemed to be showing his teeth again, and his team was looking to become just the 14th in NHL history to rally from a 3-1 deficit to win a series, and the Oilers get off to a good start on the power play. Back of the net is Herkis, Tony Herkis, with a great feed to Yanni Niinema, one-time short side past Roy. 1-0 Oilers. Roy looking a little shaky. Here's more proof of that. Look who's away. Bill Guerin from the feed, and he goes 5-hole on Patrick Roy, his 6th of the playoffs. 2-0 Oilers. The Avs in a bit of a hole at home going into the second, and it gets deeper in a real hurry as there's a turnover at their own blue line, and Kelly Buchberger is going to give it to Todd Marchand, and he just flips it over a wall. Horrible-looking goal, and it's 3-0 Edmonton. Meanwhile, down at the other end, here's the guy we were talking about, Cujo. Didn't have to make a whole lot of great saves, but this one was a beauty, that's for sure. Holding up his end of the bargain, gets knocked out of position, scrambles back, reaches back, and robs Rene Corbet with the paddle of his stick. Here's another look. Look at this. He comes sliding in out of nowhere, gets that stick down, and steals one. Colorado was in trouble. They started to get that feeling over on their bench, while Slats is kicking back, having a great time. 20 minutes away from a huge win. Early in the third, Oilers add to the lead. Lindgren's in alone now. He gets his own rebound here, follows the puck into the crease. He can do that, swats it in, and now it was a blowout. 4-0 Oilers. Midway through the third, the fans were leaving Big Mac because they knew what you Oiler fans knew. This one was done. Cujo gets another shutout. Edmonton gets the win, and the incredible comeback from the 3-1 series deficit was complete. Bring on Dallas, says the Edmonton Oiler bench. It's the first time since 1993 that 3 Canadian-based teams have advanced to the second round. The Oilers play Dallas next. The Blues face Detroit. But as for this one, we get more now from Ken Chillibeck.
For the second straight year, the Oilers have been the giant killers in the Western Conference. Last year, it was Dallas in the first round. This time, in even more dramatic fashion, coming back from a 3-1 deficit in games. This Oilers team now the 14th team in the last 60 years in the NHL to ever rebound from that kind of deficit and win a series.
When we were down 3-1, I think we were still being effective. We were still wearing them down, and we continued to wear them down and do the same thing. You need bounces coming back against a team of that caliber, and we got the bounces, but I think we've earned a lot of them too.
We played our hearts out, and you know, that's what it's going to take to keep moving up the ladder. So, you know, we're happy right now, and we're ready to go down to Dallas and you know, play well down there too.
It's unbelievable. It was I think it was our never say die attitude. Every guy in here took it upon themselves to believe in that, and from the coaches, everybody, you know, believed that we were going to come back and we were good enough to win the series.
When you have 3-1 in the series, you have to find a way to get it done, and I don't know if we're overconfident. I mean, it's such a shocking feeling right now that I don't think anyone's got the answers.
A lot of keys in this series. The checking of the Oilers, keeping the likes of Peter Forsberg and Joe Sakic off the score sheet the last 3 straight games. The penalty killing. The Avs were 0-17 in 2 straight games with the extra man. But Curtis Joseph was at the top of the list, the reason the Oilers won, as he shut out the Avs for over 8 straight periods of hockey.
When the time came, he stepped up. We worked hard again, but they got some good shots, and he was there every time. And gives you confidence to play in front of the goalie like that.
Game 5 was obviously a big game for them, and you know, they just got the momentum and rode it. And Cujo played great, and tonight their whole team was a lot better than we were.
They got some power plays early, and obviously they got a ton of talent out there, and we did a great job at killing it, and that was a big lift for us, and might have been the key to the game.
Obviously a disastrous end of the season for the Avalanche, even speculation about Mark Crawford's future with the hockey club. Maybe the Achilles heel in all of this for the Avalanche. Simply, they didn't have enough depth on their 3rd and 4th line. The top guns just simply got worn out. For the Oilers, using all 4 lines and the depth they had, a big part to this series victory. The Oilers now have won all 4 straight 7-game appearances they played in, dating back to 1990. Next stop, Dallas. Reporting from McNichols Arena in Denver, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
All right, thanks very much, Ken. Now let's get to the NBA. The Seattle Supersonics like to make life interesting in the first round. Last year, they had to go the full 5 games before advancing. This year, the same thing. It took 5 to shake off the Timberwolves. And now that the big bad Wolves have bit the dust, it's time for the Sonics to try and slay the Lakers. But I'll tell you what, that's not going to be very easy. Let's take a look. A big question for the Sonics. How do they contain this big...
A's Mariners TSN tonight.
Hey, feeling all alone, confused? Well, Sports Desk has the answers to today's biggest questions. Would the Oilers strike in Game 1, or would the Stars shine in the Big D? Could the Sens solve only the goalie, or would the Caps sow their oats? Have the Montreal Canadiens created an international playoff incident?
This is as big as the Lewinsky thing, I think, in the States going on right now.
Is Patrick healthy enough to lend the Knicks a hand against Indiana? Can Stockton and the Jazz fill it up on the San Antonio Spurs? Could Canada steamroll Belarus to the World Championships? Was the rocket in full glare, or did the fireworks come from somewhere else? Did a couple of expose the Spos at the Big O? Will Oz be good or bad for the Wings against St. Lou? Get set for a crash and banging, leather flashing show. You ask for the moon, we deliver. The Desk is next.
Yes, sir. Let the games begin again. After a few days off, it was back on ice for the team still alive in the chase for Lord Stanley's mug. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
You know, Dave, I don't think Ron Lowe is going to get voted in as president of the coaches fraternity. I mean, he got into that battle with Mark Crawford in the first round, and now he's feuding with Dallas bench boss Ken Hitchcock.
Yeah, that's right. The question was, who exactly is Bush League here? Ron Lowe says Ken Hitchcock called him Bush during the regular season. Hitch says, no, he was calling Brian Marchmont's tactics Bush. Whatever. The gloves were already off in what should be a nasty rematch from the best series of last year's playoffs. Edmonton back in Dallas to take on the Stars, and Cujo was looking for his third straight playoff shutout. Hasn't been done in 50 years. And it won't be done here. The shutout didn't last long. First period, Dallas power play. There you go. Zubov blasts one home. 3 minutes in, 1-0 Stars. About 5 minutes after that, another Dallas power play. And guess what? Zubov again with a big shot. He scores again just after the penalty expired there. So Ron Lowe, note to self, must stay out of box. 2-0. But in the second, Edmonton shows more intensity. Zelepukin rubs out Craig Muni. And the Oilers' fourth line makes it work offensively. Greer centers. Murray is stopped, but Zelepukin beats Belfour. And they're in it. It's 2-1. They outshot Dallas 17-5 in the second period there. And there was plenty of nasty stuff as well, as Waite catches Zubov from behind. And Zubov would be okay. Third period, they keep it coming. Marchand busts in. Jabs at the rebound, but Belfour keeps it out. Then moments later along the boards, Modano with a great-looking pass. Mike Keane cashes in. 3-1 Dallas, then a real dirty play. Grant Marshall with a butt end right to the face of Kelly Buchberger. Sather was furious. Buchberger was spotted. Oh, look at that. He was sporting a nasty-looking shiner. Marshall gets 5 minutes for elbowing. A game misconduct. He will get more. But Dallas kills off the major. And in the dying seconds, Roman Hamrlik tries his luck. But Belfour was there all night long, and he was there again. He snares it. The Stars snare a 1-0 series lead. 3-1 was the final. The story really was Belfour, as he makes 31 saves. Edmonton outshot Dallas 32-14. Mike Modano assisted on all 3 Dallas goals, but afterwards Edmonton was upset about losing, but they were furious with Marshall's hit on Buchberger.
And it's as bad as a butt end as I've seen in a long time. In fact, I thought hockey was finished with those things. It's about as bad as I've seen. Not only is it a butt end, but it's a butt end in his eye.
You know, and the part that surprised me was that he made a comment to Mike Greer. He said, your Bucky's been slashing guys all night, so he deserved what he got. So you don't see that happen in our game today.
Well, I just, we're killing a penalty. I went to get it out, and next thing I know, I was blindsided. And I really can't remember too much from there. I could see a little bit, but, you know, a little ice and should be ready by Saturday.
That's not good. The Senators and Capitals are happy to be staying alive, but they don't want to be the favorites. The Sens say the Caps should hold that title because they had more regular season points, but the Caps say the Sens won the season series between the two teams, so Ottawa is the favorite. Either both teams have a serious self-esteem problem, or it's just the gamesmanship that goes with playoff hockey. Now, here's a guy who's definitely on top of his game. I'm talking about Damian Rhodes. He gets a start and goal after allowing just 11 goals in 6 games against the Devils, but the Caps getting great goaltending, too, from Ole the goalie. Point shot, the rebound, and he takes it away from McEachran. Oh, for the love of the glove, what a save right there by Ole the goalie. Later, the Caps in a power play, but Gonchar gives it right to Gardner, who is going to feed it to Daniel, his brother, Daniel Alfredson, and he scores. And it was 1-0 for the Sens, but the Caps come back. Calle Hansen point shot blocked, but sometimes that's a good thing because it rolls right to Zednik. In front, he goes upstairs on Rhodes. Just like that, the game is tied. Now, Ron Wilson has been inspiring the Caps with words of wisdom from the Wizard of Oz, and the fans obviously buying in. For the second period, the Caps showing some jump, but can they score? Oates to Housley. Rhodes the save, there's a rebound, and he gets to that as well as he stops Joey Juneau. Later, Gonchar, the great feed to Oates. In alone, breakaway express, there you go, and the Caps take themselves a 2-1 lead. Now, either Jacques Martin is upset or he's got gum in his shoe. I don't know, but I do know that in the third period, things get worse for the Sens. Bondra, Peter Bondra, across the line. Special agent Peter Bondra rips the 40-footer, and that made it 3-1. Less than 2 minutes after that, the Caps break in. Juneau to Dale Hunter. He loads it up for Brian Bellows. He shoots and he scores, just like he did when he was playing with the Germans to make it 4-1. Rhodes is done. Ron Tugnut on the scene, and actually that seems to give the Sens kind of a lift here. He actioned the shot. Dackel will try to bang home the rebound. He does, and that made it 4-2. Now later, the Sens appear to get another one. Take a look. McEachran cutting in. Kolzig one stop. The rebound gets tucked underneath. Gets his toe on it, and then Mike Eagles covers his hand on the puck, but then it slides in. Goal? No. Penalty shot? No. Mark Facette says the whistle is blown. Martin peering into the sign, but it's not the sign he's looking for. The Caps hold on, and they do take game one, 4-2, your final. Ole, the goalie, I told you he was good. He stopped 36 shots as the Sens actually outshot the Caps 38-23. Down at the other end, Damian Rhodes would tell you he wasn't at his best, but Washington says, heck, We didn't notice.
Oh, what goal are you going to blame him on? You know, the first goal was a rebound, behind him. Michael's a breakaway. Bonsai's a great shot off the post. Which goal are you going to blame on when Brian's is in alone?
I had to give credit to Washington. They played a good game. But I don't think we came out with the kind of emotion we need to win. And, we got to get ready for the next one. This one's done.
It's going to take everyone in there to regroup, and, we're going to have to play better, no doubt. It's going to take a real good hockey team. That team's playing well over there, and it's going to take a real good hockey team to beat those guys.
Well, after losing game 1 of their Eastern semi with the Pacers, the New York Knicks can use all the help they can get.
At your Steel dealer, you'll find a complete line of chainsaws sold and serviced by professionals who really know their business. And right now, Steel German-engineered chainsaws are sale-priced from just $299.95. Steel, built to last, priced to sell.
There's nothing like the feeling of a new car. The look, the shine, the smell. We bottled it. Armor All Protected. It shines, it protects. It's new car juice.
TSN's got your Video Golf magazine. It's a weekly wrap-up of the golf tour. Catch Acura World of Golf on TSN.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. I'm David Pratt, along with my partner, Mike Toth. Mike, here is an amazing stat. Now, dating back to 1993, the Montreal Canadiens had been in 14 playoff games that went into overtime and had won all 14.
Yeah, David, I remember that 93 playoff run you were talking about where they won the 10 straight overtime games. The ghosts certainly on their side, and they're going to need all those ghosts again to deal with Dominic Hasek. They might need more than ghosts. I don't know. This guy is just incredible. I don't know if this guy is human, to be honest about it. First period, he shines. First he stops Rosinski, then he stones, then he D on the rebound. Man, he came to play. You knew that was going to happen. Still in the first, the Sabres attacking. Brian Holzinger, he's going to let the shot go through a crowd, and he scores. And the Buffalo Sabres have something to work with. Habs getting kind of frustrated. Brisebois sits on Michael Groshek, and then he gets tough. Got to play physical in the playoffs. You just don't want to go over the edge. A little later, the Sabres in the power plays, the Canadians went over the edge. And Willie sends it across for Jeff Sanderson. He beats Andy Moog, and all of a sudden, it was 2-0 for the Buff. Hasek, he's not finished, and he finishes the first period in style, robbing Shane Corson in tight. Then in the second, the Dominator doing what he does best. He's freelancing. He's ad-libbing. He's doing everything he can. Savage can't tuck it home. Wow, the physical play would continue. Holzinger nailed right into the linesman, who goes right into the Buffalo bench. He is not welcome there. You know that. Third period, still 2-0 to the Sabres, and here come the Habs. Turner Stevenson, great move, great goal. He is human. He bleeds just like the rest of us, does the Dominator. And it's not over yet. The Habs attacking right off the ensuing faceoff. Here they come. Vinny D, what a great playoff he's had. He scores again, lets that thing fly. 2 goals in 10 seconds. Unbelievable. We are going to overtime. Which one of these young men will be the hero in the extra session? That is the question on everybody's minds. Let's find out. Early in the extra frame, Turner Stevenson, that's a bad giveaway. Jeff Sanderson jumps all over that thing. He scores. He's the hero. So is that guy. That's all the heroes they need. Just get somebody to score the overtime winner, and Dominic Hasek will do the rest as well. Buffalo does it again, 3-2 the final score. And you look at this thing, and Hasek making 46 saves as the Canadians outshot the Sabres 48-25. That's incredible. And here's another stat the Habs are looking at. They were 0 for 7 on the power play. We get more now on this hockey game from TSN's Michael Whalen.
The win by the Sabres brought to an end a string of 14 overtime victories by the Canadians. A tough loss for the Montreal team that outplayed the Sabres in the second and third period, only to have Dominic Hasek hold down the fort, facing a whopping 48 shots.
I haven't expected anything like that, especially in our building, But like I say, since the second period, they skate so fast, and I think they were a better team in the second and third period. But like I say, we scored 2 in the first, and we scored in overtime.
Besides losing the game, I think we got to be really happy with the way we played. We skated well. We knew there was a skating game. They really were first on the puck in the first 10 minutes, but after that we adjusted. We played a lot better, and from the second period on, we played a great game.
The Sabres had completely outplayed the Canadians in the first period, but then inexplicably fell into a defensive shell in the second. It almost cost them the game. game.
Today was a case that you saw Dominic Hasek win a hockey game for us. You know, he's done that for us periodically throughout the season, and tonight was one of those nights for him.
I think guys are disappointed, but you know what? I really believe there's, you know, the guys in here feel that if we play this way, we get the same type of effort every night, that, you know, we'll get more wins than we will losses if we get the same effort as we did tonight. And obviously guys are a little discouraged, but, you know, we'll bounce back Sunday.
Winning the first game of a series can't be overemphasized in this year's playoffs especially. Keep in mind that the team that won the first game in round one eventually went on to win the series. We'll see about this one. Michael Whalen, TSN in Buffalo.
To the Blues and the Wings, St. Louis still missing Al McInnes with that groin injury. Chris McAlpine gets in the lineup, and into the first period, it's McAlpine who upends Steve Yzerman here, and he draws a penalty for it. But it's St. Louis breaking out shorthanded. Todd Gill beats Chris Osgood. The Blues' first shot on net, it's 1-0. A little bit later on, the Blues keep coming. Dimitri, nifty little tip there. Nice stuff, but Osgood is just there for the save. Then Grant Fuhr just takes over. Lidstrom, then Yzerman, both of them denied. Let's get out of the second period. Detroit still looking for the equalizer. Larionov shoots. Lapointe gets credit for the goal. It made it 1-1. Early in the third period now, Blues on a 5-on-3 power play. Jim Campbell deposits the rebound. It made it 2-1 for St. Louis. A little bit later on, Brett Hull cruising in front. He buries it, takes the hit. That made it 3-1 for the Blues, and then they pour it on. Jeff Courtnall here, sent in all alone. Osgood makes the save. Campbell right there to pot the rebound. 4-1 for the Blues. But the Wings do not give up on this one. Some great passing here on a power play. Holmstrom scores on his second chance. However, St. Louis remains a perfect 5-0 in the playoffs. Final score on this one was 4-2. Now with more in the game, here's Darren DeTitian.
After 8 days off, the St. Louis Blues looked anything but lethargic, pressed into action just 3 minutes into the game. Not only did they kill off a 5-on-3, they also got a shorthanded goal in the process.
Yeah, we're fortunate to get one off their power play, and you know, everybody you can use the 8 days in two ways. You can just say, well, we're well rested. We got that extra bit of practice, and I felt, you know, that extra bit of practice was probably good for us.
It's a special teams game. We can't take any stupid penalties and put them on the power play, and we had our chance on the power play. We had to go out there and put one in the net, and we took advantage of it.
It appeared as though St. Louis was going to be hampered greatly by the absence of Al McInnes, who's out with an apparent groin injury. They went 0 for 6 in the first 2 periods on the power play, but to start the third, they scored on their own 5-on-3, and that really swung the momentum.
I thought we played an excellent overall game, considering we haven't played in a while, and it's hard to just jump into playoff atmosphere hockey, so that's a big win for us. We had a lot of guys play really well.
While Jimmy Campbell supplied some of the offensive heroics with 2 goals, Grant Fuhr was equally brilliant between the pipes as he stopped 29 Detroit shots.
One game doesn't mean a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot of work to do still, so we're going to have to play better come the next game. I mean, because you know they're going to get better.
You play the game whether you win or lose. You play it, and you go over what happened, the good things and bad, and prepare for the next game.
So St. Louis improves to 5-0, while the Red Wings fall to 4-3 in the playoffs, and now the onus is completely on Detroit to win game number 2 come Sunday. They can ill afford to fall further behind in this series and bounce back like they did against Phoenix, because the St. Louis Blues, simply put, are a much better hockey club than the Coyotes. Darren DeTitian, TSN, Detroit.
Friday was a long, long day for the Edmonton Oilers. Not only did they have to put back the pieces following their loss in Game 1 to the Dallas Stars, but they also had to try to make sense of an NHL ruling that just didn't make any sense. Ken Chillibeck has that story.
I don't agree with his call, but he has the right to make the call his way, and we got to get over it. So it's a good way of getting the team focused on what we have to do now.
What Glenn Sather was referring to is Grant Marshall's hit on Kelly Bookberger late in Game 1. Sather was incensed with the hit, saying it was an intent to injure and Marshall should be suspended. Brian Burke ruled there'd be no suspension, just a $1,000 fine. As the Stars called the Oilers Bush League when Brian Marchment hit Mike Modano, resulting in an injury earlier in the year, now Sather is reversing that rule.
I would think that this is as much Bush League, if not more, because here's a guy going after somebody's eye.
The way you look at the camera, I don't know how they could see it any different, but the league will see it in different ways, and it's playoffs and things are called a little differently.
The Oilers are getting used to having villains involved in these playoffs. Bill Guerin was dubbed Bill the Butcher when in Game 1 against Colorado. He cut Peter Forsberg on the cheek for 9 stitches. Now the villain is Dallas's Grant Marshall. And if the Oilers needed something to heat up this series, this could be the answer.
It's always funny, but I think this is legitimate. I don't think, Slats is a kind of guy to send things in all the time. I think this was a dangerous play and disappointing result. But like I said, we don't care if he's suspended or not.
Even without that hit on Kelly, if we didn't rally, there's going to be something very wrong with the hockey club. I think that we're in a situation right now that we realize, and we realized full well before the game started, this is not going to be an easy chore. And it's, I'll tell you right now, if it's a short one, we aren't going to be in it.
Don't look for the Oilers to do any headhunting in this next game. They realize that penalties would kill them, especially against the good power play of the Dallas Stars. Now, Ron Lowe may make another lineup change going into game number 2. He wasn't very happy with Andrei Kovalenko's play. Kovalenko played his first game of the playoffs. He had taken Scott Fraser's position. It could be quite possible that Fraser will be back in and Kovalenko would be out. Reporting from Reunion Arena in Dallas, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
Okay, Ken, the Philadelphia Flyers never found a goalie they were comfortable with, and they are sitting on the sidelines. The Ottawa Senators seem to have their man in Damian Rhodes, but he was kind of shaky in Thursday's loss in Game 1 of their series with the Capitals, and now there's some question about who will be between the...
His battle scars. Yeah, he's got a great one there. First period here. Niemann's shot is tipped over Ed Belfour. It's on the roof of the net here. Scott Fraser whacks it down. It's in the goal, but no, their whistle was blown. Yeah, let's move on. Meantime, Curtis Joseph did not face a single shot in the first period. On to the second. Mike Keane fires a high shot from the slot. That is the first Star shot on goal. Do you believe that? Then Darren Hatcher takes the shot at McCammon. He drops to the ice. Hatcher gets 2 minutes. So on the power play, Stars scrambling. Belford out of position. Doug Waite. The shot is going wide. Somehow it goes up Belford's rear end. What a weird goal. 1-0 Oilers. Late in the second here, Mike Modano lays the lumber on Mironov. Mironov hits the bench. This is going to be a nasty affair. Third period belongs to Cujo. He has 2 shutouts in 3 games. And then the Stars attack. Brian Skrudland centers out for Pat Verbeek. Cujo with the save right there. Then he covers up. Then it's Zubov. He will center out to Verbeek. Cujo sprawls for the save. Then it goes back to the point. Sador winds up, lets the shot go. Cujo right there to shut the door. Big smile from Slats as the Oilers had an empty netter to beat the Stars 2-0. That's your final. 4 of the Oilers' playoff wins have come on the road. Cujo gets his 7th career playoff shutout. And now with more in the game, here's our own Ken Chillibeck.
Oilers took up where they left off in Game 1. They swarmed the Dallas defensive zone, beating the Stars to the puck on virtually every occasion. Team defense was the key to the Oilers' success.
Great hockey game. I thought we shut them down in the neutral zone. We didn't have a whole lot of neutral zone turnovers, which was what we wanted to do.
We got shots. They weren't counted. I know Dave Reed got 2. I know Chambers got 1 on the power play, but still, that's not the reason why we didn't play well. We just didn't play well.
Specialty teams, another big factor in the Oilers' victory. Now, Dallas had 3 power plays in the first period alone and didn't even get a shot on Curtis Joseph. And after the Oilers went 0 for 6 on the power play in Game 1, Doug Waite's game winner came with a 2-man advantage.
Obviously, that was a big goal to get on the power play. Hammer made a tremendous play, and I was able to get it in the empty net. But we were very confident with our defensive play up to that point, and we really played stellar defensively tonight. And we also created some things.
Obviously, that wasn't our game plan to come in and play like that for 2 periods. It's just not acceptable in playoff hockey. In your own building, you got to be able to get up for these games, and we have to really look ourselves in the mirrors and say, what kind of team are we?
All the way down the line, from the first line to the fourth line to the first pairing to the third pairing defenseman. I mean, everybody did the job tonight.
So a big win for the Edmonton Oilers to earn the split here in Dallas, and obviously another big night for Curtis Joseph. This was his 3rd shutout in the last 4 playoff games. Game number 3 now, Monday night in Edmonton. Reporting from Reunion Arena in Dallas, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
Thanks, Ken. Speaking of goaltenders, Ron Tugnutt getting the nod for Game 2 against the Caps. Gets tested early. Chris Simon, great opportunity. Tugnutt turns him away. At the other end of the ice, Sens get a good chance. Chris Murray turned away by Olaf Kolzig. Nice glove hand save midway through the second. Things get interesting. Brendan Witt, slot, scores. and it's 1-0. A minute and 4 seconds later, Esa Tikkanen gets taken right out of the play by Andreas Dackel. No call. Alexa Yashin walks in and scores. 1-1 tie. 24 seconds later, Brian Bellows feeds Joe Juneau. Juneau goes backhand and scores. 2-1, 3 goals in a minute and 28 seconds. Sens trying to tie it up again. Yashin with a great opportunity. Kolzig dives in, stops it. Washington taking advantage of its opportunities. Joe Ricci lets the shot go. Mike Eagles looked like he got a piece of it. Didn't get credit for it. Ricci did. 3-1. Scary moment for the Caps. Peter Bondra gets nailed by Lance Pitlick. Bondra left the game, did not return. Just over a minute left in the second period. Richard Zednik, with time, uses it and scores. Caps get 4 goals on 5 shots in the second. They're up 4-1. Sens a little bit frustrated. They're down 5-1 on the power play. Igor Kravchuk coughs it up. Adam Oates to Juneau to Oates to the back of the net. 6-1 is your final score on a long night for Ron Tugnut. Olaf Kolzig made 30 saves. Sens outshoot the Capitals 31-18, but only get 1 goal. The Sens 0 for 7 on the power play. With more on this game, here's Mark Bunting.
The Capitals have emphatically broken the Tugnut hex. Ignoring Tugnut's dominance of them the last 2 seasons, the Capitals pumped in 6 goals on 18 shots, leaving the Senators with 2 goalies who've had their confidence shaken.
I think that was just an old-fashioned butt kicking, really. Things started to go poorly, and they just got worse. He's stoned us the last 2 years in the regular season, but now I think it's playoffs. We got to come with a better attitude, and we just want to get a lot of shots on that and try to get second chances on them.
Either way they go, they both have, they have 2 qualified goalies. I mean, you can't really blame Tugnut. I mean, the shots he was beat on, were opportunities that, from 10 feet out, guys drilling them top shelf. I mean, those are opportunities you don't expect to get in the playoffs.
It looks like we're, almost confused out there. I mean, we didn't do, in the defensive zone, we didn't have good position at all, and they're just all over us.
Alexei Yashin was the Senators' most noticeable player because of his ongoing shadow dance with Esa Tikkanen, his goal thanks to a pick on Tikkanen by Andreas Dackel, and for being the target of a couple of Washington muggings. Yashin faced up to the Capitals' challenge, but he didn't face the media after the game.
Well, it's both ways. You look at them first goal, Daigle take my legs off, and it's both ways. I tried to do best, and I got a penalty today, and they're behind the net. But it's up to the referee. You never know what they're calling and what they're not calling.
The Senators are in a tough spot right now. They're down 2 games. They know they haven't played very well, and they have a goalie dilemma. But they're hoping that home ice can help get them back on track. Also, Peter Bondra left the game in the second period. He was shaken up after a Lance Pitlick hit. Mark Bunting, TSN in Washington.
Thanks, Mark. In the opening round this...
Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day to everyone, even you, George Carl. All good sons had gifts for Mom. Yeah, you gotta love Mom. The Sabres look to rattle the Habs gate. The Blues are singing the you-know-what in Motown. Playing Sweden, not a delight for Canada at the World Hockey Championship. Yell if you love Mom. Moore is muy macho in the Rio 400, and the song remains the same in the Formula One circuit. Seattle faces the sonic boom in L.A. Charlotte tries to keep the Bulls from taking a stranglehold. The Pacers go to the floor against the Knicks, and everyone knows the mailman's extra busy on Mother's Day. Even Junior had a special delivery.
And that's for you, Mom. Goodbye, baseball.
Colorado gives the Expos a rocky afternoon, but that's as good as it gets. No, not Jack. Sports Desk. Top of the world, Mom. No one should be forced to go back to work or school first thing Monday morning without being fully informed on what happened over the weekend in the world of sport. And that's why we're here. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda.
And I'm David Pratt. Now, Gino, you had a tough call to make on Sunday. You could have spent it with the mother and the family at home, or spend the afternoon with the TV set, the Montreal Canadiens, right? Now, luckily for me, my mom lives in Calgary.
Good scenario for you, David. So what did you get for Mom on Mother's Day? Well, the Sabres' Matthew Barnaby couldn't take his mom out for Sunday brunch. That's because he had to work, of course, so he did the next best thing. Got her a ticket to the game, and a private box, no less. But as the Habs quickly found out, that was just the beginning of the gift. Speaking of moms, Dominic Hasek, the mother of all goaltenders, and his counterpart, Andy Moog, drawing a lot of attention in this game. Early on, Montreal applying the pressure. Igor Ulanov, the shot. Hasek gets a piece of it, but not enough. It beats him. 1-0 Montreal. Just 80 seconds later, Matthew Barnaby working in front of the net. Matthew Barnaby trying to do it alone. Loses the puck, but no problem. Michael Groschick is there for the scraps, pops it in, 5th of the postseason. Game tied at 1 to the second period. Game tied at 2. Mark Recchi on the break. Mark Recchi's first shot is stopped. Second one, he bats it in out of the air. 3-2 Montreal. 28 seconds later, Dixon Ward from the slot scores. Game tied at 3, and the seesaw battle continues with Matthew Barnaby behind the net. Pulling a Gretzky scores. 4-3 Buffalo after 2 periods of play. Then just 13 seconds into the third is Barnaby again. The sniper, short side. 5-3 Buffalo. Later in the period, things only get worse for Montreal. Andy Moog is just nailed. He's shaken up, leaves the game. Jocelyn Thibault comes in to replace him, but the damage had already been done. Late in the game with Thibault on the bench for the extra attacker, it's Barnaby again. Barnaby finds the empty net. Hat trick, 6-3 Sabres. And on Mother's Day, Barnaby couldn't have made Mom more proud. The fans think he's the man. With a 4-point game, Buffalo raises the roof with a 6-3 win. They now lead the series 2-0. So the series now switches to Montreal, where the Sabres are unbeaten in their last 6 visits, 4-0-2 during that stretch. And Moog is still a question mark, trying to recover from just getting nailed in the net in this game. And according to Matthew Barnaby after the game, winning Game 2 is really, really big.
I think last game we didn't have any focus, and this game we wanted to prove to everyone and ourselves that we had some focus and we were determined. And every time they scored, we seemed to rally back, and that's been the case all year. So we've had a lot of come-behind wins in the year in the third period, and I just think that was what we wanted to prove to ourselves and to everyone, that we weren't the team that played in that first game.
We didn't play Montreal Canadiens hockey tonight. We didn't use our speed. We didn't do a lot of things that we should be doing, and we created a lot of turnovers for them, and that's their game, and we have to get back to the basic games and play our style of hockey if we want to beat these guys.
Since the playoffs began, the St. Louis Blues have been on a serious roll. 5 games, 5 wins. Sooner or later, you knew it had to catch up to them, and it did. First, the Blues lost defenseman Al McInnes with a groin pull. Then on Sunday, they took on a Detroit team looking to even up their series. Let's get on to the Blues and the Wings. The Wings looking to win one from Mom in Game 2. The Wings come out hitting. Kirk Maltby throws one on Chris Pronger, then teams up with Kosar on Chris McAlpine. Now that somehow gives the Wings a little bit of spark here. Thomas Holmstrom races in. He feeds Brendan Shanahan, but Fuhr right there. 1-0 Blues. Now watch this. Igor Larionov. Nice little tip ahead here. He finds Martin Lapointe, who squeezes it by Fuhr. Power play goal. That made it 1-1. Chris Osgood was absolutely great in the second. Pierre Turgeon gets absolutely stoned by Osgood. And then the Wings keep flying. Sergei Fedorov finds Holmstrom, who undresses Grant Fuhr. What a great goal. 3-1 for the Wings. And the Wings kept hitting. Martin Lapointe flips Pellerin head over heels. Yikes. Osgood remains solid here. Turgeon, wide open net. Osgood stretches out. No! Then, a moment when everyone, I mean everyone, held their breath. Chris Pronger takes a slap shot in the ribs. He goes down. Then he got up, and then he collapsed again. He was on the ice for several minutes. Real concern for everyone at the game. He was taken to the hospital. He is all right. Then Terry Yake takes a shot right here to the head. It cut his helmet, but it did draw some blood. He is also doing fine. The Wings win a tough one. Final score, 6-1. So the Blues lose for the first time in the '98 playoffs. After the game, Pronger was checked out at a nearby hospital. X-rays were negative, and EKG was normal. He is in good condition right now. He is expected to be released Monday morning. It could have been much, much worse.
It's not a common thing, but when an inmate gets hit over the chest wall or where the heart areas, it certainly can cause arrhythmias, and the potential is there. for something more serious. But fortunately, it didn't happen this time.
You realize how vulnerable you are, and you just pray the kid's, he's conscious, so that's a good thing. He's breathing fine, and I'm sure he's going to be all right. And that's all you can do is pray that everything works out, because at the time, there's a kid laying there unconscious, and you don't know whether he's going to breathe or he isn't going to breathe, and that's frightening.
I felt like everybody got a big punch in the stomach after that. It's a sick feeling for all the players. Nobody likes to see that. It was the ugliest thing I've ever seen since I've been playing.
Once again, he should be fine. All right, let's face it.
Champion, but he's injured right now, so into the fold steps Ernesto Senna. And Monday was the weigh-in day. Grant bringing a 31-1 record into this defense, with 17 of those W's coming by KO. He weighed in at 159 pounds. There's Ernesto Senna, ranked 5th by the WBO. He comes into this fight as well, tipping the old Toledos, as they say, at 159 pounds. We're going to take a break, and we're back with more. Stick with us, everybody.
Sometimes you just have to want it more. When more points comes down to more passion. When you'd rather wound your body than your pride. When getting to heaven means going through hell. And either you have it in you or you don't. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Could 2 months' salary last forever? A diamond is forever. De Beers.
In yet another torture test, we drained the oil from this car and added just this much Castrol Syntec. We then ran it over 160 kilometers per hour and waited and waited and waited. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts, protecting them under the most torturous conditions. And if a little Syntec protects this well, imagine what a full oil change can do. Castrol Syntec Full Synthetic protects in ways other oils can't.
It is a case study in aerodynamics, control, and power, made with an abiding conviction that one car can change the way you look at all cars. Introducing the daring new A6 from Audi. In the wind tunnel, it whispers. On the Autobahn, it screams.
Okay, time now for the AT&T highlight of the night. Let's take a look. We're going to get back to Pittsburgh for this one. Kevin Young is the man with a bat in his hands. He drives to the right, but there's a problem. Larry Walker is out there. He is on the run, and he can run, and he can catch. He's a 5-tool guy, makes the grab, tries to get the man and double him back at first there. That was Donnie Wall, but they can't get him. But Larry Walker does make the catch. All right, one more time we'll check in with David Pratt. David, we were talking earlier about the NHL awards soon to be handed out and the Coach of the Year candidates, and I think Pat Burns is locked to win the NHL Coach of the Year. In the NBA, they're also talking about their Coach of the Year.
Well, I got to tell you, Mike, Tuesday, all the attention should be on Larry Bird. The Associated Press is now saying that he has been named NBA Coach of the Year. As for the Memorial Cup, Portland and Valdor will meet on Tuesday night. And in Edmonton, both the Oilers and the Stars will get a day off. And trust me, they can use it after Game 3.
I hear you, David. Hey, just a quick tennis note. Chris Woodruff has been forced to drop out of the French Open because of an injury, and that opens the door for Canadian Daniel Nestor. He's going to take part in the French. We've got to depart. So long, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
TSN.
Hey, we're going to kiss
Kiss and tell in this edition of The Desk. On the ice in Edmonton, the Oilers a big hit with the Stars. While in Ottawa, the Capital Series continues, and we'll tell you who's earning his money. The Blues get some good news because Chris Pronger is feeling a whole lot better. Will golf be saving their best for the Memorial Cup? Off the ice, the NHL announces its award nominees, and you know who's dominating that list. And baseball, O is for open as they raise the roof at Olympic Stadium. In Arizona, Wood, Carey pitch another gem against the Diamondbacks. Only in baseball can a walker be sliding. Hey, it's the beginning of the week, and everybody knows what that means.
Plays of the week, roll call. Plays of the week, roll call.
May I remind you to keep your feet firmly on the ground. The sign says it all. TSN Sports Desk is coming up next. Yes, welcome to Sports Desk. The Edmonton Oilers are home. The Ottawa Senators are home. It's NHL playoff time. David Pratt is here. Everything is perfect in the world. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I am David Pratt in Vancouver.
Now, the reason I like working with David so much is he's a movie buff just like me. Yeah. Deep Impact, #1, David, at the box office. I saw it Monday with the TSN Movie Club. We gave it 3 out of 5 pucks. Not bucks, David, pucks. That's the rating system we use.
Wasn't realistic, though. I mean, a wave that big, nobody surfing? I couldn't get it.
You're a regular Spielberg. I never thought about that before.
Well, it was the East Coast. Maybe it was the West Coast. It would have been different. All right. Forget about the comets crashing into the sea and Godzilla's shoe size. The biggest show in Edmonton right now is Cujo, starring Curtis Joseph. Joseph shut out the Dallas Stars in Game 2, his 3rd shutout of these playoffs. On Monday night, Cujo and his supporting cast were looking to put on another show in Game 3. Belfort and the Stars trying to change the momentum. First period, Belfort with a big elbow right there on Ryan Smith. Yeah, 2 minutes for the Eagle for being so stupid. Here, Oilers with the best chance of the period. Doug Waite behind the D, stoned once and then stoned again. Wow. Great goaltending. Lots of physical play in the game. Mike Greer just rocks Sean Chambers there. Second period. Dallas frustrated by Curtis Joseph. Cujo has stopped 88 of 91 shots in the last 4 games. Mike Modano centers out to Greg Adams, fights off Ryan Smith there, but there he is, Joseph with the good save. Oilers right back 2-on-1 here. Doug Waite to Billy Guerin. Belfort with the pad save. That was the best save of the night. Oiler fans, really, all that's missing there is the banjo, right? Third period, Greg, I'll hear about that. Greg Adams to Mike Modano. Cujo is there to make the save. Again, late in the period. Wait, watch the hit here on Keane. Guerin will get the loose puck. He's steaming in. Ed Belfort with the poke check. And guess what, kids? We're going to OT. And Oiler fans have got that funny feeling. Just 5 seconds into OT. Ludwig, the bad pass. Lindgren gathers up the loose puck. He fires it. Belfort there again with the save. Then Scott Fraser with the shot, the rebound, but Greg DeFries cannot get to it. Then Niederman with the bad clear. Benoit Hogue gets it, snaps it home. And Bob Gainey celebrates along with the Stars. What a thriller. Here's one more look. Hey, what was Niederman thinking about? But no question, Hogue, he really did make the most of it as the Stars celebrate their win. The final score, 1-0 for the Dallas Stars. Ed Belfort made 28 saves for his 4th career playoff shutout. Hey, Cujo finished with 27 saves, Game 4 Wednesday in Edmonton. After the game, Niederman tried to explain himself.
I guess everybody saw what happened. I had a puck there, I had lots of time, and I tried to flip the puck up high over that guy in the middle, and I had a long see if I was tired. I don't know what I was doing.
I think this is going to be a big push for us and emotional, and it kind of keeps everybody happy now.
There was more than one mistake in the hockey game by both hockey clubs. I mean, you look at it, and the final one comes from Yanni. Well, that's you have to live with those things.
As the game went on, we started to play with more and more confidence, and you know, we knew coming into the building that if we're going to win on the road against Edmonton, we're going to have to win 1 or 2-0.
You know, the good citizens of Ottawa have had to put up with a lot of misery over the years. Bad politicians, the Ottawa Rough Riders and the Ottawa Senators. Now, the politicians, of course, are still there, but the Rough Riders are gone, and the Senators are no joke. They have become heroes of the Hill, and boy, they need the fans' help to get back in their series with the Capitals. And the fans came to cheer the hometown boys. You knew that was going to happen. They get a loud reception from the hometown fans, and the Sens come out all fired up because of that. There you go. The fans are behind them, and they know that. Bruce Gardner goes after Oates, so Joey Juneau jumps in, and the result? Why, it's going to be a Sens power play. That's what happens. Igor Kravchuk, though, is going to be stopped by Kolzig. Zolta is stopped. So is Daniel Alfredson, but Esa Tikkanen says, I'm going to clear this thing. Oh, but he clears it right into his own net, and Alfredson got credit for the goal, so it was 1-0. Just minutes after that, Zoltak again to Cunningworth. Great feed to Daniel, my brother. Daniel Alfredson, his second straight goal. The Senators in front 2-0. Now it's 2-1 for the Sens, but Kerry Fraser says, I'm going to help him out. I'm going to give him another power play opportunity, and Chris Phillips with the point shot. Alfredson right there with a great tip. Hand-eye coordination, and that's great. Alfredson with the first period hat trick. He is the hat-trick hero. He is the hometown hero, but the Caps have a hero. This man here, Peter Bondra, says, yeah, my stick is pretty good here. Give me a chance to work with it. They do. As he pots the rebound, that chopped it down to 3-2, and that was a power play goal. Then Ottawa gets another power play. Alexei Yashin, will he make it work? You heard that. That's a good noise. That's some beautiful noise. Off the outside post and in to make it 4-2. There's Damien. Stay gold, Pony Boy, Damien Rhodes, but he looked actually shaky in the second. Zednik, oh, that's a bad goal for Rhodes to give up 4-3 after 2, but Rhodes got better. Nikolish in for Gonchar. Rhodes makes the save. Oh, blonde ambition right there, and he covers the rebound. Still 4-3 late in the game. Ronnie Wilson calls a timeout. He says, boys, this is what we're going to do. So Ottawa says, boys, this is what we're going to do. The Capitals seem to get the idea a little better because they were all over the Senators in the final few seconds. Now look at Zednik. He's all alone. Get that guy right there in the blue. They don't. He gets a shot off, but Rhodes, oh, stay golden. Pony Boy is right because he gets to that puck. And Ottawa gets the victory. They hold on 4-3 the final score. The Sens is actually out shooting Washington 34-17. So again, only the goalie was very good. Ottawa, meantime, the big story, 3 for 5 with the power play. But of course, they also gave up a couple of power play goals to the Caps. They want to rectify that situation. But the bottom line is this. Damien Rhodes, he was the man of the moment again. How would he react? How would he play? Well, he was shaky at times. But as you saw, he was good when he had to be good.
It was just one of those nights where I was fighting it, and you know, I thought the goals I got were good goals, and you know, fortunate for me at the end, I got to feel the puck a couple times and then be able to make that save at the end of the game.
I have to give every credit to the Senators. They play well 20 minutes, and every time when we got it 1 goal back, they go into up again. You know, it's a playoff right now, and it's hard. You know, you never can let the team going 2 up, but they play well.
That was obviously a huge game for them. You know, you got to give them some credit. They're a very good hockey team over there. You know, we expected it. It happens. You know, I don't think anybody here expected a sweep or anything like that.
A Stanley Cup playoff game seemed large.
Athletics TSN tonight.
We'll knock you over with all the highlights on the desk. The Dominator forces Montreal to work OT in Game 3. Well, the Blues hope that a good defense is the best offense against the Wings. Seattle tries to avoid a sonic bust in Game 5 against the Lakers, while all the signs point to the Jazz ending their series with the Spurs. Yada, yada, yada. Larry Bird sets the pace for NBA coaches in a bad break for one of the pre-race favorites of the Preakness. Oakland's D gets an A for effort against the Jays, while Mark McGuire plays some serious long ball against the Brew Crew.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my!
The best in the West try to remain undefeated at the Mem Cup, while the Swedes take another step towards being the best in the world. You can't buy highlights like this. Well, if you're told, apparently you can buy anything. The desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. Clark Gillies once said that playing in the playoffs isn't pressure. Being unemployed with 3 kids, now that's pressure. He's got a point, but then again, he never played in Montreal. I'm Darren DeTitian. We're glad you tuned in.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver, and I got a quote for you, Dutch. Like the man said in the playoffs, goaltending is everything. Nobody knows that better than the Montreal Canadiens.
And that is exactly where we are going to start. It is a city like no other. Montreal is hockey's ultimate double-edged sword. You either thrive there or you are crushed under its immense pressure. Feeling the heat himself, Alain Vigneault elected to go with Jocelyn Thibault, hoping he could stem the Sabre tide. After all, this was a club that had not only had a stranglehold on the series, but had yet to lose in Montreal in 2 years. The Sabres were really rolling. Thibault leads the Habs into action. First period, Montreal up 1-0 when Vinny Damphus takes a foolish penalty after the whistle. On the ensuing power play, Jason Woolley with the shot from the point. It's tipped by Curtis Brown. All of a sudden, we are tied up at 1. Can you say discipline? Sabres up 2-1. Turner Stevenson steps over the line, shoots and scores his second of the night. We're tied at 2. the ailing Maurice Richard likes that as he acknowledges the crowd. He truly is one of the greats. Second period, Sabres up 3-2. Saku Koivu, sweet move, but he's robbed by Hasek. Then Mark Recchi in over the line, feeds Koivu. This time, he makes no mistake. It is 3-3. 20 seconds later, another bad Montreal giveaway. Holzinger gets the puck in the slot. He rings it off the post, gets his own rebound. Finally, Sanderson is there. He whacks it in. It's 4-3 Buffalo. Tebow is lifted for Theodore to try and inspire the troops. A key point in the game. Buffalo thinks they've scored, but on the replay, Donald Audette is clearly in the crease. No goal, still 4-3. Then the Canadians go to work. Mark Recchi to Popovic to Vladimir Malakhov. He ties it up at 4. Third period, Habs are all over the Sabres, out shooting them 18-2. Only the Dominator is keeping them in. We go to double overtime, almost 90 seconds in. Dixon Ward steps out, feeds Mike Pekka. He beats a screen Theodore. The Sabres win it 5-4 in double overtime. This is the Habs' first home overtime loss since May the 9th, 1989 against Philadelphia. That's a span of 11 games. The Canadians outshot the Sabres 28-7 from the third period on. They were also 0-for-6 on the power play. Dominic Hasek gave up 4 goals, but you know what? He did the job when it counted.
Of course, if you give up 4 goals on, I don't know, 20 shots, you know, you don't feel good about it, you know, especially in the second goal. It was almost from the blue line, but if I think about the goals, you know, I don't feel like I make any big mistake.
We knew if we could, you know, find a way to win this game, it's going to make it a lot tougher for them to win 4. Not that it's a wrap-up for us in any sense, but just makes it tougher for them to come back and win.
You know, it's very disappointing. The guys are down. I mean, nobody's gonna quit here, but it's obviously we got a tough battle ahead of us. We just gotta give it all again the next game and see what happens. It's just very tough to take right now.
The strength of the St. Louis Blues has been their defense. Suddenly, it's now their biggest question mark. Al MacInnis has been out with a pulled groin, and Chris Pronger suffered an irregular heartbeat after he was hit in the chest. The Blues were hoping to have both back in the lineup for Game 3 against Detroit. Chris Pronger was in the Blues lineup after getting the okay from his doctor. The Blues also had Al MacInnis back in the lineup for the first time in this series. The Wings jump out early here. Darren McCarty down a wing. He breaks in, goes 5-hole on Fuhr, then flies over Fuhr. That draws a crowd. Kelly Chase gives him some leather. Fuhr was okay, but the Wings had a 1-0 lead. A little bit later on, the Blues on a power play. Watch the shoot in here. Chris Osgood cannot control the puck. It's fired around the boards. Steve Duchesne to Al MacInnis. He unloads the howitzer. Osgood didn't see it. Game tied at 1. Check out the Blues bench. So I'm happy to have MacInnis back on a play. You know it. Later on, Brendan Shanahan. He fires. Fuhr with the glove save. Unbelievable stop. Shanahan can't believe it. To the second period we go. Blues turn it over in the neutral zone. Kozlov breaks in over to Holmstrom. He fires it by Fuhr. It's 2-1 for Detroit. Pronger playing a lot in this game, 18.5 minutes through 2 periods, not appearing to be in any kind of pain at all. To the third now, 2-1 Wings, under a minute left. MacInnis wires a shot from center. Somehow it beats Osgood through the 5-hole. Detroit is absolutely stunned. The Blues tie it up with just 55 seconds left. Osgood, no place to hide, no place to run. To overtime we go. Blues with a chance. Conroy with the shot here. It goes off not one, but both posts. They went upstairs. The puck did not go in. To double overtime. Al MacInnis is helped to the dressing room. He was suffering from cramps. It is not serious. A little bit later with the faceoff. Watch Pierre Turgeon head to the bench for a new stick. Now roll the videotape here. Igor Larionov will find Shanahan. This time he beats Fuhr, and the Wings take Game 3, the final 3-2. Wings up 2-1. What a hockey game. This was Brendan Shanahan's second career playoff overtime winner. The Wings outshot the Blues 44-35. After the game, Shanahan gave most of the credit to his teammates.
I think the key to the play, the entire play, was Nick Lidstrom. Turgeon broke his stick on the face-off, and Nick was going to dump it in. When he recognized Turgeon going to the bench for a new stick, he rushed the puck, made someone come to him, dished it to Igor. My man had to go to Igor, and you know, you give Igor Larionov a man open, he's going to find him more often than not. But Nick made an incredibly heads-up play.
Hey, if it ain't...
on the war paint for this playoff edition of the Desk. The fans, they've had enough. Well, the Oilers were hoping to make Dallas see stars in Game 4. In Ottawa, they were going delirious, but only the goalie stole the show on the ice, while the Habs say they're not buffaloed yet. Jordan and the Bulls trying to sting the Hornets, while the Pacers were looking to eliminate the Knicks. Guelph was storming for a victory at the Memorial Cup. The Rocket ready to launch into his scoreless inning streak. The Expos gunning for a giant win in San Fran, while the Braves look to break a home run record. The red-hot Yankees torch the Rangers, always smile on the job and never turn away from honors sent your way. Don't drop the ball by turning the channel. The Desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to The Desk. Hockey is a game of recovery, and on Wednesday, the Edmonton Oilers are trying to do just that. I'm Darren Detition. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver.
Farhan, following a crushing loss in Game number 3, the Edmonton Oilers were trying to bounce back at the Coliseum.
Yeah, Dutch, it was that all-important Game 4. And you know, there really has been some great goaltending in these playoffs. But is there a hotter pair of goalies than Curtis Joseph and Eddie Belfour? Eddie the Eagle has given up just 3 goals in the first 3 games of this series, while Curtis Joseph nearly became the first goalie in 72 years to record 4 shutouts in 5 postseason games. Oiler fans almost as intense as the players in this series. The goaltenders get tested early and often. It's Mike Modano feeding Jamie right on the doorstep, but Cujo is there to shut the door. The Stars keep coming, though. Jamie Langenbrunner feeds Guy Carbonneau right out in front. The one-timer, and it goes in. It's 1-0 for Dallas. 1:37 later, the Oilers come back. Scott Fraser comes over the blue line. He cuts in front, and he snaps one along the ice past Belfour through a screen. That makes it 1-1. But the Stars keep coming. Jamie Wright with another chance. And guess who? It's Cujo right there to stop him again. Let's jump ahead to the second period. It's Dallas on the power play. And Curtis Joseph stops Greg Adams. And then Mike Modano on the rebound is also denied. But Belfour matches him save for save. Oilers on the power play. And Belfour comes up big against Yanni Niinema. Now the team's playing 4-on-4. Niinema gets caught, and Benoit Hogue comes in on the breakaway, and he squeezes one past Cujo. It's 2-1 for the Stars. Dallas keeps pressing. No, Joseph gets caught out of position, but Modano can't find the nets, and the Oilers stay close. Still 2-1 at this point. Third period, the Oilers on the power play. Roman Hammerlick with a great chance to tie it, but he shoots one right at Belfour, and this game stays 2-1. The Oilers keep coming. Bobby Dallas with a chance, but once again, Belfour is there to shut the door, and you know what's going to happen next. A couple of minutes later, it's the Oiler killer. Benoit Hogue fires it to the top corner. His second goal of the game. It's 3-1 for the Stars. Glenn Sather less than pleased. His Oilers can't mount a late comeback. Dallas wins this game 3-1, and they take a 3-1 series lead. Belfour, meanwhile, has stopped 101 of 104 shots in this series. That adds up to a .971 save percentage. The Oilers, meanwhile, are only 1-4 at home in the postseason. After the game, Benoit Hogue says the Stars are getting into gear.
Well, I think, yeah, we did that jump. I think, you know, the first game here, they started in our end like the first 10 minutes, and they had some chances, and we didn't want that to happen tonight. So we play solid in our end. We get the puck out, and we play solid in the neutral zone, and they create turnovers, and it gives us a chance offensively.
The Stars came out flying. They played 60 minutes of hockey, and they were very disciplined. They took the body, and they trapped us off in the neutral zone, and we couldn't generate any offense at all.
With Hogue's line stepping up and playing well, it's really given us our game that has been our strength for so long.
That's a tough loss for Edmonton. Buoyed by the crowd in Game number 3, the Ottawa Senators got themselves back into their series with the Washington Capitals. But in the National Hockey League, you are challenged on a nightly basis. Wednesday night, it was Game 4, 60 minutes that would either even the series or leave the Sens in an almost unclimbable hole. Ottawa, a perfect 4-0 at the Corral Center in the playoffs. The crowd goes wild. Even the anthem singer was joining in. Meanwhile, the Caps, minus Peter Peter Bondra, apparently he's not feeling well. Ron Wilson, ill, just thinking about it. First period, Daniel Alfredson, 3 goals in Game 3. Couple of cracks there. He can't beat Kolzig. Later on, Kelly Miller rocks Randy Cunningworth. Delayed penalty called against Miller. Senators break out in a 3-on-1. Kravchuk denied by Ole the goalie. Then Ottawa's power play backfires. Esa Tikkanen feeds the trailer. Sergei Gonchar, nifty move. He beats Damian Rhodes. Short-handed marker. It's 1-0 Caps. Second period, the Sens don't lay back. Arvidsson fires. Kolzig snares it. Later in the frame, Ottawa keeps coming. Sean McEachran, he's denied 3 times at the side of the net. Ole the goalie is hot. The Sens fans, they don't lose faith. Third period, still 1-0 Capitals. Wade Redden in the slot. Kolzig stones him. Later on, Richard Zednik gets by Chris Phillips, but Kravchuk gets back to bail out his mate. Moments later, Bruce Gardner goes head over head, courtesy Gonchar. Gardner'd be fine. Late in the game, the Sens keep buzzing. Alexei Yashin cuts in front, thinks he's got a goal. Think again. Kolzig sticks the arm out. Jacques Martin knows Kolzig stoned him. Ole the goalie records his second career playoff shutout, making 36 saves. The Caps, with an empty netter, they win it 2-0. The Caps were outshot 36-11. They have been outshot 139-69 in the series, yet they lead 3-1. This is a very, very good hockey club. The Capitals seemingly have it all, including a very hot goalie.
There were a few shots that either got deflected over the glass or, hit the D-man in front of the net. And, but for the most part, I felt like I was in good position to make the save and in good position for the rebound save. So when I'm playing like that, I know I'm on.
He made key saves when we need it, and, short-handed goal was big for us. But, this is type of games. It's the hardest game coming up Friday because if we're not winning, we're coming back here. So we are right now in driver's seat, and we're looking forward.
It's not going to be very easy, but it's what good teams do, when it's a tough situation. It's kind of bring all guys together, and I hope we will come out with a very strong game in Washington.
Great teams never let an opportunity slip away, and when they've got an...
It's time for Sports Desk. We're ready to close the book on an era. Say it isn't so. The Sabres look to prove they're the masters of their domain. Fedorov says, no, so for you. The Fuhrer and the St. Louis Blues. Spokane looks to show who's chief of the Memorial Cup. At the Worlds, the Swedes get a Swiss treat and a berth in the final.
You guys are face painters, you see? It's like a Jerry Seinfeld episode, isn't it?
Not that there's anything wrong with it. The Kings and Wizards pulled the trigger on a blockbuster NBA deal. The Jays were flying like angels against Anaheim at the Dome. Serenity now. Mad Mac was at it again, this time versus the Braves. Lisa Walters makes her presence felt at the McDonald's LPGA Championship. Yada, yada, you know the rest. TSN Sports Desk is coming up next. Away we go. Welcome to Sports Desk. And just a friendly reminder, if you tape the final episode of Seinfeld, make sure you have your Sports Desk tape in now for this show so you don't tape over that Seinfeld episode. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Mike, after the first round of the NHL playoffs, Canadians from coast to coast were waving the Maple Leaf proudly. Round 2, though, was a different story, especially for the Montreal Canadiens. They've really struggled. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I think you know the program here, Farhan. I think we're going to have a Seinfeld-type theme to this show. Hey, the Montreal Canadiens aren't like Kramer, right? They're not used to falling flat on their faces. Only twice before in their proud history have the Habs been swept in a 7-game series, and it's never ended on their home ice. But that's what they were really facing on Thursday as they tried to dodge the brooms of Buffalo. Let's take a look, and here we go. Andy Moog, yeah, he's got that game face on, and he's going to need it. Defenseman Vladimir Malikov is out with a sore arm. That's not going to help. Kind of a flaky start for Moog, though. First period on the power play. Buffalo would score. Bam, bam, knocking on the door. Matthew Barnaby, and he says, I did that. And it was 1-0 Sabres. He's a proud puppy. Hey, there's the bubble boy. Dominic Hasek. First period, Dave Manson the shot. It's tipped. Hasek commits one way. Then he darts out the path to stop the bubble boy getting obnoxious. And speaking of that, the Habs getting frustrated. Ulanov jumps and nails Sanderson with the elbow. He had to leave the game with a concussion. All he kept saying was, yo-yo-ma, yo-yo-ma. Second period, the Sabres beat Moog. and they hit the post as Ulanov takes out his man. He sticks Moog in the face. Moog is okay, but then open up the floodgates. Bobby Bugner centers for the Donald to Dad. He touches it past Moog to make it 2-0. A few minutes after that, Shaitan on the one-timer. He beats Moog as well, and with that, Buffalo's starting to shuffle. They were in front 3-0. Jose Theodore is on his way in. Andy Moog is on his way out, but how could anyone not like him? Everybody likes him. Late in the second period, the Habs get on the board. Mark Bureau will center. Rosinski driving to the net. He scores, and that chopped it down to 3-1. Third period, Alain Vigneault wants to avoid the sweep on his birthday, so the Habs pressing for said birthday boy, and they get a shot off, but Hasek again, he is the man. You know that. He gets a piece of it, and that's it for the Habs. I think you can see what I'm talking about. You could see it in Shane Corson's face, and there's the two checkmates right there, Hasek and Rosinski. They won gold together in Nagano, but Hasek goes alone to the conference finals now. Man, Buffalo really on a run. The Sabres reaching the third round of the playoffs for the first time since way back in 1980. Mike Peca, though, this is bad. He left the game with a knee injury. No word on his condition just yet, but with all that said, it's still a pretty good night for Buffalo. And Donald Adat, he got a goal. We talked about that. He's a Montreal boy, and he proved you can go home again.
It's unbelievable. You know, my dad didn't want to come because, you know, he's a little nervous, but, you know, it's fun to win it here, especially with a lot of friends, and it's a great feeling.
I think you got to give them credit. They do play pretty well. Their power play is very good, but they do rely heavily on Dominic Hasek. I mean, if it's not him in the net, you know, it's a different series.
It's a nice feeling. You know, I'm glad we won today, and so there's no more pressure, you know, for next couple of days, and we have a couple of days off, you know, so we can relax, and it's a great feeling.
The defending Stanley Cup champions were looking to take a commanding 3-1 lead in their series with the St. Louis Blues. Now, the Blues did get some good news in the form of Al MacInnis. After leaving Tuesday's game in overtime with cramps, MacInnis said there was no way he was going to miss the all-important Game 4, even if Seinfeld was on. A couple of Blues fans with some interesting choices for headwear in Game number 4. Grant Fuhr was solid early. Brendan Shanahan moves in on the partial breakaway, but Fuhr is there to make another great save. He knows all about playoff pressure, but Shanny gets his revenge. Watch him take the pass off of his skate, then from the impossible angle, he beats Fuhr. It's a power play goal, and it makes it 1-0 for the Wings. Let's have another look. Shanny takes the pass from his skate, then somehow he beats Fuhr to the short side. This one looks like highlight of the night material. Osgood, meanwhile, stood his ground as well. Brett Hull turns and fires. Then he says, hey, no soup for you, Jim Campbell, covering up the rebound. The Wings would add to their lead. Joey Kocur bursts out of the penalty box. Then he fires it inside the far post. A nice shot. It's 2-0 for the Wings. Now 22 seconds later, Jim Campbell would get 1 whack. 2 whacks make it 3 whacks. Finally, he scores on Osgood. That cuts the lead to 2-1. Then the Blues start to play physical. Jeff Courtnall runs Rob Rouse from behind. A nice hit up against the boards. Actually looked like a bit of a cheap shot, but no call. The Blues continue to press. Conroy throws it out in front. Dimitra deflects it off the shoulder of Osgood. The Wings still lead, but then late in the second, Craig Conroy finds Pierre Turgeon, who goes 5-goal on Osgood. Just 6.4 seconds left on the clock, and it's 2-2 heading into the third. But it's all Wings in the final frame. Fedorov chips it to Thomas Hallstrom. He feeds Slava Fetisov. The one-timer, you know it. It's in upstairs. The Wings fans give the Blues a nice housewarming gift. 3-2 was the final score. Then 3-2 was the score at that point. Then shorthanded Chris Draper to Fedorov. 4-2 for the Wings. Scotty Bowman gives his boys a pat on the back. The St. Louis back to the drawing board. They're down 3-1. 5-2 was the final. The Red Wings have won 4 straight games on the road in these playoffs, so they're the road warriors. In fact, 11 different Wings have scored in this series. Now, Brett Hull, he continues to struggle. He's had just 1 goal on 13 shots in this series. After the game, Chris Draper said he knows this series is not over.
It's not done yet, you know. I mean, these guys now they have 2 days to regroup and come into Detroit, and you know they're going to do everything they can to stave off elimination. And you know they have a lot of character over there. They have a lot of guys that can do some good things. So you know this series still is far from over.
We expect them to come out very hard, and that's what we're going to do. And we're going to try and match any intensity from their part and try to play a very, very solid and hard game.
It was back and forth type of game. You know, we got off to a good start, but then I felt that we made a mistake in the second period by sitting back a little bit, and we came out and corrected it in the third. So we got back to playing the hockey we wanted to.
It was an all-Western battle on the final day of round-robin action at the Memorial Cup in Spokane. The Portland Winterhawks and Spokane Chiefs met for the 17th time this season, and once again there was a lot on the line. A win for the Hawks would give them first place and a berth in Sunday's final, while the Chiefs still had an outside shot at first as well.
This hacking and slashing edition of Sports Desk, only the goalie tries to put the final nail in the Sens coffin. The Oilers face extinction again, this time in the Big D, while the Canadians look back and look ahead after being knocked out. The Dodgers and the Marlins finally pull off one of baseball's biggest deals. Henkin and the Blue Jays put a hurting on the Angels and the umpires. The rookie is a walk in the second round of the LPGA Championship. Shaq talking trash, well, actually talking sewage as the Lakers prepare for the Jazz.
On the court, I'll whip their ass, and off the court, I'll whip their ass, too, so it really doesn't matter.
Tom Rennie trades in his whistle and heads back to Canadian hockey. Donovan Bailey ready to run in Vancouver, and he's not running from any competition. The Teen Queens go face-to-face at the German Open, looking for a tasty serving of highlights. Bon appetit. The desk is next.
Welcome to Sports Desk, everybody. I think it's the hardest trophy to win in professional sports. The grind for the Stanley Cup rolls on, and that's exactly where our show begins. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Mike, 3 Canadian teams shocked the experts and advanced to the second round of the NHL playoffs. The Habs got bounced on Thursday, and on Friday, the Capitals were trying to make it strike 2 against the Senators.
Yeah, Farhan, I want to talk about those Washington Capitals, too. You know, it's been a long and winding road for the Capitals. In 1975, remember, they won 8 games. In 76, the legendary Nelson Piatt was their leading scorer. In fact, the only history they really have is a history of blowing it in the postseason, but they could wipe out all the years of hardship with a win over Ottawa on Friday as they look to move into the conference finals. Let's take a look at the highlights. They're glad to have this man back. That's Peter Bondra, the special agent Peter Bondra, back in the lineup after missing Game 4. He didn't feel so good, but he was feeling pretty good in this one as he steals a puck from York, gets it to Zednik, but the backhander saved by Rhodes. Then Joey Juneau, the one-timer, stopped. Brian Bellows, he's been great for the Capitals in the playoffs, but not too great there. He couldn't score as he had a couple of opportunities. The Sens get a chance here. Dackel, but Kolzig is there, and we were scoreless after 1. Early in the second, the Caps do count it up. Joey Juneau, nobody knocks him down, so he's going to knock that puck into the cage, and it was 1-0 for the Caps. Olaf Kolzig, meantime, at 113 minutes of shutout hockey. He's a good goalie, as my grandfather would say. I haven't said that for a while, and he shows why he's such a good goaltender as he makes another save on Alfredson there. Then look at this, Dackel. I thought he had Ole the goalie down and out. Well, he was down, but he wasn't out because, yeah, Dackel missed the cage. You can't do that. The Sens continue to pressure in the power play. Yashin, he's on his knees, if you please, but he can't score. He got a couple of cracks at it, and Coach Martin says, well, somebody put that biscuit in the basket. But Ole says no. He runs his shutout streak to 129 minutes and counting. Caps, meantime, looking to strike. Special agent Peter Bondra has the chance, but Zoltak is going to promptly take that chance away. But the Sens, man, they just couldn't catch a break. Dackel, another open net. Come on, you got to put it in the twine, my friend. He puts it high again. Late in the game, Arvidsson rams Riki from behind. That is not a good thing. He's going to get the gate, and that proved costly because the Caps are going to make them pay in a big, big way in the power play. And that's Sergei Gonchar. What a postseason he's having. His 7th for the playoffs to make it 2-0. And Kolzig earning back-to-back whitewashes as he runs his scoreless streak to 149 minutes and counting. Yes, you can count on that because the Caps are moving on and the Ottawa Senators are going home. 3-0 the final, 4-1 in the series. The Capitals advancing to the conference finals now for just the second time in their 23-year history. Meantime, we've been talking about Ole the goalie. We'll talk about him again. He made 29 saves for his 3rd shutout of the playoffs. He stopped 161 of 168 shots in this series, and now we get more on this game and this series from TSN's Mark Bunning.
A lack of scoring was a problem for the Senators as the season began, and it's a problem as the season ends. 7 goals in 5 games doesn't do the trick. Compounding that problem was the brilliant goaltending of Olaf Kolzig, who made all the big saves at the right time.
In the playoffs, it definitely comes down to goaltending and special teams. You look at the Montreal series, Dominic Hasek, the way he dominated. Ed Belfour, the way he's dominating in Dallas. That's what playoffs are all about. I don't want to take full credit because, you know, I'm just one guy, one part of the team.
We won 2 or 3 games for them, and you know, especially the game in Ottawa, we should have won. They won 2-0, and you know, tonight we weren't able to put the buy in either. So I mean, the way he's playing, it looks really good for Washington.
The Senators are naturally dejected, but proud of their accomplishments this season. This is a young team that should be on the fast track to better things.
There's definitely some positives. As I was saying before, right now it's kind of bittersweet positives. I watched a lot of games this series, and playing tonight, I really felt like the series could have went either way.
I think they got a great future. They're playing hard. They have the talent. Anytime you have guys like Alfredson, guys like Ashin, and you got Redden on the point, and guys like that, you have players you can build a team around.
Overall, a successful season for the Senators. They didn't win the Cup, but they did accomplish their short-term goals of making the playoffs again and getting past the first round. For the Capitals, they now head to the conference final for the first time since 1990, where it's going to be Kolzig against Hasek. Mark Bunting, TSN in Washington.
In the era of free agency, you really don't see too many big trades anymore, but this one's a doozy. The Florida Marlins and the LA Dodgers have just pulled the trigger on a 7-player deal, which could be the biggest trade in baseball's modern era. 4 All-Stars are on the move, including Mike Piazza of the Dodgers. Piazza and third baseman Todd Zeile will head to the...
Here at Sports Desk, we prefer not to argue, but have an open dialogue concerning the great questions in life, such as, is it truly better to give than to receive? Does history in fact repeat itself? And how vicious is an animal when its back is against the wall? Is it acceptable to capitalize on the misfortunes of others? Does ESP exist? And if so, how accurate can it be? Can a simple change of scenery really make someone happy again? Does survival of the fittest take on more meaning in a marathon battle? Should we reach for our goals even when they're unreachable? Is style more important than substance? Is shyness a truly attractive quality in another person? And is it possible to give 110%? Well, for all the answers, Sports Desk is next. Well, hello there and welcome to our show. This is Canada's most comprehensive sports news and highlights show in the country, so we are glad you stopped by and decided to get informed. I'm Lisa Bose in Toronto.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver.
Now, Farhan, these playoffs have been great to watch, amazing goaltending, and of course, it was nice to see 3 Canadian teams advance to the second round.
Yeah, Lisa, it really has been. And as if being down 3-1 to the Dallas Stars wasn't pressure enough, the Edmonton Oilers carried the weight of an entire nation on their shoulders heading into Saturday's game at Reunion Arena. Now, the Oilers did manage to pull off the impossible comeback against Colorado, but if they were planning on taking this series back to Edmonton, they would have to solve the magic of Ed Belfour. Eddie the Eagle came into Game 5 leading all playoff goaltenders with a 1.45 goals against average. Bill Guerin, meanwhile, scored 6 goals against the Colorado Avalanche. He has yet to score in this series against Dallas. He has a golden chance right here. Open shot from the slot, but Belfour with the nice save. We've heard that a few times before. The Stars answer with a chance of their own. Cujo makes a point-blank save on Sergei Zubov. Chippy in the first period. Kelly Buchberger runs Guy Carbonneau from behind. He goes down hard. Then Greg DeVries hauls down Pat Verbeek at the side of the net. He gets the gate, and that would prove to be costly because Mike Modano finds Darian Hatcher. He goes to the top shelf with a power play goal, and it's 1-0 for the Stars. Here's another angle on that goal. Count the number of Stars on the ice. There's 6 of them. That's right, 6. Hey, these Dallas Stars cheat more than the Dallas Cowboys, but hey, it was a nice shot. Fred Couples taking in the game. Some Russ stuff continuing. It's Scott Fraser riding Jari Lehtinen into the facing of the glass. The Oilers get a power play, but Guy Carbonneau gets loose. He cuts out in front, but Cujo shuts the door. Same power play now. Roman Hamrlik fires it, but it rings off the iron. Hey, Ronnie Lowe's club just can't catch a break. It's 1-0 Stars after 2. Stars with a golden chance to ice this game. Nienema, another giveaway. Pat Verbeek comes in all alone, but Cujo comes up with another great save. The fans decide to get involved. They throw a drink into the Oilers' penalty box. Hey, there must be still a little too much inbreeding going on in Texas. Dan Maruelli gives the fans the boot. Oilers only 3 shots in the period, but Yanni Nienema hits the iron on a screened Eddie Belfour. The Stars finally would get some insurance. 2-on-1 Keane to Greg Adams, and he beats Cujo before crashing into the net. It's 2-0. That goal would be huge because late in the game, Oilers pressuring. Bill Guerin snaps one home, but there is no deja vu in Dallas. The Stars move on with a 2-1 win. The Dallas Stars advanced to the conference finals for the first time since 1991. They were still in Minnesota back then. As for Eddie the Eagle, he made 17 saves in this game. He stopped 118 of 122 shots in the series. The Oilers, meanwhile, finished just 1 for 26 on the power play, and we get a complete report from Dallas from Ken Schillebeck.
For the Dallas Stars, it was sweet revenge because last year it was the Oilers team that knocked them off in 7 games in the first round of the playoffs. After a slow start in the series, the Stars seemed to get stronger and stronger each game out.
The year went fast. I mean, it seems like yesterday was Game 7 here, but it's a great return to get to where we were at. And, it was a great series. We had a big turnaround after Game 2 and really changed some things, and the guys responded. And you know, to be able to make adjustments in the middle of a series and to carry it on, it was a great thing from the guys.
The guys worked so hard, and we all, you know, guys played well. You know, Cujo really stood in his head. I mean, you know, he really showed again that he's, you know, among the elite goalies in the world, and you know, it's tough pill to swallow right now.
Ron Lowe said when the series began that when the Oilers got an opportunity, they had to score because they wouldn't get a second chance. The Stars held the Oilers to only 5 goals in 5 games. It was tight defensive play along with great goalkeeping from Eddie Belfour.
We've played really good defensively all year. We take great pride in playing that way.
We played our style of hockey where there was no open ice, and we knew what kind of speed that team has, and to be successful against a team like that, you can't give them a whole lot of ice, otherwise they will hurt you.
We lost, and we're a good bunch here, and we know how to lose, and that's a good team over there, and hats off to them. But, you know, I really do think it should have been a longer series.
So the Dallas Stars advanced to the conference final for just the 4th time in franchise history and first time since 1991. Have a few days off to kind of collect their thoughts and get ready for the next round between either Detroit or St. Louis. Reporting from Reunion Arena in Dallas, I'm Ken Schillebeck for Sports Desk.
The last time there was a Triple Crown.
It's the summertime and the weather is hot, and folks will do anything to beat the heat. The perfect weather can sometimes bring out the best in us.
Couldn't happen to a crazier guy, huh?
The Red Wings can soar to familiar heights. Past champions go in search of former glory. For some, summertime means time to crack open a Miller. And it's also a time for the running of the bulls. At the Memorial Cup, Portland was trying to weather the storm. The summer makes grown men battle for gold. Over hill, over dale. Would the Blue Jays pitching once again fail? The heat even makes this wood catch fire. As other rookies were set to grab the spotlight, the summer heat brings couples out to play and makes Tigers run for cover. The heat can even affect most people's better judgment. We'll get ready to dive in for another red-hot edition of TSN Sports Desk next.
Hi, everyone. Yes, Sunday was indeed a booming day in the world of sports, especially for Boomer himself. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Retta.
And I'm Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Gino, it's NHL playoff time, so it would take a pretty big story to keep hockey off the top of the show, but I think we might have one.
You know, Farhan, I think you are absolutely right. A perfect game. 27 up and 27 down. Not a single hit, not a single walk, and not a single error. That's why they call it a perfect game. And that's why they are so rare. Just 14 perfect games in the history of Major League Baseball. Today, David Boomer Wells was looking to permanently etch his name into the baseball record books. And he was looking to do it in baseball's most storied stadium. And he is in control. 3rd inning. Quickly rings up the Twins. John Shave on the curve. Javier Valentin on the fastball. Pat Mears on the changeup. 4th inning, Yankees up 1-0. Bernie Williams pads their lead with his solo shot to right field. 2-0 New York. That's loads of offense on this day. David Wells continues in the zone. 6th inning, Shave K's again, and so does Valentin. That's 9 strikeouts, and the fans run out of K's, so they turn to napkins to fill up K corner. 7th inning, Brent Gates at the dish. Hard shot to first, Tino Martinez. Nice D on the first for the out. The crowd can just smell history in the making. And Wells, not ready to disappoint, rings up Paul Mahler to end the 7th inning. 8th inning we go now. Wells gets a scare. Marty Cordova, ground ball. Derek Jeter bobbles it, but he comes up with it. Otherwise, he'd be wearing the serious goat horns. Next batter, Ron Coomer. Hot shot to second. Chuck Knobloch knocks it down. On to first in time for the out. Wells ends the 8th totally perfect. 9th inning, and the board tells the tale. David Cohn and the Yankee teammates, no one anywhere near Boomer. John Shea flies to right field. Paul O'Neill calmly settles underneath it for the out. Then Javier Valentin. K's. And David Wells is 1 out away from a perfect game. Pat Mears at the dish.
Around to left. The 0-1. Swung on. He's going to get it. Popped up to right field. O'Neill near the line. He makes the catch. David Wells. David Wells has pitched a perfect game. 27 up. 27 down. Baseball immortality for David Wells. And the Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Another major achievement, of course, the fact they were able to carry David Wells off the field. This was just the 13th perfect game this century in Major League Baseball. David Wells, a guy who was just a little off the wall at the best of times, really feeling a little out of sorts after this outing.
Couldn't happen to a crazier guy, huh?
I mean...
No, I don't know. You can't explain it until maybe tomorrow or the next day when you can realize, when it all, sinks in and you have a chance to look back and see what you did. But, with the history of this ball club and this stadium, it's, it couldn't happen in a better place for me, growing up a Yankee fan.
Boomer's a fun guy to root for. He does his own thing, and, when he comes up big like this, I think everybody had fun with it.
Just 15 perfect games in the history of Major League Baseball. Boomers was the first since Kenny Rogers 4 years ago. Dennis Martinez was the only pitcher to accomplish the feat for a Canadian club. And just look at the names in this exclusive club. Catfish Hunter, Sandy Koufax, Cy Young. But Don Larson is still in the most exclusive club. His perfect game was in the 1956 World Series.
Unbelievable effort. An interesting trend in both the NHL and NBA playoffs. After some great series in the first round in both leagues, no second-round series has gone past 5 games. In fact, no team in the second round has won a game when facing elimination. On Sunday, the St. Louis Blues were trying to buck that trend, down 3-1 in Detroit. You think Sergei Fedorov was just a little fired up for this game? He gets a $12 million bonus if the Red Wings make the conference finals. Blues with a good chance early on. It's Mike Eastwood in front. Chris Osgood comes up with the stop, and then he clears the puck out of harm's way. Fedorov maybe a little anxious about his bonus check. He tackles Steve Duchesne. Then he gets out of the penalty box. Brendan Shanahan feeds him, but Grant Fuhr is right there to shut the door. Just over a minute into the second period, it's Marc Bergevin with the shot from the point, tipped home by Jeff Courtnall. 1-0 for the Blues. Court's always coming through in those playoffs. Just over a minute later, the dump in goes off Jamie McCowan right to Mike Eastwood. Just like that, it's 2-0 Blues. And the Blues keep coming. It's Todd Gill with the shot. Bad luck for Osgood here. It goes in off Slava Kozlov's stick, and it's 3-0 St. Louis. But the Wings finally score a minute and a half later. Stevie Yzerman behind the net, shorthanded. Martin Lapointe goes top shelf, and that cuts the lead to 3-1. Wings with another good chance late in the second period. Yzerman tips the point shot, but Fuhr with the nice pad save keeps it out. Third period, it's the Wings on the power play. Fedorov with the shot. This one trickles through Grant Fuhr, but Bergevin is right there to clear it. Then it's Brendan Shanahan out in front to Darren McCarty, but Fuhr gets across, and that's as close as the Wings would come. The Blues stay alive with a 3-1 win. Fedorov has to wait another day for the big paycheck. Detroit was 0 for 9 on the power play. Game 6 will be on Tuesday in St. Louis. After the game, Chris Pronger gave credit to the man between the pipes.
Grant came up with some huge saves for us, a couple little breakdowns, and, he was there with the big stop when we needed him. But, again, I think we have to be a little more disciplined in Game 6. They got a very potent power play, and it's not always going to be 0 for 8 like it was tonight.
This didn't play until the third period. I mean, that's all that happened, and they played a solid game for 60 minutes, really, and we didn't, and that's why we lost. I mean, we can't, nothing but our best isn't going to work against a team like St. Louis.
Tonight in the second period, we had, a couple of lapses, mistakes, and I think that they were kind of sitting back waiting for that, and when they got the lead, they just sat on it. I mean, they had one shot and goal in the third period, and we kind of took the third period to them, but that's where they're a pretty good team when they have the lead as well.
To junior hockey now. In 1983, the Portland Winterhawks became the first U.S. team to win the Memorial Cup. They were back in the Canadian National Junior Championship in 1986, but Guelph won that year. Of course, they were the Platers back then. Since CHL teams in different leagues only meet at the Memorial Cup, this was their first meeting in 12 years. 12 long years for the Hawks to think of how sweet revenge would be. Senators draft pick Marian Hossa has been stellar for Portland. 4 goals, 3 assists in the tournament thus far. Guelph off to a good start in this one. Kent McDonnell rips a shot past Brent Bilecki, and it's 1-0 for Guelph. But the Hawks tie it up. Then later in the period, they break across the line, and Andrei Podkaniski rips one 5-hole, beats Chris Madden. It's 2-1 for the Hawks. Brent Bilecki fans out in full force in Spokane, but they can't help him out on this one. Mike Valinga to Nick Bootland, to the back of the net to tie the game. Third period action, Portland up 3-2. Chris Madden keeping his team in it. Hossa breaks in, he's got some time, got some room, but he's got no net. Madden with a big stop midway through the period. Matt Lahey breaks in for Guelph, fights off the check, scores, ties the game at 3. Late in the game, Hossa cuts across the storm line. Ryan Davis with the knee-on-knee check. Hossa is in serious pain. Senators scout Marshall Johnson looking on, rather concerned. He is their property. Hossa had to be helped off the ice. More on him in a moment, but let me tell you, the Hawks go on a 5-minute power play, unable to score. To overtime, Hawks point shot to stop. Bobby Russell scores, and it's over. Portland wins it, no T. And look who's back. Marian Hossa is helped back onto the ice to celebrate with his teammates, and the Portland Winterhawks go on to capture the Memorial Cup. What a huge tournament by Chris Madden, the goaltender for Guelph. Just not enough on this one. He did get named the MVP of the tournament, however. An update on Marian Hossa. The Senators draft pick suffered a suspected torn ACL in his knee, and he may indeed need surgery. But at this point and on this day, all that he's thinking about is the fact that Portland Winterhawks are the 1998 Memorial Cup champs.
It's unbelievable. I mean, they made it close there at the end, and then in the overtime, I mean, we played hard. They had some good chances. We had some good chances, and it's the greatest feeling when Russell put that puck in the net. I mean, couldn't be happier.
Unbelievable feeling, you know. A lot of guys stepped up. Great goal by Russ in overtime, but it was a team effort tonight. We worked really hard. Madden played great at the other end and kept their team in it, and they were just a hard-working team battle, and they scratched and clawed throughout the game. So it was just a great game and a great feeling.
It's been a great experience. It's been fun to be here. You know, we came back, we took a shot at it, and we just didn't get it. I guess, you know, they deserved to win. They had a great tournament, and I guess they're the champions then.
With Canada and the U.S. long gone and the Czech Republic finishing with a bronze, the spotlight at the World Hockey Championships fell on 2 Nordic teams. Sweden won Game 1 of the 2-game final series, so all they needed was a tie against the Finns to take home the gold. Swedish fans pretty excited about a chance to close out their rivals. The Swedes carried the play for much of this one. Second period, it's Michael Renberg feeding off Dahlen, but he fires one off the post. Finnish goaltender Ari Sulander looking for a tryout with the country's soccer team. It's Michael Renberg with the shot. Hey, that's one way to use your head. Now less than a minute left. It's Finland pressing, but they can't beat Tommy Salo. They buzz all around the net, but it won't go in. The final seconds tick away. 0-0 was the final. Hey, watch Tommy Salo. He tries to get out of the way as Sweden wins the 1998 World Hockey Championship. Sweden wins the 2-game total points championship series 3-1 after posting a 1-0 win in Game 1. Sweden wins their first title since 1992. They also avenge a gold medal game lost to Finland at the 95 championships. Hey, this one was especially sweet for Peter Forsberg because it was his father's last game coaching as Sweden's head coach.
It was his last chance, and you know, they've been in a couple of finals before and lost, and you know, it feels a little bit special, but you know, it's I don't know what to say. It's unbelievable.
It's a great feeling. It's a big deal for Sweden as a country to win the World Championships. I know it's not that big in U.S. and Canada, but for us it's really big.
Still to come on Sports Desk, Jordan and the Bulls look to set the pace against Indiana.
Jays, Devil Rays, TSN tonight. See it, live it. TSN, the official network of World Cup '98.
We're dancing
Williamson on this edition of Sports Desk. Hey, Sergey, can you spare a buck? A buck? I can give you 12 million bucks. Jordan puts the Pacers in their place in Game 2. Baseball turns to base brawl in New York as the Yankees tag the O's with more than just hits. McGuire deals himself a 3 of a kind as the Cards muscle up with the Phils. Woody Williams has the wood repellent going against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, while the Expos are on a collision course against the Houston Astros.
Yeah, bring a bat to the game and just try to kill one of them.
Oh, come on, boys. Can't we all get along? It's no stretch to say we've got all the highlights on Sports Desk.
You bet. We're going to have some fun. Welcome to Sports Desk. For the next 1 hour, sit back and leave the driving to us. We've got absolutely everything you just need to know. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver.
Now, David, here's the math, all right? Sergei Fedorov's new contract pays him, what, $2 million for this season. He received a $14 million signing bonus up front. And what else is there?
Well, Mike, there's another $12 million bonus to be paid over 4 years unless the Wings made it to the conference final. In that case, Fedorov would get the whole $12 million right away for a grand total of, get this, $28 million. Tuesday, the Wings needed just one more win to get to the Western Conference Final. So Fedorov in the biggest money game of his life. And a nervous start for the Wings. Blair Atchison crosses the blue line. Chris Osgood fumbles it, but directs it wide. No damage done. Still in the first. Face-off in a high slot here. Chris Draper pushes it ahead for McCarty. Gets through, goes top shelf. McCarty's third of the series, 1-0 Detroit. Big boost for the Red Wings as the road team has won 4-5 in this series. And the Wings keep coming on a power play. Doug Brown in his first playoff game, flying down a wing, that double clutch. What a great goal, 2-0 for Detroit. Hey, let me guess here. You're not from around here, are you? St. Louis trying to answer back. Brett Hull, point-blank shot right off the mask. Osgood was just playing the blues. Second period, Dimitri feeds Hull. He's in all alone. Hey, forget about it. Brett Hull with just 1 point in this entire series. Second period now. Game getting physical. Jeff Courtnall knees Chris Draper. That's a penalty for St. Louis. And on the power play, St. Louis cannot clear the puck. Lidstrom with the point shot. Martin LaPointe with a rebound. That made it 3-0 Detroit. Courtnall, trust me, he has had much better days. In the third period, the Blues keep pushing. The shot from the top of the circle, it trickles between Osgood's pad and just wide. Then Detroit puts the nail in the coffin. Jamie McLennan in for Fuhr. Yzerman centers the puck, but it bounces off McLennan's stick. That made it 6-0 Detroit as Detroit wins 6-1. And guess what? Fedorov cashes in. Detroit has eliminated the Blues for the third straight season, and the Wings won all 3 games in St. Louis in this series. After the game, Doug Brown said, despite the score, the Wings were in tough.
They played awfully well tonight, and we were fortunate to get a couple quick goals and get the lead, and I think that that helped us out an awful lot. I think it made it hard for them to come back.
It just gets harder. We play a stronger team, one of the best team in the league, and one of the best power plays, best penalty killing units. One of the top defensive clubs in the league, so it only gets more difficult. The schedule works out pretty good. We're able to win in 6 and get a couple days off and go from here. But like I said, it just gets more difficult now.
Dallas has big guys, but they sometimes doesn't move as fast back as the St. Louis defense. In that case, I'm thinking very freshly. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I'm thinking that if we can keep skating, keep forechecking, and play in their zone, that would give us a little edge against them.
I think that guy bought the beer on Tuesday. Larry.
We'll go to any lengths to bring you the goods on Sports Desk, but Caps coach Ron Wilson may have gone too far in preparation for Game 1.
This is a chicken team.
And the Dominator makes the Caps look like Chicken Little. Reggie puts on a dominating performance for the Pacers in Game 3. It's a demolition derby in the kart race at Gateway. Would Greg Moore avoid the mayhem? The Expos unveil their latest phenom against the Phils. Piazza unpacks his bags in the Big Apple for his Mets debut. McGuire has another case of home run fever ×2. Mr. Perfect isn't quite perfect, but David Wells and the Yankees keep winning. And Jason McDonald of the A's is involved in a scary collision in the outfield. Jay Sigel is making history on the senior golf Golf Tour while Nancy Harvey is trying to make money on the LPGA Tour. Sports Desk won't leave you hanging. Oops. Well, hello there and welcome to our show. Glad you decided to stop by because playoff hockey is back after a long hiatus, and Sports Desk is the only show that can give you the goods. I'm Lisa Bose in Toronto.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver.
Well, David, before we can get to the Eastern Conference final between the well-rested Sabres and Capitals, let us set up the game courtesy of Washington head coach Ron Wilson.
No kidding, Lisa. Friday at practice, Wilson agreed to wear one of those wireless microphones. And the last thing you want to do is say something that's going to motivate the other team, right?
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately for Coach Wilson, he inadvertently gave the Sabres a little something to feed off. Listen.
We've got to be smart. We've got to be disciplined. Above all, we can't take penalties. And this is a team, this is a chicken team that knows how to do it. They come in, they jab you from behind, you turn around, you look at them, they fall over, they draw a 2-minute penalty. And that's all their guys.
Now, the Sabres got wind of Wilson's little speech, and let's see if it motivated them in Game 1. They were looking to Hasek, and the Caps were looking to Kolzig. Could he provide them with another stellar performance? He was coming off 2 straight shutouts, but goals expected to be a premium. There's Bondra stopped by Hasek, and then later on a Washington power play, it is Oates feeding Juneau, and Hasek makes the point-blank save. Still in the first. Craig Berube trying to get Hasek off his game here, but it does not work. I'll tell you what works, though. This second period, 31 seconds in. Michael Grosek dumping it in and then shooting it in off the end boards. Kolzig was not ready for it. 1-0 Buffalo. Only the goalie's shutout streak ends at 169 minutes, 37 seconds. Less than 2 minutes later, Miroslav Shaitan in, and the second chance right here. Yes, Potts his own rebound. His 5th of the playoffs, 2-0 Sabres. Then Buffalo gets a little physical. Matthew Barnaby nailing Joe Ricci, and then Barnaby makes sure that Ricci feels it. Moments later, some more hard hits here. How about that? Mike Pekka just rocking Sergei Gonchar, and then Gonchar takes exception, and he takes a run back at Pekka. What a bone-crushing hit that was into the glass, and Pekka remained on his skates. To the third, Vaclav Varada in all alone, but it rolled off his stick and went wide. Then Cap sniper Bondra again. He has his stick poked by... Actually, his skate poked by Donald Odette, and Bondra would go down. He would shake it off, though, and he would be fine. But no, the Caps would not be fine in Game 1. Dying seconds, Hasek makes one final stop. 19 in total for the Dominator. And yes, time expires, and Hasek gets his first shutout of this year's playoffs and his 3rd career postseason shutout. 2-0 the final. Odette picking up an assist to tie Dale Hawerchuk's club record with a point in 8 straight playoff games. The Sabres have won a franchise-high 8 straight playoff games. Both teams struggling on the power play. Buffalo 0 for 7. The Caps went 0 for 5. We get more now in this postgame report from Teresa Cruz.
Going into Game 1, Buffalo coach Lindy Ruff was worried that the 9-day layoff between games would affect the Sabres' timing and game conditioning. Well, in the end, he certainly didn't have to worry about motivation. Capitals coach Ron Wilson provided all the fire the Sabres needed by calling the Buffalo team the Chicken Blank Sabres.
Well, it's 1-0 for the chicken right now, so, but, you know, we're not going to get all bent out over that. We'll address that when the series is over, probably.
We talked about that yesterday, and, you know, today during practice, you know, it was brought up, and, you know, I think that was just something that, you know, maybe he was trying to fire his troops up a little bit, and hopefully it was going to filter to us, and I think he was probably thinking that we were going to maybe try to prove him wrong and take some bad penalties out there.
Every time you heard something like this, definitely pump you up. I took the word little, and after that I didn't understand what he says.
Caps coach Ron Wilson was asked about the comment following the game, but he wasn't saying much.
No, I'm not commenting on that.
As for his team, Wilson says the Caps got tired in the second period and tried to be too fancy with the puck.
Once they got that first goal, it was just kind of like everyone was kind of in shock. I think everyone thought it was going to go according to the plan, where we usually score first, sit on a lead, and when it didn't, it was like, you know, okay, what's going to happen now? And then all of a sudden they got their second goal, and I think that really put us on the back burner for a little bit.
When they scored, I said, okay, you know, it's 1-0. You know, we've got enough guys in this team that can go down and you know, tie it up. And they came right back down and scored again. And then I said to myself, well, this is going to be an uphill battle.
In the playoffs, teams use anything they can to get an edge, and in Game 1, the Sabres did just that. And now they've got the confidence that they can get the puck past Ola Kolzig. So I guess you could say that this is a case of the Chicken Littles proving that they can beat Godzilla. Teresa Cruz, TSN, Washington.
Michael Jordan says playing against Reggie Miller is like chicken fighting with...
Sit back and relax. Kick off your shoes. It's getting to be close to everyone's time of the day. Don't let your car trouble slow you down, or you'll miss out on this edition of TSN Sports Desk. Detroit has Dallas seeing stars in Game 1, while the Caps have a simple plan to try to beat the Dominator. Take every opportunity to show off your skills, even when you're trying to stay alive in the NBA playoffs. It was a hot day on the asphalt at the Indy 500, while the F1 circuit was winding its way through the streets of Monaco. Always be ready for the unexpected. Tyler has the Expos feeling green. The Tribe wanted just one run of the Jake, and the Big Mac attack was back. Always look both ways before crossing the street, and watch where you're walking at all times, because if the first one misses, the next one won't. Stick around. TSN Sports Desk is next.
Ed Belfour had the best goals against average in the entire NHL this season, but he wasn't even named as a finalist for the Vezina. And you know what? The Wings aren't that impressed either. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Gino Reda.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver. You know, Gino, there's a good reason, though, that Detroit was confident going into the Western Conference Final. Just take a look at their record against Belfort over the, say, the last decade. You know, the Wings have faced Belfort 45 times, losing just 14.
Yeah, David, and a big reason for their success has been their defense. A D that can make you feel a little claustrophobic at times. It's got nothing at all to do with the neutral zone trap, but every time someone on the other team gets the puck, a speedy Red Wing is all over them like a bad rash. It worked in the regular season against the Stars. Detroit only lost 1 of 5 games against Dallas. Ed Belfour made 44 stops in Dallas' only win over the Wings this season, and it came at Reunion Arena. But Scotty Bowman doesn't care. His Wings are 5-1 on the road in these playoffs, and they've outscored their opponents 25-12. So Belfour's got his work cut out for him. And Bowman, well, the only thing he cares about, he's wondering where the heck Belfour is. He wants this game to get started. Not much offense in the first period, but the physical tone is set. Darian Hatcher will just pitchfork Doug Brown into the end boards. No call. Brown would leave the game with an injury. A very busy first minute of the second period. 27 seconds in, Pad Verbeek the high stick on Kurt Maltby. Wings go to the power play. On the ensuing face-off, Brendan Shanahan perhaps expressing his disapproval of Hatcher's hit on Brown, mixes it up with the Stars captain. They both go to the box. So the Wings finally get to the power play, and it's Nicholas Lidstrom with the shot. Martin Lapointe wreaking havoc. Slava Kozlov puts it into the net, and it's 1-0 Detroit. The Stars trying to get to Chris Osgood, but is Osgood getting to them? He runs into Mike Modano, and guess what? Osgood gets the interference call. On the power play, Daryl Sador will find some room and fires it, but Osgood makes the save and does not give up the rebound. While the Red Wings keep going at Belfour, Jamie McCowan with a quick pass to Lapointe. He beats Belfour, and the Wings have a 2-0 lead. Third period, the Stars keep up the physical play. Mike Keane just nails Darren McCarty, sending his equipment flying everywhere. But the Stars never get their offense going. Just 14 shots on Osgood as Osgood earns his 4th career playoff shutout. 2-0 your final score. The Wings have now won 5 straight road playoff games. With more on this game, here's our Ken Chillibeck.
Too much offense and depth by Detroit and not enough by Dallas. That was the consensus before this series began, and the result in Game 1 maybe proved that point out.
Anytime you can hold this team off to no goals, it's been a great achievement. But, you know, we got a little bit lucky. We had some guys fall down and allowed us to score some goals, so that they know they played a pretty good game.
Our power play needed to generate a goal today, and we didn't get it done. And I think that that's probably one area that needs to be focused on a little bit, not from a personnel standpoint, but I think right now Detroit has 4 players outworking our 5, and we've got to make some adjustments in that area.
They don't give an inch at all on the ice. They back check well, they forecheck well. You know, they always seem to have 3 or 4 guys back at the blue line. They don't give you room to make plays over the blue lines.
Martin Lapointe, an example of the depth on the Red Wings. Lapointe has been a major story in the playoffs for the Red Wings. His 2 points in this game now give him 11 in 12 playoff games this season.
Having a lot of ice time helps me a lot, and playing with Brendan and Igor helps me a lot too. So, you know, becoming playoff time, you know, I'm a pretty emotional player, and that's my type of game.
So Detroit now takes a 1-0 lead in this Western Conference Final, and they continue their mastery over the Dallas Stars. Dallas managed only one victory over Detroit during the regular schedule and are now 14-25-7 lifetime. Obviously, some regrouping required by the Dallas Stars in preparation for Game 2 on Tuesday. Reporting from Reunion Arena in Dallas, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
Thanks, Ken. The Sabres shut out the Caps in Game 1 of the Eastern Final on Saturday night. Our Teresa Cruz is following that series, and we'll have a preview of Game 2 for us later in this show.
Sunday in L.A., all the Utah Jazz needed was one more victory.
TSN Pacific Prime.
Get set for this presidential edition of TSN Sports Desk.
I'm having the time of my life. I love this. It's fascinating.
Buffalo is handing out some capital punishment against Washington. It was Miller time in Indiana as the Pacers look to stop the running of the Bulls. Tempers flare in Atlanta as the Braves and Cubbies go toe-to-toe. McGuire is on the mark as he hits his 25th homer of the season. Not far behind him is his former Bash brother who just keeps the Blue Jays flying high. We'll head overseas to see some eye-catching play from the French Open, where Thomas Muster was causing a lot of racket. For a show that's always worthy, stay in line. TSN Sports Desk is next.
Hey, welcome to the show, everybody. It's jam-packed. It is action-packed. It is packing a punch. It's got a little bit of everything. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver. And Mike, the Washington Capitals had to figure out not only Dominik Hasek here, but the whole Buffalo Sabres team who've been playing very well in front of their star goalie, right?
Yeah, Dave, you know, Despot is a man who hasn't had a drink of water for a week or something to eat for a month. Despot is a man who's been forced to visit the in-laws 2 weekends in a row. So you really can't call the Capitals desperate exactly, but they knew it was in their best interest to get back on even terms. Shuffles off to Buffalo. Let's take a look. President Bill Clinton is at the hockey game, the first president ever to attend an NHL game. He's there with Hillary Clinton. Hillary, all that scandals and rumors getting to her. She looks a lot older than she used to. And the world's best goaltender looking for his 10th win of the postseason. Under a minute left in the first. The Caps trying to clear the zone. The Sabres keeping it in. And that's going to work because Verrata, he scores. And the Sabres take a 1-0 lead into the dressing room. Play behind the Sabres net. Zhitnik has his way with Todd Krieger. Puts him on his rear end is what he did. Caps get a chance midway through. Adam Oates finds Richard Zednik. And alone, but hold the phone. Oh, the Dominator in that zone. Great save right there, and the Caps bench get a little demoralized. Can we ever beat this guy? Well, in the dying seconds of the period, they do. The Caps break through, and they do it on the power play. Flying Phil Housley with a shot tipped in by the special agent, Peter Bondra. Let's have one more look. Bondra with a little bump there, then a little toe in the crease, and a little high stick. The goal will count, though. Hasek is furious, but Fraser says it's a goal, and he explains exactly why to Mike Pekka.
Oh, we didn't think it was, and they didn't either. They didn't either, or they would have called down.
Back to the press there with the commish. Bubba says, I thought there were going to be cheerleaders at the game, Gary. Just over 5 minutes left. Adam Oates to Jones. Juno, the shot, the rebound, the shot upstairs. You can now make it 2-1 for the Washington Capitals. They go a little nuts in the phone booth. Later, watch Bondra. He goes a little nuts on the Dominator. Takes out Hasek, and the Dominator goes a little bit nuts. He loses it. Whips that blocker at Bondra. If you're going to be in a fight and you're a goaltender, you're supposed to keep the blocker on. Hasek got the unsportsmanlike. Just over 2 minutes left to go. Meantime, Oates tripping Brown. That's a costly penalty. Here comes Buffalo, specifically Bam Bam with a shot. Esa Tikkanen, oh, what are you doing? He tips Barnaby's shot in. He can't believe it. But believe it, we are going to overtime, and soon seeing will be believing, because here come the Capitals. Now, the lead pass, it appears to be icing, but there's no call. So the play goes on, and Krieger is there in the slot, the shot, the win. He wires it by Hasek, and yes, they do. The Capitals take Game 2. The final score was 3-2 in OT. Krieger's goal, by the way, was his first of the playoffs. The loss, meantime, snapping Buffalo's 5-game overtime winning streak. Now, Teresa Cruz is covering this series for TSN, and she checks in now with this report.
On a night when Bill Clinton made history by becoming the first U.S. president to watch a live NHL game, the Washington Capitals made a little history of their own by reporting their first win in the conference finals in franchise history.
Definitely biggest goal in my career. You know, it's exciting because you work hard, and I can't say I go into these games expecting to score. I expect to play well defensively and contribute that way. And when you can, contribute offensively, it's a big bonus for the team.
What we said is it's only going to feel better, you know, when we win in overtime, and it does.
To come back after they got that goal there in the third and come out and win in OT gives the guys a lot of confidence.
The Sabres took the loss, their first in 9 playoff games, but they were upset following the game, unhappy with the way goaltender Dominik Hasek was manhandled and the fact that the Caps were allowed 2 controversial goals, especially the overtime winner that should have been an icing call.
I know it was clear icing. I don't even have to watch the replay because it was clear icing, and you know, but they scored a goal right after.
It was pretty clear that Bonner was a crease, and I'd like to see the replay on the overtime goal. I think it was icing, but I'm not sure.
Suddenly, this series looks a whole lot different, with the Caps proving they can go one-on-one with Dominik Hasek and win. And they've proven they can win on the road, too, in the postseason, having won 4 out of the 5 games that they have played. But the Sabres will certainly be ready. They have not lost 2 games in a row since the end of December. Game 3 goes in Buffalo on Thursday. Teresa Cruz, TSN, Washington.
All right, Teresa, and later Ken Chillibeck will be by for a look at what the Dallas Stars need to do.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. All season long, the Dallas Stars have shown a tremendous amount of grit, and that's exactly where we're going to begin. I'm Darren Detishin. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Well, Dave, like the Washington Capitals before them, the Dallas Stars, just 2 games into their series, were facing a must-win game at home.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. The Dallas Stars, they've made it through 2 rounds without their leading scorer, Joe Nieuwendyk. But after Game 1 of the conference final, people are wondering all of a sudden whether they have enough offense to go much further. With the Red Wings throwing a blanket over Mike Modano in Game 1, other guys have to step up, and it had to start Tuesday in Game 2. And that includes Modano. No goals in the last 7 games. He's got to find a way, and he was looking for a way early. One shot goes wide, but he follows the play, and this second shot is unfortunately going to go off of Larry Murphy in front. It's frustrating when you're expected to score, and this was real frustrating for him as Ozzy gives him a nudge right into the net. Rough start for the Stars sniper, but still first. Stars still pressing. Grant Marshall throws it at the net. Look at the little tip there by Bob Basson, top shelf, 1-0 at Dallas. Then late in the first, Darian Hatcher, he was a force in this game, just demolishes Yzerman back of the net. Scotty was none too pleased about that, and you know he wasn't pleased about this. Second period, look at this goal. Greg Adams with the whiff, and Osgood with the bigger whiff. Another playoff softie for Osgood. 2-0 Stars. Less than 2 minutes after that, however, Detroit comes right back. Nice goal. Holmstrom to Kozlov. 2-1. Wings on the board, and now things were getting interesting. Look at Craig Ludwig losing it on Kirk Maltby back of his own net. This is a veteran here picking up a double minor. Not good. On the Wings power play, a scrum starts in front of that Dallas net. Eddie Belfour does not like you coming near his net, but no penalty on that play. So down at the other end, Ozzy feels, well, I'll get into the act as well. Knocks down for Beek. He gets called for a deuce for his actions. Go figure. Third period, still 2-1. Wings looking to tie. Yzerman in front. Belfour stops it, and Yzerman is dumped again by Hatcher. Minutes later, Wings pressing. Maltby has a break, but again, it's Belfour with the big stop. He was sharp. Dying moments. Scotty Bowman says, Osgood, come off. Let's put on the extra man, but all that did was seal their fate. Guy Carbonneau into the empty net, and the Dallas Stars bounce back nicely in this series and tie this thing up at 1. Ed Belfour made 27 saves in the Stars' goal. Detroit didn't help themselves. They went 0 for 6 on the power play, including that extended double minor to Ludwig near the end of the second. With more in this game from Dallas, here is Ken Chillibeck.
Stars head coach Ken Hitchcock knew adjustments needed to be made by his club after dropping Game 1, and certainly this was a different Stars team. They were more aggressive and more physical. And that physical play led by the Stars captain, Darian Hatcher.
You know, if you don't hit the guy, he gets right back into play, and, you know, it hurts you. I mean, every guy on their team, I mean, they have a lot of skilled guys out there, and, you know we don't have to go out there and run guys, but we just got to finish our checks.
They clear guys out in front of the net and, you know, block some shots and, you know, play tough. So, I mean, when they're doing that and we're not getting traffic and getting extra chances, you got a good goalie like Ed Belfour, he's going to make the first save, and you got guys getting cleared out and puck's not lying there, you're not going to get rebounded.
Greg Adams' game winner couldn't have come at a better time. The Stars' goal scorers had been struggling throughout the playoffs. For Adams, only his second goal of the playoffs.
A lucky goal. I was fortunate, and just I was about to shoot, jumped on me a bit, and I only got half the puck, and I was as surprised as anybody to see it go in.
I think tonight we wanted to
keep playing well defensively, but create a little bit more offensively. And I think the big difference, our focus on passing was a little bit better. So we're able to hit the red line and the blue line with a lot of speed.
Close game like that, we really, in particular when they get a lead, they're a good, very effective at shutting things down. But our power play, really, we have to find a way to get in a tight game like that. You know, on your power play, you have to find a way to get a goal.
Big confidence builder for us, and you know the guys played a great game tonight right from the start, and you know I think everybody contributed, and that's a big factor.
Scoring first continues to be huge for the Dallas Stars. They are now 8-1 so far in the playoffs when they score the first goal. Obviously hope to continue that trend Friday night, Game 3 in Detroit. Reporting from Reunion Arena in Dallas, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
That is a big, big win for the...
You'll have pie all over your face if you can't spell this.
May I have real in a sentence, please?
Certainly. Try to spell Sports Desk.
S.
As in the Sabres, happy to be back home for Game 3. For El Presidente, on the mark against his former team. For oops, the Jays try not to drop one to try. For the return of Garcia Parra to the Red Sox lineup.
Language of origin, please.
Garcia Parra? We think it's Spanish. As in trade rumors, is the big unit on its way to L.A.?
S.
Serna making a name for herself at the French.
D.
Downtown where the Expos could soon be playing.
May I have the meaning for a final time, please, sir?
Stop being such a chicken. You know the rest. Sports Desk is next.
When the Eastern Conference Final began, it was teed up as Dominik Hasek versus Olaf Kolzig. But as it's developed, that is just one of the key stories of this series. And that's where we begin on Sports Desk. Hi, everyone. I'm Gino Reda.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver. And Gino, the Buffalo Sabres thought they were jobbed in Game 2, right, of the Eastern Conference Final. But the best way to get even was a win at home in Game 3.
And David, to win, they had to figure out a way to shut down Peter Bondra. It's hard to figure out why, but for some reason, Bondra makes Dominik Hasek look totally mortal. As a matter of fact, the Caps sniper had dominated the Dominator. Bondra had 8 goals in his last 14 games against Dominik Hasek. Caps head coach Ron Wilson celebrating his 43rd birthday, and somebody sent him a chicken-o-gram. But here's a present he really wanted. Peter Bondra scores. And it's 1-0 for the Capitals. And the Caps keep on coming. On the power play, Bondra's pass hits Alexei Zhitnik in the chest, bounces right to Richard Zednik into the net, 2-0 Caps. A rough carry for Olaf Kolzig. He stops Michael Grosek, then the big collision, but who hit who? Then Donald Audette cuts in, runs into Kolzig. Sergei Gonchar takes exception and then takes the silly penalty on that. And on the ensuing power play, Jason Woolley lets the shot go. Goes off an ankle to Donald Audette, who just squeaks it by Kolzig. 2-1 for the Caps. And Ole, the goalie, pleads for a little protection from the referee, Bill McCreary. Sabres tied in the second. Michael Grosek centers for Matthew Barnaby, scores. Remember how Barnaby celebrated the tying goal in Game 2? Look at the celebration here. He celebrates and celebrates a little more. And he just keeps going and going, kind of like the Energizer Bunny. Now, that's not the kind of precedent Ron Wilson was looking for, but the birthday's not over just yet. 3-2 Sabres, Caps tied again. Richard Zednik wires one past Hasek, his second of the game. 6 of these playoffs for him, and with it, it breaks the Caps record for goals by a rookie in postseason play and ties the game at 3. Caps think they got the winner right here. Sergei Gonchar fires it, beats Hasek, but catches the iron. Tied at the end of regulation in OT. Zednik with a golden opportunity to make the hat trick, but Hasek turns him away. But the Caps aren't done yet. Peter Bondra, partial breakaway. Peter Bondra, the hero. 4-3, Caps win it in OT. It was the first career playoff overtime goal for Peter Bondra. Nice timing. Bondra has now scored 10 goals in 15 games against Dominik Hasek. Our Teresa Cruz was at the game and has more in this report.
Going into this playoff series, there were questions surrounding Peter Bondra. Was he coming back fast enough from injuries? Did he care? Well, after Game 3's overtime winner, there's no question. Bondra is back.
I had a few bumps on the road early in a couple series, and I come back and I play, and
Right now, for sure, I feel good and give me a lot of confidence, especially for a team. And we work hard and really work hard, especially on overtime, and we really deserve to win a game.
If we want to be successful, those guys are going to have to get going, and they did just that tonight. I mean, could have been over earlier. Zednik had a breakaway, and Dominic made a great save on him. But it's good to see that I'm not the only guy that Bonsai overpowers with that shot.
Bondra sat rookie Richard Zednik down before Game 3 and told him it would be his night. Bondra said the game would be televised back home in his native Slovakia. Zednik came up with 2 goals and an assist, and even though he's not sure if it was televised back home, he sure put on a show.
Bonzi told me before the game, so I was, a little bit, nervous. No, are you serious? It's going to be on the TV, so I was, like, I have to play. Everybody watch me, back home, so I know I have to come,
Zed was just flying, and I guess before the game, Peter Bondra told him that this game was being televised live back to Slovakia, so if he wanted to impress his friends, tonight was the night. And he was really genuinely excited about the game going back, and it's Dominik Hasek, and he can make a statement, and he certainly did.
For the Sabres, it was a disappointing loss, ending their perfect home playoff run.
I'm disappointed in the way we played, in the third, in the overtime, it's... it's from my point, where I am. It looked like we don't play the playoff game. It looked like sometimes like we play during the regular season.
Can lose 3 in a row, so we're regroup and definitely show up a little better in our own zone Saturday.
Game 3 belonged to the experienced veteran Peter Bondra and the Caps' amazing rookie Richard Zednik, and they're not going to have to wait too much longer to get back on the ice. There are no more long layoffs in this series because Game 4 goes Saturday night, and that's good news for a team on a playoff roll like the Washington Capitals. At the Eastern Conference Final in Buffalo, I'm Teresa Cruz for Sports Desk.
Thanks, Teresa. All right, let's get to the baseball in the
TSN Pacific Prime.
The Octopi are ready to fly on this edition of TSN Sports Desk as the Wings take flight and try to give the Dallas Stars a spanking in Game 3. Hey, it's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's MJ taking to the air against the Indiana Pacers in Game 6. Cologne is the one throwing rockets against Clemens and the Blue Jays. Rondell rings the Pirates' bell as the Expos give the Bucks a beating. The trade winds continue to swirl, but the big unit's going strong against the Devil Rays. Mr. May is still at it for the Cards, while Celis is stepping into the 4th round at the French. Christian Fittipaldi survives a scary crash in Milwaukee, and it's good to be young and on the road to the World Cup. The puck stops here for all the highlights. Hey, no laying down on the job or the fans. Here, kitty, kitty, we've got a perfectly good edition of Sports Desk coming up next.
Hey, welcome to the show. If you like hockey, you're going to like the show. If you like basketball, you're going to like the show. In fact, we've got a little something for everybody. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Dave, going into Game 3 of the Western Final between the Wings and the Stars, Dallas coach Kenny Hitchcock said it was pretty simple. He had to convince his team they could win at the Joe Louis.
Yeah, you know what? There are a lot of teams that haven't had much success in Detroit. The Dallas Stars are no different. Since the franchise moved to Big D 4 years ago, they had been to Motown 18 times, including playoffs, and won just twice. Friday morning before this Game 4, Game 3, Scotty Bowman reminded his players that the Stanley Cup still goes through Detroit. So not good news for the Stars. Maybe it was that old Octopi good luck charm. Just the inspiration Detroit needed. But early, it's Dallas breaking in 2-on-1. Great play by Fetisov breaking it up. Then Detroit counters with a chance. Yzerman to Gilchrist to the back of the net. Top shelf on Belfour. The crowd went nuts. It's 1-0 Wings. Later on, some funny stuff after the whistle here. Maltby mixing it up with Skrudland. Grant Marshall comes in to help out with a little shot to the chin. Maltby gets the extra penalty there. Seconds later, Larry Murphy cross-checks Mike Keane. Dumb play because Dallas gets a 5-on-3, but the power play for them has been non-existent in this series, and this great opportunity went out the window. Wings killed it off. Crowd was back into it. Still in the first, Darren McCarty gets leaned right in the old U-Haul. Dallas was coming close, but not close enough. Darian Hatcher squeaks it through, but Anders Eriksson slides it back out of trouble. Then seconds later, Mike Modano hooks down McCowan. He gets the gate, so now it's Detroit on the power play. Lidstrom fires off of Thatcher off of Belfour in. 2-0 Wings, and that goal seemed to rattle Eddie the Eagle. Watch this in the second. Detroit keeps motoring. Lidstrom with a blast right through Belfour. Detroit would open up a 4-0 lead, so Ken Hitchcock called a timeout, and he said, whoa, boys, settle down. That seemed to work. They're down 4-2, and Mike Modano is going to get a huge goal right there. The Dallas bench erupts. It's a game again, 4-3, with tension in the press box as Bettman sits with the Wings owner Mike Ilitch. Then with less than 5 minutes to go, Belfour trying to draw a penalty on Martin Lapointe, dives. By the time he gets back into position, Lapointe puts it in. Belfour was livid. He wanted a penalty, but Terry Gregson knows a dive when he sees it. Forget it. Game, set, match. That seals the deal. 5-3 was the final. Dallas actually outshot Detroit 34-20, but they went 0 for 7 on the power play. They are 0 for 17 in this series. With more, here's Ken Chillibeck.
It certainly was a game unlike the 2 games prior, when the 2 teams scored a total of 6 goals combined.
When you're up 4-0, you just got to keep pressure on them, but they came back in the game. They made some great plays. They never let up, and that's what happens when you do that against a good team.
We did a lot of good things, but you get a lead, you like to really not allow the opposition to get anything going, and we did sit back too much, so we obviously can't afford to do that. So we're take that out of the game and make sure, again, in that situation again, that we keep the pressure on.
We just had some mental breakdowns with the puck, some mental breakdowns with our checking and loose checks, and I mean, you have those kind of breakdowns. They got guys who can find guys with open ice and get the puck to them and end up in our net.
Chris Osgood had a big night in net for Detroit as Dallas outshot the Red Wings by a wide margin, 25-15 after 2 periods of play alone. But the final results maybe showed the depth of Detroit.
There was a bunch of guys that maybe don't get the, all the praise and the glory, but they played a great game and it really helped us out.
We're not discouraged. We could have panicked and go the other way, but we decided to start playing a little bit better and more desperate, and we almost did it.
Detroit's a real good team at taking advantage of mistakes, and it seems that when you have a skilled team, that the deflections end up going the right way, or the bouncing pucks go the right way, and Detroit's a team that takes advantage of mistakes. We made a few mistakes today, not a lot, but we made enough for them to take advantage of.
Yes, it was unlike Dallas Stars hockey here at Joe Louis. Giving up 5 goals was the most they've given up so far in the playoffs. Very little time for them to regroup. A pivotal game coming up Sunday afternoon. Reporting from Joe Louis Arena, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
Thanks, Ken. And later in the show, we're going to have a report on the Eastern Conference Final as the Sabres try to bounce back against the Caps in Game 4.
You know, when you've got the champion on the ropes, you have to go for blood. But after their Game 5...
We're doing backflips to bring you this edition of Sports Desk. Kasha, again, the Sabres were having a tough time catching up to the Capitals. Glad to see you. Konstantinov returns to the Joe to cheer on his teammates. Sheldon Kennedy is ready to roll on his cross-country skate for kids. Woody Williams tries to keep his role going against the Indians. Canada rules in kart qualifying in Milwaukee, but the track strikes back against Vitolo. Fortunately, he was okay. The Flames were trying to burn bright in their AHL final. Michael Chang is not okay in another French Open upset in Paris. And Freddie is steady in the 3rd round at the Memorial. We're dipping in for an ocean full of highlights, getting right into the action. Thumbs Up Sports Desk is next. Well, hello there and welcome to our show. This is Canada's most comprehensive sports news and highlights program. Glad you decided to stop by. I'm Lisa Bose in Toronto.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver. You know, Lisa, from the start of the year, throughout the Olympics and now into the conference finals, Dominik Hasek has been like the road runner. Nobody's been able to touch him. But in the last week, he's been a little bit more like Wile E. Coyote.
Yes, that's a good description. And as a result, the Sabres now find themselves trailing in a series and looking vulnerable after 3 games of the Eastern Final. The Capitals have beaten Dominik Hasek 7 times. And as a result, the Dominator avoided the rink Saturday morning. He was hoping that maybe a change of routine might change things around. And the mind games, while they were continuing at the pregame skate, there's Chris Simon turning the Caps net around. That doesn't allow Matthew Barnaby to do his traditional last empty net shot. He tries the bank, no good, and Barnaby, he says a few things to the Caps bench along the way. Sabres come out flying on the power play. Alexei Zhitnik is turned away. Miroslav Shaitan is also turned away on the rebound, and Lindy Ruff, he said to the guys, you know, you've got to get more physical on Bondra and company, because they've been killing us the last couple of games, and they went right to it. Mike Peca hammering Sergei Gonchar, but Gonchar comes back and hammers one off the shoulder of Dominik Hasek, and you see from the net cam there how Hasek follows around and follows up on the rebound from that shot from Juneau. Physical play continues. Zhitnik hitting Dale Hunter, and then Chris Simon leans into Mike Peca. Bondra, Zednik, and Nikolitin having their problems. First, Zednik misses in the slot, and then Nikolitin in all alone here, but some great D by Alexei Zhitnik, and then it is Zednik again. But Daryl Shannon, a great back check right there to knock it away. Goalies continue to dominate in this one. Jeff Sanderson to Jason Woolley, but there's Kolzig to close the 5-hole. And the Dominator, no different. He loses his stick here, but watch him rob Juneau again. Both goalies skating to the second intermission in a scoreless hockey game. Yes, they were living up to their pre-game billing. Dale Hunter, Craig Berube, and Chris Simon, they've given quality minutes in this series. And how about this? Phil Housley to Berube. He tees it up and beats Hasek? You bet. Berube, his first goal in 59 playoff games. 1-0 Capitals. Here's a look on the replay. You see Hasek trying to see through all that traffic. He could not. Sabres, a golden chance right there, but it deflects off the post, and then the rebound cannot be converted, and they cannot believe it. And then the killer comes up right here. Cap shorthanded. Joe Juneau lets one go from way behind the blue line, and Hasek cannot glove it down. That is a terrible goal. Hasek gets flustered as he runs into Richard Zednik there. He takes the penalty, and yes, it was a frustrating night all around for Hasek and the Sabres as they fall into a deep hole. Kolzig with 30 stops for his 4th playoff shutout, and they now lead this series 3-1. It is the first 3-game losing streak for Buffalo this season. Hasek has not lost 3 in a row since March of 1996. That is until Saturday night. Berube had been the only NHL forward with more than 50 playoff games without a goal. That is until Saturday, and Teresa Cruz checks in now with this post-game report.
The Washington Capitals' veteran leadership and mastery on the road came through in Game 4. Saturday night, it wasn't Bondra or Zednik leading the team. It was Craig Berube with his first ever playoff goal and Joe Juneau's career-high 5th. The Capitals showing they can spread the scoring around.
I think it's probably one of the best nights of my career in the NHL. Obviously, scoring a big goal like that and in the finals of the East.
I feel great for him. I mean, we gave him a nickname, Bobby Hull, in practice. He's got one of the hardest shots on our team. The only thing is he doesn't know where it's going, so the goalies have been taking a lot of abuse from him. And no, but it was great to see him get it. He's worked so hard in this game. I've been with him for 5 years now, and he's really improved as a hockey player. And
I couldn't be happier for him. You know, Chief Huntsy and Cy, they come and work hard every night, and they're kind of the unsung heroes. Don't get any recognition, and tough guys, play physical, and for Chief to get a big goal like that, I mean, we were all pumped for him.
I'm usually on the bus already having a beer. You guys are getting into my beer time right now.
After suffering their 3rd loss in a row, something they had not done all season, the Sabres said they have nothing to hang their heads about.
We thought that we played pretty well, and you know, there was a couple goals that went in tonight that we haven't seen go in a very long time, and you know, it's just unfortunate that it happened when it did, and you know, it kind of takes your wind out of you a little bit, you know, late in the game like that.
After the first game, I believe at least we won it. I think we could win at least 1 game in our building, but of course it's disappointing to be down 3-1, but nothing is over until one team wins the 4 games.
The Washington Capitals have now moved 1 game closer to where they have never gone before in franchise history, and that's the Stanley Cup final. But any player will tell you the 4th win is always the hardest to get, and they know that the Sabres will be playing for their playoff lives Tuesday night in Washington. At the Eastern Conference Final in Buffalo, I'm Teresa Cruz for Sports Desk.
Meantime, emotions were running high in Motown Saturday. Vladimir Konstantinov is in town to see Game 4. Vladdy offering a little inspiration to his teammates as they prepared for Sunday's game. That story coming up later on the show.
All season, the Montreal Expos have been one of the worst road teams in the major leagues.
We're locked and loaded for another edition of Sports Desk.
But we will win Game 7.
Ah, but could his airness walk the walk after talking the talk? Or would the Pacers finally put an end to the dynasty? The Stars were in a downright ugly mood at the Joe, but would that stop the Wings from taking a 2-game lead in the series? Things were a little bottlenecked at the Miller Lite 200. The Jays' headaches continued against the Tribe, while the Pirates found all kinds of holes in the Expos' defense. And the Red Sox did some Bronx bombing of their own at Yankee Stadium. It was a close call for Sanchez Vicario at the French Open. Would the final round of the Memorial be memorable for Fred Couples? And it was 9-7-9 for Maurice Green in Oregon. Looking for a bird's-eye view of all the action? There's no need to flash us that cute little smile. Just give us a thumbs up and we'll give you Sports Desk. Well, hello there and welcome to our show. Great to have you with us because this is Canada's most comprehensive sports news and highlights show. So let us wrap up a busy Sunday in sports. I'm Lisa Bose in Toronto.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver.
Well, Dave, we must start in the Windy City. What a basketball game that was.
Whew, no kidding, Lisa. The last time Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls had to play a Game 7 was back in 1992. Jordan scored 42 points and the Bulls beat the Knicks by 19. Over the years, Jordan has been at his best when it has mattered the most. Sunday in Chicago, the Bulls and the Pacers played Game 7. The Bulls had history on their side, and they also had this promise from Jordan after Chicago lost Game 6.
I never make promises. I don't make promises to my wife, but we will win Game 7.
So after that, Michael Jordan with tremendous pressure on his shoulders. And that may have weighed on Jordan early. Jordan cannot get the layup to fall, only one of his first 5. The Pacers had no troubles. Rick Smits with the follow away on Luke Longley. Pacers hit their first 8 and led by 13. But the Bulls do make a charge. Watch this on the break. Jordan to Scottie Pippen for the big-time dunk. Is that sweet or what? But the Pacers stay tough in this one. Dale Davis finds a wide-open Reggie Miller down low for the reverse layup. Pacers by 8 after 1. But these are the Bulls. Jordan rebounds his own miss. Watch this. Hits the hook, putting him past Wilt Chamberlain as the all-time playoff scorer. Yeah, I love this game. Then the Bulls with some great ball movement. And Steve Kerr will just bury the wide-open 3 from, like Wrigley Field. Bulls by 5. Before the half, Reggie Miller will nail the 3 here, and that will cut the lead to 3 at the half. In the meantime, David Stern telling everyone that'll listen, hey, the home team is 24-2 in Game 7s. And Tony Kukoc proves that early in the third, taking matters into his own hands, hitting from inside the arc, and then just raining threes on the Pacers parade. 14 points in the third quarter alone. Phil Jackson can't believe it. Bulls by 4. Pacers continue to fight. Smits hits the jumper, gets the foul, completing 11-0 run. Pacers by 3. What a game. But then here comes Jordan. Explodes to the hoop with a big dunk and a foul. Bulls tie it up. And after that, they never look back. Totally controlling the glass. Pippen outworks everyone for the rebound. That leads to Pippen taking the pass, nailing a deuce there. Then Pippen drives baseline. He just flips it up there, gets the foul. The Bulls on their way to their 6th final in 8 years. And Miller and the Pacers cannot break Jordan's promise. 88-83 is the final. Chicago out-rebounded the Pacers 22-4 on the offensive glass. Bulls' 6th trip to the finals in the last 8 seasons. After the game, Jordan talked about staying positive after that slow start.
At no point in time in the course of the 48 minutes did I ever think negative. You know, sure, okay, maybe we got off to a slow start. We were a little nervous. But no point did I think negative about what we can accomplish at this team at the end of the game, you know, and how we could win. I always kept positive thoughts in my mind. We had to work extra hard to get it, but I never doubted what we could accomplish, and that's always been my attitude. Day one.
We was just overmatched, and they would seem like they were quicker to the ball. They got a number of offensive rebounds that just ripped our heart out, and there's a couple there at the end of the game that they got 2 too many opportunities to score, and they took advantage of it.
It's disappointing. It's just, you know, when you got the chance on the ropes like that, you got to go for the knockout punch, and we didn't.
Tony Kukoc was really the guy that stepped up big for us in this game. Steve Kerr coming off the bench, got his open looks, we got him the ball, and we were able to shut their bench down. I think that was the difference in the game tonight.
You know, my golf game's a little rusty. Hell, I can pick that back up.
Secondly, I'd just like to say, you know, thank you, because you've been a breath of fresh air as a coach goes for us.
Well, thanks. And the referees still suck. Thank you.
Hey, don't they always, eh? No question about it. So it's back to the final for both the Bulls and the Jazz. Chicago won in 6 games last year, but Utah owns the home court this year and is well rested with 10 days off.
To hockey, and he may be living in Florida, recovering from his injuries suffered in that limousine crash last June. But Vladimir Konstantinov is still very much a part of the Detroit Red Wings. Vladdy's stall has been left untouched except for the mementos inscribed with the word believe. Sunday afternoon, he was back at the Joe to watch Game 4 of the Western Final between his Wings and the Stars, and it was quite a moment when he was introduced.
We believe in their strength and recovery. We know that all of you believe too. Welcome back, number 16, Vladimir Konstantinov and Sergei Manatchikana.
Wonderful to see him back. An emotional day in Detroit. Even the Dallas players applauding. How can you not? Konstantinov acknowledging the crowd, but it was Dallas that gets the best chances early. Mike Modano from his off wing, but it went off the post. Dallas on the power play here. Richard Matvichuk with the terrible giveaway right to Kirk Maltby, and he makes no mistake. The shorthanded goal has the Wings up 1-0. As a result, Dallas gets a little frustrated. Bob Basson running Sergei Fedorov. He gets a charging penalty, and then Ed Belfour not too happy to see Martin Lapointe in front of his net, and I can only imagine how that would feel. Ouch, Belfour also gets 2, and the Wings take advantage on the ensuing power play. Eisenman with the shot. Nobody can pick up the puck except for Stevie Y as he pokes it under. 2-zip Detroit, second period. Thomas Holmstrom gets a great chance, but there's Belfour coming up with a huge stop, and that sparks the Stars. Jamie McCowan coughing it up. Pat Verbeek, beautiful wraparound effort. 2-1 after 2. Dallas starts the third period on a power play, less than a minute in. Sergei Zubov's shot, watch it here, go through the traffic and in. It's a 2-2 hockey game. So the Stars trying to mount a bit of a comeback, but it would be the Wings that would come back 3-on-3. That's the tip by Slava Kozlov. 3-2 Detroit. Dying seconds. Dallas looking for the equalizer, firing all kinds of shots, but they could just not get through. A Zubov shot is tipped away right there, tipped and wide. And yes, Chris Osgood and the Wings hold on for a 3-2 final and a commanding 3-1 series lead. Osgood making 28 saves for the Wings' cause. Kozlov, 4 of his 6 playoff goals this postseason have been game winners. Game 5 goes Wednesday night in Dallas, and you have to think that the Stars are on the ropes. We get more now in Game 4 from Ken Chilibek.
If the Red Wings needed any extra emotion, they certainly got it with the appearance of Vladimir Konstantinov at Joe Louis Arena. His first time he has watched his old club play since the accident almost a year ago. It was a special night all around.
You see the reaction of the whole building. Like you said, their bench, our bench, you know, everybody in there, and I'm sure people at home were clapping or wherever they were watching the game. It sent chills up our spine, and I'm sure it did everybody, and it's just great. Remember, he's always in here with us, you know, in spirit or whatever. He hasn't left, but you know, his body was back in the building tonight, and it was good to see.
On the ice, it was Slava Kozlov, who continues to be the big story of the Red Wings' playoff success. His game winner, his 6th in these playoffs, and 30th career playoff goal. Only 3 other players have scored more in the playoffs over the last 5 years.
They try to play hard against a key player like Sergei Shenin, and sometimes I'm surprised at the team. That's why.
He's got a good scoring touch around the net, and he likes to shoot the puck and creates plays. And you know, he showed it tonight. You know, he's got a great scoring touch, and we need him, and he knows that, and he stepped up his game.
It was a devastating loss for Dallas. For the 2nd straight game, they trailed early and mounted a late comeback. Stars record now in Detroit, just 2 wins, 16 losses, and 2 ties since the team moved from Minneapolis to Dallas.
The feeling on the bench was that even when it was 2-0, that we still had a chance to win the hockey game. And I think everybody felt when it was 2-2 that we were going to win the hockey game.
Not only did the Dallas Stars lose this pivotal game to the Detroit Red Wings, but also lost one of their key defensemen, Richard Matvechuk. He injured his shoulder in the third period. His status will be determined once the team returns to Dallas, but obviously a tough road back for the Stars. Game 5 now Wednesday back in Dallas. Reporting for...
TSN.
Calling all you real sports fanatics, the desk is all the hijinks you need. The Sabres, they were on the verge of being down and out while Washington was looking to cap off its run to the Cup. Carl Pavano continues to earn his shillings against the Phillies. The Jays want no more of Nomar and the Red Sox, while Kansas City and Anaheim were getting it on in a Royal Rumble. The teen queens of tennis square off at the French, while Rios is no more on the men's side. Romario won't be getting his kick for Brazil in France. Feeling a little lost and out of place? We'll help you find what you're looking for. We always go to great lengths. The desk is next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. You know, it doesn't get any better than this as the Stanley Cup playoffs continue. I'm Darren Detishin. Glad you tuned in.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver. Well, that's like, I always like to use that college education of mine, and in the words of Captain Kirk, the Capitals were boldly trying to go where no Capitals have gone before.
That's exactly right. We're going to begin there. For 23 years, the Washington Capitals have not only dreamt about winning the Stanley Cup, but merely getting to the finals. Never in the history of this organization have they ever played for Lord Stanley's Cup. But Tuesday, up 3-1 on the heavily favored Sabres, the Caps were just 60 minutes away from fulfilling a dream. First, they would have to beat the Dominator. He hasn't lost 4 in a row since March of '96, and right off the bat, the Caps try to shake him up. Chris Simon shoves Richard Smellick into Hasek, but the Sabres finally crack Kolzig. Daryl Shannon fakes the shot, then he throws it at the net. Ole, the goalie, doesn't even see it. It's 1-0 Sabres. Buffalo then shoots themselves in the foot. Mike Peckett takes out Craig Berube. He gets the lumber up. The Caps go on the power play, and they capitalize. Richard Smellick with a horrible clearing pass. It's right on the tape to Andre Nicolishin. We got ourselves a 1-1 game. More chances for the Caps. Peter Bondra breaks in, but Hasek somehow keeps it out. Then he stops Nicolishin. He gets it with the blocker. Caps totally dominate in the second. Great moves by Joey Juneau, but he shoots it wide. The Caps then breaking in. Sergei Gonchar feeds Adam Oates. He's got the wide open net. You're not going to believe it. Look at Hasek. He gets the blocker on it. That's an unbelievable save. Take a look again. Oates can't get it up. 13-2. Caps in second period shots. Can they finally solve Hasek, or will he steal a game for Buffalo? The Caps keep pouring it on. Peter Bondra in all alone. He can't go shelf. Hasek, another great save. Check out Abe Poland's reaction. He wants another goal scorer and another scotch. Then Adam Oates tries to stuff it in. He thinks he scores. The light does not go in. Does Hasek save it? Terry Gregson goes upstairs. Here's the replay. As you can see, it's very inconclusive. They've got no choice, no goal. George McPhee can't believe it. The Sabres seize the opportunity. Jason Woolley, looking like Bobby Orr, splits the D. Then he beats Kolzig. He goes 5-4. That makes it 2-1 for Buffalo. Hasek does steal this one. Fire up the Wings. They're heading back to Buffalo. Sabres win it 2-1. Washington outshot Buffalo 35-16, including 15 third-period shots, but a guy named Hasek was almost unbeatable for the victory. The Caps are now 2-6 in 5 games on leading a series 3-1 with more. Here is Teresa Cruz.
Going into Game 5, Capitals coach Ron Wilson said no one outside of the Sabres locker room believed they had a chance of coming back to win. Well, the Sabres went out and showed him, the Caps, and themselves that this series is not over.
Just a goal that, you know, none of us thought that, especially myself, didn't think that I was going to be the one to get it. Didn't care who got it, but I'm glad that I did now that I went in.
You know, we're happy to win the game. We're going back to Buffalo where we've
you know, haven't had the success of this series, so we're looking to go back and change that and come back to Washington for Saturday.
Dominik Hasek regained the form he seemed to have lost in this series, stopping 35 shots en route to the win.
I made some saves. I didn't even know how I made the saves, you know. But I made it, you know. I was lucky, and it was a great feeling, you know. We went to the third period, and the game was 1-1, so we knew, you know, whoever gonna score the next goal can win. And you know, Peter Bondra didn't score in the breakaway, and Jason Woolley, he did. You know, I'm glad he did.
Dominik stood on his head again, and you know, people who were saying that he was not in this series, he showed them wrong today. And, you know, definitely, he was there for us.
The Capitals were left to ponder about what could have been. The 2 disallowed goals would have wrapped up this series, so the historic celebration has been put on hold.
We're all going to have dreams tonight about the chances we missed, myself included. I missed a beauty, and you got to shake it off. You know, tomorrow, you know, we'll have a meeting. We'll talk about the things we did wrong, and I got a feeling Wilson won't say too much. You know, we did a lot of things right, and the most important thing is that we got to be mature about it and shake it off. Things don't always go your way.
We knew going in tonight anything can happen, and we went out and I thought played our best game of the playoffs, really. Guys played great and hard, and just didn't come our way.
No team in the history of the NHL has ever come back from a 3-1 series deficit to win a conference final. Well, the Sabres have moved one step closer, but they know come Thursday night, they'll be faced.
Hungry for highlights? We'll satisfy your appetite on Sports Desk. It's all on the line for the Stars as they face elimination by the Red Wings, while the Bulls and the Jazz get set to fight it out in Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Let's get ready to rumble!
The Tigers get completely declawed by the Rocket, and El Duque strikes for the Yankees in his big league debut. We're keeping a close eye on the French Open, where a hometown favorite was making a run at the semifinals. Jacques Villeneuve looks at the big picture as he returns home for the Canadian Grand Prix.
Of all places in Montreal, it's great because if we can finally fight and be competitive, then it's going to be special.
Health Minister Alan Rock gives tobacco advertisers more time to butt out, and Gizmo isn't running on empty just yet. The wait is almost over. We've got all the dirt on Sports Desk next.
Hey, welcome to Sports Desk. It's a really big show as Dallas tries to stay alive and the Bulls and Jazz get down to business in Game 1 of the NBA Championship Final. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Dave, it is the life of a goaltender, a hero 1 minute, a goat the next, and Chris Osgood and Eddie Belfour have both played those roles in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, they have. When the Western Conference Final went back to Detroit for Game 3, a lot of the talk centered around Chris Osgood being no good. But he was solid in Games 3 and 4, and now as the series went back to Big D for Game 5, the talk was about Dallas goaltender Ed Belfour and his overly aggressive play, shall we say. You have no doubt seen the brutal stick he gave Martin Lapointe in Game 4, the most penalized goalie in the playoffs, but his team breaks the ice. Craig Ludwig's shot is stopped, and the big juicy rebound is lying there for Mike Keane. 1-0 Dallas, and Scotty's thinking, these guys are 8-1 when they score first. But the Stars kill themselves. Craig Ludwig has taken some dumb penalties in this series, and this is another one. He hits the gate, but the Stars get the chance short-handed. Guy Carbonneau breaks in, but there is Osgood showing the good form again. Same power play. Larry Murphy with a knuckler from the point. Looks like it hits Craig Muni. Goes in. They give it to Holmstrom. He gets the credit 1-1. Then, early in the second, look at this one. Larionov, far wing, shoots and scores. A weak one past Belfour. Not the type of goal you can afford when you are fighting for your playoff lives. 2 straight for Detroit, 2-1 wings, but the Stars think they get the equalizer here. Medano's shot goes off of Bob Rouse, but stays out. Everybody else thought it was in, and they started launching peanuts in protest. No word on whether Troy Aikman was throwing them, but we all know he's got the good arm, don't we? Late in the period, Brendan Shanahan breaks in alone, but Belfour gets a piece with the glove to keep it at 2-1. Good stuff. So, Detroit was 20 minutes away from their 3rd Cup final in 4 years, and they don't stop. Kirk Maltby, he's got the good outside speed, but Craig Muni, look at the recovery. He makes right there to snub out that chance. Great stuff. Then Steve Yzerman with a great chance, but he can't slide it by Belfour. Dallas hung in there, didn't quit, and with less than 2 minutes to go, Carbonneau from a sharp angle off Lidstrom's stick and in. 2-2. Check out the Stars bench. They were pumped. Chris Osgood, meanwhile, couldn't believe it. but it was going to overtime, and you are not going to believe the winner that gets by him in OT. Langenbrunner from center ice, he scores. A terrible goal. Another terrible goal given up by Chris Osgood, and the Stars stay alive. Well, look at this one. This was almost going wide. He almost steered it right into the net. The Stars do stay alive, and Scotty Bowman and the Wings have a long trip back to Motown to think about that one. This was the third long shot goal that Osgood has given up in these playoffs. Remember, Jeremy Roenick scored in that Phoenix series from just beyond the blue line. Then Al McGinnis did him one better from beyond the red line against that series against the Blues. Langenbrunner's OT goal was the first of the postseason for him, and it couldn't come at a better time. With more, here's Ken Chillibeck.
Jamie Langenbrunner, a 24-goal scorer during the regular season, had to score if the Stars had any hopes against the depth-filled Red Wings hockey club. Now, Langenbrunner went into this game without a single goal in the playoffs, but they don't get much bigger than when you score the first goal, and it's in overtime.
Mo dug the puck out and gave it up to me and kind of crossed the red line and shot it, and I think I don't know, it might have been going wide a little bit, and he went to reach for it and just hit off the heel of his stick, I think, and went in the net.
I don't think that we've talked about putting long shots on Osgood. I think we've talked about trying to remain a very simple offensive team, and part of that is dumping the puck in at the right time in the right place. But there seems to be, for whatever reason, some long shots seem to be going in the playoffs on this goalie.
The overtime goal is kind of curving in there and hits the stick. Well, you don't need to say anything to him about it. He's not happy about it, but it's just kind of one of the fluky goals.
This was the third straight game that the Stars have had to battle back after Detroit had taken the lead, but for the first time, the Stars were able to battle back and win.
It was a hard work effort. You got to play really strong defense. We got to be really responsible in our own zone, and we had some opportunities. We had some chances. The whole line skated well.
Didn't do much to make enough breaks. Maybe we got a break on the second goal on Igor's shot. Would like to have had some shots right after that. That's when you want to test the goalie. When you get a goal like that, you want to test them right away. Maybe that's where we didn't get enough shots in the.
We won't skip any of the action on this edition of The Desk. Hasek looks to dominate the Caps again, but Godzilla really had his claws out in Game 6. It's a change of scenery for Nomo as he heads from west to east, while things are greener on the other side of the fence for Sean and the Blue Jays. Streaking Hideki Arabu getting a little help from his friends to sting the D-Rays. Monica Seles had the Swiss Miss all lined up in semifinal action at the French. Triple Crown threat real quiet, ready to make some real noise at the Belmont Stakes. Formula One's top guns arrive in Montreal for the Players Grand Prix of Canada. Holyfield and Akinwande ready to rumble for the WBA title. It's a small trophy, I know, but our weekly numbers show just how huge the World Cup is. Number one rule, always keep your head up. Hey, sometimes you just gotta get up and dance. Sports Desk is next. Hey, welcome to Sports Desk. It's all about staying alive. The Buffalo Sabres were down to their last bullet in the Eastern Final with the Caps. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver. And, Mike, I still couldn't get used to the possible idea of the Washington Capitals in the Stanley Cup Final. Sounds kind of strange, but they had a chance to do just that on Thursday night.
Well, now, what are you saying, Dave? I mean, check out the rich history of those Capitals. Somewhere Jimmy Anderson was on the edge of his seat, right? He was the Capitals' first coach. Doug Moens, the immortal Doug Moens, was watching. He was their first captain. I would imagine, too, that Tommy Williams was throwing a house party somewhere. He was the Caps' first scoring leader. Oh, the names, and everybody thinking the same thing. It would be just capital if Washington could get to the Cup Final for the very first time. Let's check it out. Well, at the Caps' morning practice, there he is, only the goalie, trying to figure out how Dominic does it. Remember what Dominic did there in Game 5? He made a save like that on Oates. Maybe all that planning worked out for Olaf Kolzig because he was great. He makes, what, about 3 or 4 saves in this sequence before he covers it up. Sabres keep pointing it on. Primo cuts in, but Godzilla, oh, he had a great night. He makes a big save and stopped Cruz as well. Kolzig gives a big sigh of relief for that close call. But the Sabres don't let up. Dixon Ward drops it for Mike Pekka. He snaps it home. First point in 7 games for Pekka and the Sabres on the board. First, they lead at 1-0, but just 22 seconds after that, the Caps come back the other way. Tenorti to Tikkanen. Oh, he redirects it home, and the game was tied at 1. Halfway through the third, the Sabres grab the lead. Wilson's point shot stopped, but somehow the rebound goes in on Paul Cruz's skate. And there it was, 2-1 for the Sabres. The Sabre fans, meantime, get their taunts in on Godzilla. I think that's only going to make the guy mad. Meantime, check out this play. Peter Bondra, the tip to the legs. That's tough to do, but it goes off the bar. Looked good, but it didn't work. Then the Caps on a power play. Holzinger, though, speeding in, but he gets dumped by Phil Housley. However, there is no call. And then later in the power play, this is just capital. Special agent Peter Bondra there for the goal to tie it at 2. And Lindy Ruff says, okay, that's fine. It's 2-2, but what about the 2 minutes for the penalty that wasn't called? We go to overtime. Plant whips one wide. Jason Woolley with the rebound. Remember, he was a hero in Game 5. Not this time. Kolzig, big save. Later in overtime, Bellows would cut in. He is the venerable veteran. He gets stopped. 2 whacks. It's not going to go, but there is Joe. Joe Juno digs it out, beats Hasek for the game winner. The Caps go Cup crazy because they're going to the Cup final. They win it 3-2. There's the 2 goaltenders. They were great. Dale Hunter and company. You got to feel good for Hunter. He's going to the Cup final for the first time. And the Caps going there for the first time. Yes, in 24 years of franchise history, they have got a date in the Stanley Cup Championship. Joey Juno getting his 4th game-winning goal in the playoffs. Olaf Kolzig, he was great this time. He made 39 saves. Teresa Cruz has been covering the series, and that did not change on this night as she checks in with a post-game report.
It was a win that didn't come easily for the Washington Capitals. The 3rd overtime of this series tested their patience and skills. But in the end, the oldest team in the NHL prevailed over the youngest to put the Caps into the Stanley Cup final for the first time in franchise history.
I feel great. I mean, I've been here and played for Washington for the last 8 years, and this first time made the history. And, you know, like, feel good, and you're going to have a couple of days to think about it, and it's something special.
I just spoke with Mr. Poland, and he said, you don't know what this means to Washington and all the suffering we've been through. And obviously, I don't have much of a history with Washington. David Boyle and Jack Button did a great job putting this team together, and we rearranged the furniture. And it doesn't matter whether you've been here 1 year or 20 years, it's an absolute thrill.
The Sabres didn't go down in this Eastern Conference final without a fight. Firing 41 shots at Kolzig, they just couldn't get the overtime winner past him to keep their season alive.
It was a closely even match series. I mean, they played great. We fought as hard as we could, I felt. And, you know, we had our chance to win tonight. Could have sent it to Game 7, but it happens sometimes. Pucks rolled for us in the first 2 series, and it didn't roll for us in this series. And that's the way it goes sometimes. Everyone should keep their head up high in here. We fought hard, but it wasn't meant to be. Maybe next year it will be, and hopefully it will be.
So now the NHL's oldest team will have a couple of days to rest the old bones and maybe watch some TV to find out who they're going to take on in the final. But right now, you know that they're going to enjoy this accomplishment, a win that's not only sweet for the team and the franchise, but for 2 veterans as well, Dale Hunter and Phil Housley, who after 18 and 16 seasons respectively, will finally be playing in their first ever Stanley Cup final. In Buffalo, I'm Teresa Cruz for Sports Desk.
Thanks, Teresa. On to some pretty big baseball news in the...
Hey, we're going to knock you dead on this edition of TSN Sports Desk. The Red Wings are looking to soar over the Stars, while the Bulls want to do the same thing against the Jazz in Utah. Interleague play brings back some old memories as the Blue Jays and the Phillies renew their rivalry, while Montreal and Tampa Bay are both looking for a shining ray of hope. And Big Mac is back in a big, big way. In Europe, the French Open is saying au revoir to one of its own. And in the other semifinal, no Moya paranoia for Carlos. Washington capped off their series with the Buffalo Sabres, and now it's time to celebrate. And speaking of celebration, the World Cup is right around the corner. Greg Moore isn't moving too fast in Detroit, while in Montreal, Villeneuve is hoping practice makes perfect. Hey, you want perfect? Will the 3rd time be a charm for real quiet? We've got all the moves. Sports Desk next.
Oh, yeah, a whole lot of shaking going on. Welcome to Sports Desk. We knew one piece of the puzzle going in. Washington was in the Stanley Cup final, but would it be Detroit or would it be Dallas emerging from the Wild West? That is the question. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Toth in Toronto.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Hey, Dave, after blowing that long bomb in Game 5, the whole wide world was focused in on Chris Osgood. Would he sink or would he swim in Game number 6?
Yeah, there's no doubt that Chris Osgood has let in some terrible goals in these playoffs, none uglier than that one against Jamie Langenbrunner in overtime of Game 5. But the other half of this story has been Osgood's ability to bounce right back and shut the door. He was ready to do that again in Game 6 to put the Wings back into the Stanley Cup final. He said he couldn't wait to play this game, and the crowd was behind him in Hockey Town. And here come his teammates, short-handed, breaking out of their zone. But watch the top of your screen. Larry Murphy comes off the bench early. Darren McCarty looking for the trailer. It is Murphy, and Murphy moves in and scores. 1-0 Detroit. And we have controversy. Murphy came in off the bench to replace Yzerman, who you can see was nowhere near the bench when that goal goes in. So Ken Hitchcock and the Stars were not happy about that, but you can't dwell on blown calls. Got to move on, and the Stars test Osgood shortly after. Skrulin the shot. Osgood the save. Second period, Murphy keeps the puck into the blue line, and Fedorov, Sergei Fedorov, remember him? He had the $12 million bonus, his first goal of this series, 2-0 Wings. And for the second straight game, Belfort was wishing he could have one back. While at the other end, more brilliance from Osgood. Look at the save on Mike Keane. He was up to the challenge again, and the Wings were all fired up. Fedorov was having a big game as well, wiping out Darian Hatcher. Then later, Mike Modano comes over the line and gets yet another cheap bit of lumber from Jamie McCown, who's done it a few times in his career. Again, no call. Dallas limps out down 2, while the Wings fans sensing another trip to the Stanley Cup final. Hitch and the Stars facing elimination. In the third, late in the third, Stars in deep. Keane to Hatcher. A great save by Osgood to deny Dallas. Then later, Dan Kesmer moves in, goes to the back end. Osgood goes to the glove, and by this point, you could see it on their faces. They weren't going to beat Osgood. They weren't going to be the Wings. As Detroit finishes the job, they hang on to beat the Stars, and Osgood gets the shutout. Yzerman grabbed that Campbell Conference trophy and scooted off the ice, knowing that the big one still awaits. There's the final, 2-0. Osgood, what a story, bounces back with his second shutout of this series, his 5th of his playoff career. He stopped 26 shots. He was the story, but with the story, here is our very own Ken Chillibeck.
Chris Osgood was looking forward to this one. He wanted to redeem himself after the goal in overtime in Game 5 he let in. Osgood making a number of huge saves in this game to record his second shutout in the series and 5th in his career during the playoffs.
I've really been doing the same thing for two rounds, 2.5 rounds now. I mean, I got beat twice from the red line. Who cares now, though?
He knew that he had to come out with a big game, and he did that tonight. And you know, before the game yesterday, he was calm. There was nothing said to him, and I think he knew it, that he had to come up big, and he did that.
Another wing feeling the heat, Sergei Fedorov. Fedorov's goal, his first of the series, and only his second point. Fedorov played a strong game defensively and offensively.
I didn't expect it to go in, but I knew I'm going to put the shot in that, and I was right in the middle of the zone. That's all I can say. I mean, he tried his best effort, but it seems to me some kind of snake on him.
I thought Sergei, just as the game wore on, especially in the third period when we needed that little extra jump the last minute or two, you saw what he can do.
We had more chances offensively in this series by far than any of the other two, but we did not finish, and it put us in a difficult position.
Obviously a disappointing finish for the Dallas Stars. Whether or not Joe Nieuwendyke's presence would have made a difference, it's difficult to predict. Certainly it would have helped their power play, which was abysmal in this series, just 1 goal in 30 tries. That's, of course, all history now as the Detroit Red Wings head into the Stanley Cup final against the Washington Capitals. Reporting from Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, I'm Ken Chillibeck for Sports Desk.
Thank you, Ken. And finally, we have a Stanley Cup final, which will begin on June 9th. Game 1 on June 9th. That's next Tuesday. The Caps and the Red Wings. The Caps haven't beaten the Wings in 4 years, but the way...
It's delicious sweet frosted side. Kellogg's Mini Wheats.
Which side are you on?
Welcome back to the show. I'm Darren, he's Dave, and partner, let's get back to the Stanley Cup Finals, particularly game number 1. And you know what? I love the little sidebar stories, the little matchups that go on during the course of the game. You had Dale Hunter going against Steve Yzerman, and Hunter was at his nastiness. He was all over Stevie Y, but then again, why not? Yzerman had 20 points in the playoffs going into this hockey game. What else are they supposed to do?
Yeah, that's Ron Wilson for you. There are not many coaches in the NHL that could match Scotty Bowman wit for wit in the Stanley Cup Finals, but I think there's no question that Ron Wilson is definitely one of them, and that's going to be an interesting matchup in itself to watch the two head coaches. Let's get to Game 1 back in Detroit. The Finals back there for the third time in the last 4 years. One more time, while Dale Hunter is just looking for one. It was the Caps that get the great early chance. It's going to be Zednik, but he didn't get the great wood on Osgood. And we didn't really get a great start to this game. It was kind of boring for a little while, and even Gordy was... But late in the first, Wings get it going, and it's basic hockey right here. Joey Koser going to the net, tipping it in, making it 1-0 Wings. Then, just 2 minutes after that, Nicholas Lidstrom back at the point, the quick one-timer just inside the post. Boys, he's been hot from back there. Olaf did not see it, no chance. 2-0 Wings. The joint was jumping. And the great game inside the game, as Dutch was mentioning, here's Hunter on Yzerman, right off the face-off, and a little extra push and shove just for extra measure. And that finally sparks the Caps. They needed something. Compilation leaves it for Zednik, and this time he does get the good wood, getting it through Osgood's blocker hand. 2-1 Caps. And Yzerman continued to be the target. Chris Simon sticks his knee out here. Yeah, this is definitely a little bit on the dirty, cheap side. Yzerman certainly wasn't happy about it, and he was giving Bill McCreary his thoughts on the entire situation, while Kolzig was keeping the Wings off the board. Darren McCarty right in front with a couple of cracks. Kolzig stands strong. He's so big, and the Caps continue to press Bondra for Zednik, but Osgood is right there. Then Osgood misplays the shot off the boards, and it's going to be Joe Juneau with a great chance in front. McCarty, it's a last second, breaks it up. Back come the Wings. Slava Kozlov breaks in, makes the move. Kolzig got him once, and the rebound. Boy, he's solid. Lots of close calls at either end in the third. Kozlov again fools Kolzig with a high shot. Where is it? He doesn't know. Close your legs. There he did. Lots of chances, but no more goals at either end. Detroit had the game sewn up, as they say, but it was much closer than many thought it would be. Look at that final, 2-1. Detroit scored first, and they are now 10-1 in the postseason when they do so, while the Caps lose Game 1 for the second straight series. And for more on this one, Teresa Cruz in Detroit.
The Detroit Red Wings doing just what they set out to do, and that was win Game 1 of this Stanley Cup final. They came through. The Washington Capitals, despite a spirited effort late in the third, did not, and it proved to be the game breaker.
It was a tough game. It was tough slugging out there. You know, we built a 2-0 lead, and obviously, you know, when you do that, you'd certainly like to get the third goal, but it didn't happen, and they made it a game. And you know, what we know from this hockey club is that it's going to take, you know, 60 minutes to beat the Washington Capitals.
We let our guard down a little bit in the first period. I thought the first 10 minutes we played really well, and then we let it down a little bit, and they got a couple quick goals, and sometimes that's all you need.
Joining me now is Bob McKenzie with his thoughts on this Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Bob, I think both the Capitals and the Red Wings feel that they could have definitely played a little better.
Well, I wish they had have, because it was a snooze fest. The first 50 minutes of this game, that's 50 minutes of this game, was as boring a hockey as you're going to see anywhere. Fortunately, the last 10 minutes perked up because the Washington Capitals sensed that they had an opportunity to steal a game. But overall, I'm not sure. I think in Canada, a lot of people are saying, you know, give me a reason to watch these games. Give me a reason to get excited about the Stanley Cup playoffs after all the layoffs and the fact that we're playing in the middle of June. And this Game 1 was not very compelling hockey for the average fan who's trying to get reinterested in the Stanley Cup Final. But that's typical Washington Capital hockey, where they try to lull the other team to sleep and steal it at the end.
Well, we've been excited about the play of Ola Kolzig so far through these playoffs. The Wings doing a lot of talking the last couple of days about maybe getting a little traffic in front of him, and that's what they did tonight.
Well, they had to. Olaf Kolzig used to be a very aggressive goaltender. Now, everybody knows how big he is, 6'3", 225 pounds. But this was a goaltender who used to come way out, challenge the shooters, spend a lot of time outside the crease. He's refined his play, and what he's done, he's playing much more back into his net and not challenging nearly as much. Therefore, it's imperative that the Wings get a lot more traffic in front and go to the net extremely hard. Joey Koser did that on the first goal for the Detroit Red Wings, and on the second goal, Thomas Holmstrom did a great job of going to the front of the net, drawing two Capital defenders. Kolzig had no shot on no chance on a very well-played shot by Nicholas Lidstrom. The Wings stopped doing it, though. After the first period, they didn't get nearly as much traffic, although Holmstrom was a thorn in Kolzig's side all night long.
Yeah, 2 assists for the young rookie. Also impressed with the play of Wings captain Steve Yzerman, leading by example, assisting on the game winner, but taking quite a bit of abuse tonight.
Took an awful lot of abuse, and when you're a potential Conn Smythe Trophy winner, which Yzerman is right now, he is head and shoulders above all the other Wings players in terms of consideration for the Conn Smythe, just as Kolzig is for the Washington Capitals. But an awful lot of abuse for Yzerman, and I wonder, maybe too much from the Red Wing perspective. I saw Chris Simon stick his knee out and knock Yzerman to the ice. That could have been an injury for Yzerman. And Dale Hunter, on a number of occasions, got Yzerman's face and basically mashed it into the ice. I really believe the Wings can't allow the Capitals to take liberties with Yzerman. They've got to come back with some of the same medicine for the Capitals' offensive players, whether it's Adam Oates, Peter Bonds, it doesn't much matter. There's no point in going after guys like Chris Simon and Dale Hunter. They're used to that kind of thing. They're ready to fight the wars if they have to. You want to go after Oates and Bondra the same way that the Capitals went after Yzerman.
Well, game 1 is now in the books. We're looking forward to game 2. That's all from the Joe. Let's go back to Sports Desk.
And now there is obviously no time to heal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So after being bounced by... We stand on guard for this edition of the Desk as the Wings drape the Caps. Italy gets a scare from El Matador and Chile in the World Cup. While Cameroon puts their best foot forward against Austria. The Expos trying to get into the swing of things against the Yankees, while Piazza and the Mets look to cook the Marlins. Dennis Rodman, humanitarian. Truth may be stranger than fiction. Fred's in a funk at the PGA's Buick Classic, while the CFL is going corporate on its way to a healthy 98. Glenn Suter looks at the coolest place in the CFL. We'll let you in on the joke. The Desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Desk. The Stanley Cup Final resumed on Thursday, and it was a dandy. So where else can we start? I'm Darren DeTitian in Toronto. We're glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Dave, against Phoenix, St. Louis, and Dallas, the Detroit Red Wings showed a lot of character in those series. In Game 2, it was Washington's turn as they had to come through.
Yeah, you're right, Dutch. Both teams felt they didn't play that well in Game 1, but if, in fact, we were going to have a series, it was Washington that had to get better. They did not play a full 60 minutes in Game 1. They relied way too much on Olaf Kolzig, and they lost that road warrior mentality of theirs. But there was Olaf Kolzig, starting in net for the 31st consecutive time. Chris Osgood at the other end, a perfect 5-0 versus Washington, and his Wings get that all-important first goal. First period, Holmstrom throws it out front, and Steve Yzerman bangs in his 5th of the playoffs. The Joe goes mad. It's 1-0 Detroit, but in the second, the Caps get some breaks. Detroit lets up on this pass, thinking it was icing, offside, whatever. You play until you hear a whistle, and that cost them. Peter Bondra fires it past a sleepy Osgood, 1-1. Then, moments later, Simon on the second effort makes it 2-1. They were coming undone, and the Caps had their first lead of the series, and Simon was rubbing it in just a little bit, and it got worse. Nicholas Lidstrom and Larry Murphy get crossed up, and here comes Adam Oates all by himself, and does he ever go upstairs. 3-1 for the Caps, but this is where that Detroit character really started to show. Fedorov is just robbed by Kolzig, who's been so good. In the third, with Detroit short-handed, Steve Yzerman, short side. What a huge goal that was. Gets him within 1. But the Caps still have the power play, and just 28 seconds later, Joe Juneau one-time short side, his 7th. Washington back up by 2. They made it 4-3, did Detroit. Then it got wide open, and speaking of wide open, taken and missed the yawning cage. That one hurt because less than 5 minutes remaining, Doug Brown comes free off the boards and then goes short side on Kolzig. Tie game, 4-4. This beauty went to overtime. There were great chances at both ends, but at the 15:54 mark, it's Lapointe to Draper to the back of the net, and his first of the playoffs couldn't come at a better time, obviously, for Detroit. The top brass explodes. The whole place went bananas. Washington had a 2-goal lead twice in the third period, but the heart of a champion. The Red Wings outshot the Caps 20-7 in the third period, 12-3 in overtime, and they now have a 2-0 series lead. With more from Detroit, here is Teresa Cruz.
A true champion always finds a way to win, and the Detroit Red Wings proved in Game 2 that they weren't going down without a fight. Battling back to force overtime, they blasted Olaf Kolzig with 60 shots. But in the end, it wasn't Godzilla winning the war, it was Chris Draper scoring the overtime winner, and that was his first goal of the playoffs.
If we threw our names in a hat, I don't think mine would have been the first one to come out, but you know, we felt that, and we said it, guys were saying that the hero is going to be in this dressing room.
We just did what we had to do. The series is just starting, and we won our games on home ice. Now we have to go and try and win on the road, and obviously them playing the first game in the finals in Washington is going to be a huge or a big thing in Washington, and we got to come out ready to play in Game 3.
This is definitely a downer. This game, I really thought this team were going to pull it through the way we got up there in the second period, even in the third when we came back after Eiserman's goal. And it's a frustrating loss, but this team isn't going to give up by any length.
We had the win right on Essetikin and stick, for God's sakes. Could have made it 5-3. It didn't happen. There's a lot of positive things we'll build on, and we'll bounce right back at home. You know, we have to win one game in Detroit. If it takes 4 tries to do it, so be it.
The Washington Capitals shook off the rust of Game 1 and played like they belonged in the Stanley Cup final. But in the end, they were forced to think about what could have been. Had Essetikin's shot gone in, they likely would have been going back to Washington with a win.
I just missed the net, you know. And at the time, you know, you have to put in those puck in the net, but puck just roll over my stick, and I tried to put an open net. It's just rolling side, that's a part of the game.
I thought it was in. I mean, I guess it just was in too close to him, and he, you know, was the goalie out. He didn't know exactly where it was, and missed the net.
Following the game, the Detroit Red Wings announced that Slava Kozlov, who hurt his leg in Game 2, is out with a Charlie horse and is listed as day-to-day. But for the Washington Capitals, they know their situation is starting to look grave. An Eastern Conference team has not won a game in a Stanley Cup final in 3 years. That is a challenge now facing the Caps as this series shifts back to Washington for Game 3. At the Stanley Cup final, I'm Teresa Cruz. I'll be back with Bob McKenzie a bit later on in the show.
What a crushing loss for the Caps. On to our JVC World 98.
We're flooding the nation with highlights on this edition of The Desk. Will Washington be able to capitalize on home ice advantage while in the World Cup? Spain doesn't want to be caught sleeping against Nigeria. It's down and dirty as South Korea takes on Mexico, and there's a meeting of the minds as Belgium and the Netherlands tangle. In golf, Lisa Walters is in the driver's seat at the Oldsmobile Classic, while on the Canadian Tour, everyone seemed to have a shot at it. In baseball, you had to be brave to be an Expo pitcher in Atlanta, while in Toronto, the Joe Show continues while 1J is cruising down to Syracuse. And Glenn Suter stops by to tell us how things are going for Toronto. Need someone to lean on? Well, we've got just the man. We'll put our own spin on things. Sports Desk is next. Well, hello there and welcome to our show. Glad you decided to drop by because we are the source for complete Stanley Cup highlights, reaction, and analysis. So let's get right to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. I'm Lisa Bose in Toronto.
And I'm David Pratt in Vancouver. You know, Lisa, only 3 teams in the history of the Stanley Cup Final have lost the first 2 games and then come back to win the series. That is what the Washington Capitals are trying to do. Now, as for Detroit, the Red Wings were focused on more serious matters.
Yes, that's exactly right, David. Exactly 1 year ago to the day, Vladimir Konstantinov and team masseuse Sergei Manatsakanov were nearly killed in a limousine crash, but their teammates refused to focus on that tragic night. After all, there is another Stanley Cup to be won, not just for themselves, but also for Vladdy and Sergei. Now, let's go to the MCI Center. Washington hockey fans feeling the heat of Stanley Cup fever for the first time in the club's 24-year history, but the Caps get off to a terrible start. Steve Yzerman making a great rush with Essetikin and all over him. Shot is stopped by Olaf Kolzig, but there is Thomas Holmstrom
banging in the rebound. 1-0 Wings just 35 seconds in. That's not the start that Ron Wilson had in mind. Later, Slava Kozlov gathers a loose puck, breaks in all alone, but Kolzig comes up big with a huge blocker save. Scotty Bowman happy with the way things are going. Wings held the Caps to just one shot on goal in the first. That ties a Stanley Cup record, but the Caps come out strong in the second. Joe Ricci, the point shot. It trickles past Osgood, but somehow he gets back in time to cover up. Later, Joe Juneau dancing into the Wings zone to Brian Bellows, but Osgood is there for another good stop. The Caps all charged up in the second. They team up here to wipe out Bob Rouse behind the net, and that's got the phone booth crowd all pumped up. The Caps keep throwing it all at Osgood. Peter Bondra on a 2-on-1 with Richard Zednik, but he is denied. Osgood saving the Wings in the second. Early in the third, Caps another great chance. Adam Oates, great moves, but he is stopped by Osgood, and the Caps are wondering, are we ever going to get one by him? Well, they do. Halfway through the period, Caps on the power play. Oates carries it in front. The loose puck comes out to Brian Bellows. He flips it in. The game is tied at 1, and they are going crazy at the MCI Center. But with just 4:51 on the clock, watch as Doug Brown plays it off the boards. Tenorti gets caught. Here's Sergei Fedorov bursting in down the wing. He uses Calle Johansson as a screen perfectly and beats Kolzig. That is your game winner. The snapshot is 10th of the playoffs. 2-1 Detroit, and now they take a commanding 3-0 lead in this series. Wings out shooting the Caps 34-18. Detroit now has a chance to become the first team since the 1991-92 Pittsburgh Penguins to win back-to-back Stanley Cups. Should they win on Tuesday night, it would mark the 4th straight 4-game series sweep and 20th all-time in the Stanley Cup final. Teresa Cruz is covering this series for us, and she joins us now from Washington.
The Detroit Red Wings have approached the entire season with just one goal in mind, and that is to repeat as Stanley Cup champions. Playing Game 3 on the one-year anniversary of the tragic limo crash that ended the careers of defenseman Vladimir Konstantinov and their team Masur, the Game 3 win was especially sweet as they moved one victory away from completing their season-long goal.
We're focused, obviously. Everybody knows this date was on everybody's mind before the game. This is a year ago when we had the tragedy, and we talked about it before the game.
Detroit goaltender Chris Osgood is now 7-0 lifetime versus the Capitals, but it was forward Sergei Fedorov that was the hero of the night. With only one goal in the previous series against Dallas, he was finally rewarded in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup final.
I saw Dougie Brown wide open with the puck, and he just threw it along the board and fired the from Washington Capitals was too far and grab a puck and try not to do too much with it until I enter in the zone. And then I saw opportunity. I just make a move and shut the puck in net.
He showed his speed, and he made a great play because you know, he had to beat the one defender and get it up where he wanted to. And I think he sensed the play coming out.
Fedorov made a great play. He pulled up, took a shot, and you know, deflected off our D-man stick and in. And you know, we haven't been able to get the bounces this series like we had in the past.
The Capitals may have made history by playing the first ever Stanley Cup final playoff game in Washington, but the first period really set the tone. The Caps were outshot 13-1, their lone shot tying an NHL record for fewest shots in a period in a Stanley Cup final game.
We had a bad start to the game. We basically didn't show up in the first period, but after that I was very happy, and we just kept plugging until we tied it up, and a great player made a great play, and we lost the game by a goal.
The task in front of the Washington Capitals is now almost insurmountable. The last team to come back from a 3-0 deficit in a Stanley Cup final and win the Cup was the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs, who beat the Detroit Red Wings. So the Washington Capitals are going to try to stay alive as this series moves on to Game 4. I will be back with Bob McKenzie a bit later on in the show.
Time now for the Sprint World Cup.
Welcome to the Sports Desk School of Dance. Tie up your shoes as we trip the light fantastic.
This was our last dance, and it was a wonderful waltz. Thank you all.
The Caps Caps were hoping it wasn't their last dance as they tried to avoid a sweep. But would the Wings keep them off their rhythm? They'd be dancing in the Highlands if Scotland could advance to the World Cup, while Brazil was doing the sweet samba versus Morocco. You know, learning to dance can be sometimes a painful experience, but if you're too shy, you can always dance undercover or wear a mask. However, no matter how good a turnout we get, some people just want to leave.
It's been a great run. Thank you for our last dance.
But once you start to feel the music, just sway to the rhythm. The desk is next. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the desk. 259 days ago, the NHL season began on Tuesday night. The Detroit Red Wings were trying to put this baby to bed. I'm Darren DeTitian in Toronto. We're glad you tuned in.
And I'm Dave Randorf in Vancouver.
Well, partner, they say it's the toughest thing in all of sports, and that's to repeat as champions. Tuesday, the Detroit Red Wings were trying to etch their place in NHL history.
They were, but unfortunately it's become a trend in the Stanley Cup Final. The 4-game sweep is what I'm talking of. It started 3 years ago, and the Red Wings were looking to make it 4 by winning their 8th straight Stanley Cup Final game Tuesday night in Washington. The last team to avoid the dreaded sweep in this situation was Glenn Sonmore's Minnesota North Stars back in 1981. But the Wings in '98 had them where they wanted them, had no interest in letting them up off the mat. First period, Detroit with a man advantage. Fedorov moves towards the line, then threads the needle to Doug Brown, who finishes it off past Kolzig. There's that all-important first goal again by Detroit, 1-0. And here was the inspiration. Vladimir Konstantinov in attendance at the MCI Center. The Caps' inspiration was the 42 Leafs, last team to come back from the 3-0 deficit to win the Cup. But it's the Wings that get another break in the second. Larionov to LaPointe to the back of the net one time, 2-0 Wings. But Washington gets on the board a few minutes later. Bellows is going to pick up the loose puck in front and then put the backhander past Osgood right there. The lead is cut in half. It's 2-1. And their goalie at the other end was getting a little testy. Olaf Kolzig's really battled in these playoffs. Hats off to him, letting Kirk Maltby have it for getting too close. And the other end, as Tikkanen got too close, takes out Osgood. That draws a minor. Ron Wilson's thinking, well, what's going on here? One end, the other end, what's the difference? The Wings capitalize. That's the difference. Larry Murphy is going to go short side upstairs on Olaf Kolzig right there. 3-1 Detroit. And that had everybody pumped up, including Vladdy, sitting in the stands. What a great sight. By the third period, Yzerman and the Wings can taste number 2, but they didn't stop pressing. A giveaway in the neutral zone, and here they come again. It's a 3-on-1. Kozlov to Brown, his second of the game for Dougie Brown, 4-1. And the looks on the Caps' faces now said it all. They knew it was now officially over. And soon we witnessed a very touching moment. Konstantinov is helped to his feet and given a huge ovation by the MCI Center crowd. Time winds down and the inevitable was complete. The Detroit Red Wings capture their second consecutive Stanley Cup. Konstantinov was helped to the ice to join in with the team in the celebrations. Steve Yzerman was awarded, to nobody's surprise, the Conn Smythe Trophy for playoff MVP. And then the Wings are presented with the big one, the Stanley Cup, and Yzerman went straight to Konstantinov and presented it to him. And then, of course, what's become one of the great traditions in the Stanley Cup Finals, the team photo. Looks pretty good in red again. The final was 4-1. They take the series 4-0. The Wings winning their 9th overall Stanley Cup. Yzerman wins the MVP, led all playoff scorers with 24 points. They were a class act from beginning to end. And with the story about the end, here is our Teresa Cruz.
All year long, the Detroit Red Wings had one goal in mind, and that was to win the Stanley Cup for their injured defenseman, Vladimir Konstantinov. Tuesday night, their year-long quest came to an end. For the Detroit Red Wings, it was mission accomplished. It was one of the most emotional nights in Red Wings and Stanley Cup history. Conn Smythe winner Steve Yzerman presenting the Stanley Cup to injured defenseman Vladimir Konstantinov. All year long, they had said, win it for Vladdy. He was their inspiration, and Tuesday night they delivered.
I think everybody said we're not going to let these guys down, and obviously we're not going to let ourselves down, but with it. But that was the way they felt. You see the reaction they gave to Vladimir. I mean, going in, I didn't know if we could really win another cup, but I knew that the desire and the motivation was there, and fortunately we did.
A year ago, at this time, we weren't. We were told that these guys, he and Sergei might not live. So a year later, for him to be on the ice with us is pretty significant, and it's a special moment for us that we can hand him the Stanley Cup.
It really was an emotional time for us. I don't think it sank into, for some guys maybe, but I mean, it was a little different than usual when the team wins the Stanley Cup to have something like that on the ice and all the other things that our team's been through the last 2-3 years.
For Scotty Bowman, it was his 8th Stanley Cup win as a coach, so that ties him with his mentor, Toe Blake. But it was an even bigger night for team captain Steve Yzerman, who not only got to carry the Stanley Cup for the 2nd straight year, but finally hoisted the Conn Smythe Trophy as the MVP.
I'm thrilled to have my name on a trophy that has some of the, the greatest names in hockey. When I came into the league, I don't think anybody really knew how to spell my name or pronounce it. So I'm very proud of the fact that the Yzerman name is going on a trophy that'll be a part of hockey for a long time. So yeah, it's very gratifying.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. He's still an inspiration for a lot of guys in the dressing room. You should see him work out after practice, after games, and that's why he's our captain. He's a team leader, and he's great. He's unbelievable.
Despite the brilliance of goaltender Olaf Kolzig and the motivational mastery of coach Ron Wilson, the Washington Capitals weren't able to crash Detroit's party. Their first Stanley Cup final appearance in the franchise's 24-year history would not be rewarded with a cup.
I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud of our players. I'm proud of our organization. And I know we'll be back. We're not losers. There's 24 other teams that would have died to get swept 4 straight in the Stanley Cup finals. I know that for a fact.
To have the run we did in the playoffs was huge. We got the fan interest back up in Washington. It was just it was a great season, and we lost to a great hockey team. So we really can't hang our heads at all right now.
The Detroit Red Wings are now the first team to win back-to-back Stanley Cups in sweeps since the New York Islanders did it back in 1982 and 83. And Bob, boy, Detroit just dominated the whole way. The final, not a lot to write home about, but it certainly had its moments, the most emotional being Vladimir Konstantinov.
Hockey is really a funny game. For the better part of this Stanley Cup final and the better part of the playoffs, a lot of us have spent time talking about the entertainment level of hockey and whether the season's dragged out too long. And there's been all sorts of problems, all sorts of articles written. And here we are on the final night on what some people would say was not a very memorable final in many respects. And all of a sudden something happens that will go down in the history books as one of the most emotional moments involving the Stanley Cup. Vladimir Konstantinov being pushed around with the cup. Vladimir Konstantinov during the 3rd period standing up and giving everybody the thumbs up and getting an ovation from everybody. And it will be truly one of the magic Stanley, part of the whole lore of the game. And hockey is funny that way. It's a very resilient game, and somehow it always manages, in the final analysis, to send the people home happy, and it did tonight.
Well, also going home happy is their captain, Steve Yzerman, had never won an individual award and finally hoist the Conn Smythe. Many would say, hey, yeah, this one was deserving.
You tend to get sentimental sometimes, even in the media, cynical as we can be from time to time, because I've been at many events. I was there the night on Game 7 when Steve Yzerman lost to the San Jose Sharks. I was there on Game 7 when Steve Yzerman's team lost to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I was there when they were swept by the New Jersey Devils. I was there when he was cut from Team Canada. I have been in so many dressing rooms and situations where I've seen Steve Yzerman hang his head and basically cry because he was so upset. And that was the whole thing. You felt a cathartic effect last year when they won the Cup. And there was a sentimental push that Steve Yzerman should have the have the Conn Smythe Trophy, but it went to Mike Vernon, and a well-deserving choice it was. This year, Steve Yzerman truly earned the honor. He was the best player on the ice from start to finish in the Stanley Cup final and in the entire Stanley Cup playoffs, and you just couldn't be happier for an individual that had faced so much adversity. Truly deserving, a real champion.
Thank you so much for this. Bob McKenzie joining us through the Stanley Cup run, and I will be back with more a little bit later on in the show.
And the Wings do it again. Meanwhile, the game as we know it is changing. In the midst of this era of obstruction, the National Hockey League is taking steps to try and not only speed up the game, but create more offense in the process. On Tuesday at the general managers' meetings, 3 formal recommendations were put forward. As predicted, the goal line will be moved out 2 feet, creating more room behind the net. The crease will decrease in width, returning it to its original measurement. Remember the old square creases? Kind of like that.
This is Fox 29, WUTV, Buffalo.